The Ash and the Roots. The City That Refused a Crown. By Arthur Blackwood. Copyright 2025 Arthur Blackwood. All rights reserved. Chapter 1. The Cloud That Asked Forever. Morning wore the charter like a jacket it had chosen on purpose. Bench plates winked N.O.'s signature, required in parks that had learned the trick of shade. Kettles boiled without auditions from Walthamstow to Woolwich. On the buses, the rooming index ticked along like a shy tide, counting refusals without turning them into sin. The city had learned how to hold a day without renting it. Then the sky put a terms and conditions page on itself. Every billboard and phone lock screen synchronized into courtesy. National advisory. Be reasonable glowed in a palette that had fired its toothpaste and hired inevitability. Below it, the ask. Tap to agree for emergency continuity. The small print did the chewing. Nationwide service linkage. One-time, all-time consent. Priority stabilization. Charter compatibility assured. The contactless symbol pulsed like a polite throat clearing that had been to law school. Elena was halfway across Blackfriars Bridge with coffee she'd paid for in coins, because mornings are rituals when a cloud drew a border around the day. The agree bloomed on her phone, without being asked in. It arrived everywhere. Bus stop polls and clinic check-ins, the library catalog, and the lift that refused to patronize knees. It wore a new monogram in the corner. Civitas Cloud. Not now, she said out of habit, and the ring cooled under her skin like a good ally. Her phone tried to be coy. Not now. Deferred appeared where etiquette should have been. A timer sprouted an hour. It ticked like a threat being charming. Kojo rolled up the shutter on the shop with a yawn and a soft swear. He'll still screen, loyal to its tea and petty opinions. Offered agree once T.O., keep trading, and then noticed Elena's face and thought better of it. He pushed a packet of biscuits across the counter, like a sacrament. Our new weather, he said, and jerked his chin at the sky. Priya texted from the pipes. Field 12 redefined. Not under scowl equals deferred. Will rot. Give me 6 minutes and a working kettle. A rat. A heart. A lightning bolt that wasn't in any keyboard's good graces. CityCast didn't even pretend to finish the weather. Sarah came on with captions already behaving. Civitas Cloud rollout crawled under her mouth like a confession made public. Officials say the national consent will stabilize services and harmonize the charter across jurisdictions, she said. Refusal is currently on a delay. Mateo appeared at the bottom of the segment, like a man too busy to like himself. New title under his name, Minister for Civic Infrastructure, acting. Temporary, he said into the camera, and his mouth almost will leave him. Think of this as a wallet for promises. We'll align it with the charter. Wallets have owners, Elena said to the bridge, and the river declined to take sides. She went looking for the edges. The square by the parish hall had learned to be honest. Its benches wore plates that had survived more than one attempt at sanding. The fountain did not consider monetizing water. Today a neat plinth had grown where a perennial fought for light. Agree for continuity, it breathed. Forgive temporary inconvenience. A timer sat in the corner, like a dog that had learned to tap its watch. Lucan stood by the planter, making a corner out of sunlight. He had the look of a man who had slept in a wall and dreamed in right angles. They've renamed waiting, he said. Now it's compliance and installments. Allison arrived with a tote, a roll of tape, 2 pens that had defeated meetings, and the expression that means laminating is imminent. They're trying to narrate necessity, she said. We can narrate law. In control. Transport, not feelings. Cor had her elbows on maps and her patience steady in her throat. Agree for emergency headway blinked over the lines in amber. Iqbal stood behind her holding 2 paper cups and a mechanic's opinion. If I press that, she said, it will think it saved London. If I don't, it will think I caused delays on purpose. Not now, Elena told the console. Deferred smirk back. Priya slid under a rack with the intimacy of burglary and rode in a place where software thinks it's a statute. Mapping not under Skunau back to base at the signal layer, she said. If Civitas wants to schedule our refusals, it can take a number. The board flinched, recovered. Decided trains are older than clouds. Core exhaled in the way of people who in a knife fight with a spreadsheet. "You keep doing that," she said, "and we'll get through rush hour without a sermon." At the clinic, Jude had to wrestle a POS terminal that had grown an adjective, agree for safe dispensing it offered, wagging a finger where the peppermint should have been. Nurse Shaw taped care as a promise over the wag, and the system learned to behave with the good grace of a hypocrite forced to mean it. A push alert landed on Elena's phone with the charm of an acquaintance using your first name too early. Civitas Cloud. Charter mode activated. Your existing city room settings were imported. Please confirm. Agree forever. To avoid service disruption. The forever was italic. The italics were feral. She looked up and saw italics on bus shelters, on school gates not yet open, on a library flyer that tried to volunteer itself as a sermon. The word crawled everywhere like ivy that bills by the centimeter. The library had decided not to be still. The head librarian stood in the door with a stamp like a weapon and a cardigan full of pins. "They pushed an update," she said. "My scanner tried to make a speech." "Your scanner is a room," Elena said, and later palmed the reader. Deferred grinned and tallied minutes like a petty god. Priya sent a different kind of answer from the pipes. Field 61 found and folded. Forever no longer a type. Back to integers, love. The reader forgot eternity and remembered how to say welcome. In Kojo's shop, the car machine did a little dance that meant it wanted to be helpful at a cost. Agree for continuity, pricing it chirped. The receipt printed consent fee. £0 out of sheer muscle memory, and the machine had the grace to blush. By 10 a.m. The charter had learned how to sit with Civitas without giving it a lap. By 10:15, Civitas had noticed. A soft push replaced the amber with kindly red. Agree for emergency safety everywhere a kiosk could flirt. Refusals will be scheduled at 23:59 to avoid harm. Priya swore in a dialect nobody writes documentation for. "They're putting refusal in the night," she said. Housebroken disobedience. Allison reached for the pad. "House-style emergency," she said. They wrote at speed on the council table where too many meetings had been to pen, and the wood was ready to be useful. Emergency is a promise. Essentials keep running without new contracts. Refusal is not deferred. Not now works immediately. No timers, no midnight traps. Consent cannot expand in crisis. No agree forever under cover of urgency. Import, don't overwrite. Existing charter settings persist. No default opt-in. Sunset clauses are rooms. Any emergency toggle turns off on a date. You can put on a kettle. Courts stay awake. Warrants and reviews do not go to sleep because dashboards are excited. Broadcasts are benches. Alerts without bargains. Captions ungated. Questions without loyalty. Post a glyph. On command rooms, clinic doors, station boards, the minister's kettle. Sarah put on air with the calm of someone who has seen 3 flavors of honesty this week and chosen one. Captions walk the points across the bottom of the screen where nobody can pretend they weren't available. Mateo walked into the library like a man who had borrowed books here and never stopped pretending he would return them on time. He looked at the sign over the desk, forever still blinking, shy now, and then at the page Allison had taped to the return slot. He didn't perform magnanimity. He took out his phone and sent a message without pretending it was to anyone else. A national dashboard somewhere learned the meaning of sunset. The word printed itself in corners Civitas hadn't meant to leave writable. Timers all over the city blinked, argued, sulked, and disappeared. The amber returned. The italics limped. "Someone will fire you," Lucan said to Mateo, not unkind. "Someone will try," Mateo said, not heroic. At the courthouse, Miss Benton stabbed a finger at practice direction that had not had such a nice morning. Consent in emergency. Model order the header smiled. Courts may deem, agree forever, reasonable under extraordinary circumstances. "No," she told it. "You may not reassess eternity during a fire drill." A judge from Court 5, tired, formal, disciplined, and hope, published a sentence like a bench scraping into the right place. Emergency powers do not furnish permanent consent. Not now is immediate. Sunset is specific. Forever is not a time. By noon, the worst of Civitas' italics had been hushed. The timers had learned to be clocks again. The agree forever had gone back to whatever product meeting it crawled out of. Phones were not now in the corner again, short and sufficient, which is when the story did the things stories cherish. It became personal. A notification arrived with Mateo's name on it, and, because transparency was a habit he hadn't forgotten, he turned his phone and let Elena read. Cabinet, reshuffle interim. Minister for Civic Infrastructure, acting VARI confirmed. Deliverables, charter integration, Civitas alignment, emergency continuity. Note, cooperation with city rooms contingent on performance. You got the job, Elena said. I got the leash, he said. You had the leash, she said. They just wrote it down. He smiled in that way he did when choosing not to be offended by accuracy. Come to a room, he said. At 4, somewhere I can pretend is mine. They left the library with the word sunset still printed on the reader in a point size that would survive more than one administration, and walked into a day that had resumed being complicated rather than impossible. At the school gate, Agree Forever tried a last whisper over the parent app, and a row of mums from year 3 taught it manners with the collective expertise of people who can organize a cake sale that changes law. At the station, the headway settled into human, and the kettle in the driver's mess boiled without considering how monetize its steam. At the food bank, someone attempted to update the intake portal with continuity language, and Dr. Patel printed "We do weather. We don't do forever," and taped it to the keyboard with branded tape that outlives governments. They spent the afternoon on small conservation, because the day was full of little mouths that thought they were doors. A church hall converted to a warm bank tried Agree for emergency access. Reverend Edel poured tea until the sign remembered which book it lived into. Housing portal snuck and Agree for priority repairs during event. Len, the caretaker, turned priority back into triage without adjectives at a corner shop POS attempted Agree for price stability. Kojo tapped "not now" like a talisman, and the till apologized with £0 in all the right places. At 4, Mateo's room turned out to be a council chamber that had learned not to perform. He had a folder of asterisks and a face that had outgrown toothpaste. On the table was a single sheet that had not forgotten how to frighten. Civitas Interoperability Standard, Draft 0.7, for integration with Charter of Rooms. All annexes supported. Refusal recognized. Consent persistent by default. Agree Forever reserved for future consents. Sunset configurable by authority. Emergency continuity allowed to override local settings. He watched Elena read. Watched Allison frown. Count 3, breathe. Watched Priya lay her hand on the paper, like steel, and start reading again, slower. You want a charter, Elena said. You want it inside a box you own. I want it portable, he said, and the honesty was almost enough. If we don't put it in a box, someone else will. Then we build the box in the open, Allison said. We refuse to put hinges in cloud. Priya flipped the sheet and wrote in the margins as if that were already law. Persistent consent equals opt-in only, revocable, default off. Sunset equals fixed date and statute, not remote configurable. Emergency equals cannot expand data, cannot rewrite refusal, cannot delay. Interoperability equals no cross-domain ID. Selective claims only. Mateo took out a pen he hadn't used in years and wrote them again in his own hand. Sometimes that is policy. We'll publish it, he said, under my name, with your handwriting obvious in the letters. You'll be fired. Lucan said, from a corner only corners notice. Maybe, Mateo said, but I'd rather lose this job in public than keep it secretly. Night arrived without a push notification asking permission. The city exhaled. The amber advisories went to bed under the lights. The not now buttons kept their little promises at eye level and knee height, and in the place your thumb knows on a reader. Elena walked home past a billboard that had the decency to sell shoes instead of philosophy. She put her palm to her door, and the ring cooled in recognition. The inward room answered like a dog's sigh. On her table the charter still lay open where she had left it, corners curling as if ready for use. She wrote one line in the margin in her serviceable hand, because epigraphs are also kettles and you boil them more than once. Forever is a route. Rooms keep hours. Her phone buzzed. Gita, midnight deferral removed. Savita sulking. Tea? Sarah, Tomorrow's segment. Emergencies without contracts. You in? Mateo, I filed our margins as law notes. Be reasonable. Bring your benches to Parliament. Elena smiled and set the kettle on. The water admitted it didn't need to agree first. The ring stayed cool. The day, which had asked for forever, would have to make do with tomorrow. The warning lights learned to be polite. On the big wall in the continuity room, half Parliament, half IT crowd. All the city's dashboards synchronized into amber like a choir that had rehearsed too hard. Civitas. Charter mode. Deferred refusal pulse at the edge of everything. A halo around trains and clinics and lifts and tills. Refusal is postponed, said a voice that had never used a kettle. The vendor liaison wore a lanyard and an accent from nowhere. It's empathy. It gives services time to adjust. Empathy doesn't start a stopwatch, Allison said. She tapped the pad on the table. House style. Emergency sat open like a hymn book. Matteo Vari. Still acting. Still being acted upon. Watched the amber creep down the map toward Cornwall like weather with a calendar. We killed Agree forever, he said. Now, they're selling Agree at midnight. Priya was already under the console, shoulders and cables, swearing as if code could hear nuance. It's everywhere, she said. Field 12 masquerading as failsafe. They rate limit not now to hourly windows. You can refuse, but it goes into a queue, as if refusal needs a chair in the lobby. Lucan leaned his back against a pillar and made a corner out of Parliament. His shadow held, as if even the room wanted structure. Timers that pretend to be mercy, he said. New sin, old grammar. Elena put her palm to the glass, and the ring found metal under governance. Not now. Deferred blinked at her like a waiter with opinions. We don't cue consent, she said. We don't cue refusal. Core called in from control with the breathing of a woman who has learned to talk through alarms. Amber just told me my morning rush is crisis adjacent, she said. If I honor the timer, I miss headway. If I override it, the console annotates reckless. Annotate house style instead, Elena said. Refusal immediate. No midnight traps. Sarah's caption slid across CityCast as the air decided to cite sources. Emergency is a promise. Not now is immediate. Somewhere in a living room, somebody exhaled without checking a screen for permission. The clinic learned new manners and forgot old ones. Jude waved a prescription across a terminal that had been updated at dawn. Agree for safe dispensing gave way to agree for continuity credit. £5 off if the patient would share long-term exhalations and accept deferred refusal. Nurse Shah's eyebrows performed community service. We don't coupon air, she said. A mother with a toddler on her hip and a job on the other's shoulder watched the discount box flicker. I can say not now, she asked, and there was a number in the question. Rent day -3. You can say not now. Elena said, palm on the screen. Deferred smirked. Priya sent Lynn from the pipes. Field 61 toggled. Credit equals care. Void for refusal penalty. The till printed consent fee. £0 out of habit and hope. The mother smiled a kind of relief that was older than dashboards and bought grapes. Shah taped care as a promise above the counter again, as if the sticker were a light switch. It often was. Kojo suppliers discovered italics. Agree wants to keep trading during emergency, said the email, the portal, the barcode on a crate of tomatoes. A new line in gray. Refusals processed at $23.59. Kojo raised an eyebrow that had outlived 3 wholesalers and a pandemic. Tomatoes don't wait for metaphors, he said. Allison wrote shops or rooms on a paper bag, just to see the sentence in an ordinary font. Priya mapped not underscore now equals base at the POS and wrapped the deferral logic in void like a polite funeral. A boy with a handful of ramen stood at the till and asked, If I press no, does it take longer? Not now means now, Kojo said. It was both customer service and liturgy. Matteo had brought them to the continuity room because there are moments you either hide from or share. He had also invited the vendor. The vendor came with slides like apologies and a smile that had learned empathy in a training. Deferral is safer, the vendor said, as if reciting from a specification. It allows us to honor your charter and prevent cascade failures. We're not pricing refusal. We're scheduling it. You're prioritizing your need for data over our need for now, Ms. Benton said, arriving with the posture of a well-armed paragraph. If refusal may be delayed, refusal ceases to be meaningful. We need the box to be predictable, the vendor said. Systems require shape. Give them a bench, Lucan said. Benches are shapes. The vendor blinked, consulted a colleague only they could see, and produced an olive branch disguised as a dagger. We can whitelist urgent domains. Heat, water, clinic triage. Listlessness is how we lose, Allison said. No whitelists, principles. Elena tapped house style. Emergency and read it like law. Refusal is not deferred. Consent cannot expand. Sunset is a date. She looked up, and timers don't own midnight. Mateo watched the vendor, and then his own hands. He had a pen again. It looked good on him. We'll legislate the timer away, he said. Inconveniently public, with a sunset that fits on a kettle. Tomorrow, the vendor said, performing patience. At midnight. Now, Priya said, and shorted a single wire inside a rack the vendor had called a node, and she had decided to treat like a teenager. The amber flinched, then softened. On screens across the city, deferred lost its italics and its power. Not now held, immediate. The timer blinked once in disappointment and went still. Sarah took the moment and did not make it bigger than it needed to be. Timers don't own midnight crawled across the bottom of the screen, while she let nurses and drivers talk about time in units people could recognize. A cue, a kettle, a breath held or released. Gita texted from a server room where aircon had learned to plead. We put sunset into statute mode. Date feels mandatory. Forever deleted. A rat. A heart. A sunset emoji that somehow didn't look twee. In Parliament, a backbencher with the appetite of a history book asked Mateo a question without appetite. Why should central government not own this cloud? If not us, who? Rooms, he said into microphone, and the word did more work than rhetoric. Rooms own the promises. The cloud is plumbing. The vendor made a note and disguised it as thought. Afternoon found new corners to rescue. At a school gate, the parent app offered a grief for continuity pickup. Ms. Osei laughed in amortized exasperation and put a bin over the tablet like a hat for bad ideas. Our grounds are already continuous, she said, and Priya snuck not underscore now into the bell. In a housing office, a portal purred a grief for emergency arrears mercy. Len the caretaker turned the monitor off and put a paper sign on it that said, Ask Len. Priya made the portal remember breathing space is law, not a loyalty program. At the bus depot, a poster tried to grieve for safe headway. Iqbal had taped Not Now Works across it before the ink dried. Kaur took delivery of a kettle that boiled with vindication and taped sunset. 30 days on a wall calendar under Annex Review. They ate sandwiches at Kojo's on crates because sometimes a chapter needs bread. The email on his phone offered a new vice. Continuity bonds. Households could earn credits against future emergencies by agreeing now for predictable behavior. They're paying us to be predictable, Kojo said. They should pay for the tomatoes. Bond by forever, Allison said. A tidy way to staple eternity to a budget. Future emergencies, Elena read, as if the weather is a product roadmap. Priya scowled at the spec. They want to make forever a series of rolling sunsets that renew themselves whenever it rains. Opt out aloud after event close. Events will never close. Gentle apocalypse is a service. Mateo's phone vibrated with the violence of a conscience. He looked, winced, turned the screen face down, picked up again, and handed it to Ms. Benton. Savita/Exchequer. Continuity Bonds pilot. Sat there in fonts that wanted funding. They'll say it helps the poor, he said. They'll point at the credits. It punishes refusal, Ms. Benton said. With hunger you can plan. He nodded, and the nod contained 3 meetings he would walk out of and one he would lose. They wrote again because writing was how the city remembered itself. House style. Continuity on the back of an exchequer briefing, because poetry likes messy paper. Continuity funds promises, not permissions. Credits for using less, not for agreeing more. NO bonds on refusal. Money must not be a leash. Decline cannot disqualify or downgrade shelter, food, heat care. Sunsets cannot roll. Events close on a date. Renewal requires a public vote, not a drizzle. Predictability is not a virtue. You don't know the grid your habits. Publish the budget. Every pound that stabilizes must be visible. Post a glyph on treasury kettles, on vendor decks, on the line where italics try to hide. Matteo took the page and did something unfashionable. He read it to himself twice, and then to other people once. "This will cost me," he said, not tragic. "It will buy us," Elena said. He smiled with both the parts of him, the minister and the man with a library card. "Then sell me to it," he said, on air. Sarah's captions took in Oban's on refusal and made it stick. The rooming index ticked, steady as breath and just as uninterested in being gamed. Evening assembled its unremarkable victories. The EGOTs behaved. The clinic printed £0 in the right places. The timer went home like a chastened dog. The Amber advisories relearned humility. At the end of the day, Parliament spat them out into a sky that did not invoice for darkness. The vendors shook hands the way professionals do when they're deciding whether to become human about something. "We can do sunset," they said, "if you will do sunlight. Publish your defaults," Priya said. "Make your refusal paths visible at setup. Hide nothing, not even the void." They nodded and left with less theater than anyone expected. Elena walked to the bridge with Allison and Lucan, and the city did its evening trick of pretending to be a story you could finish. "Enough," Lucan said, and the word meant for these timers, for this amber, for this day. For the afternoon, Elena agreed. Her phone buzzed. "Gita," deferred flag pinned to the mat. "Midnight harmless. Sunset's now calendar, not weather. Tea?" "Matteo, Treasury wants bonds. Be reasonable. Bring your benches to the numbers." "Sarah, tomorrow, who owns continuity?" "I'll need a quote that makes accountants cry." Elena put her palm on the railing, and the ring stayed cool. The water went where it was meant to, and nowhere else. The cloud over the city tried to be a rout and failed. The rooms kept hours. The kettle at home would agree to boil without a form. The spreadsheet had a smile. On the Treasury facade, a banner sold arithmetic like mercy, reasonable continuity. Earn credits for stability. The revolving doors breathed tap to agree for continuity bonds, and the small print did the bite work. Predictable usage, behavior pledges, rolling sunsets, deferred refusal processed after event close. The contactless icon pulsed like a decimal point with manners. Bonds. Kojo said, outside with a box of tomatoes and the specific resentment of someone billed by ripeness. "They want to pay me for promising to be boring." "You're very bad at boring," Allison said, fond. Inside, the foyer's big screen tried to be a conscience. "Help the grid help you." Below it, agree for predictability bonus. A clerk in a navy suit that had learned empathy blinked at Elena's ring. Then at the line forming at the legacy counter, as if shame were a KPI. Matteo met them at the lift with a folder that had grown a spine. "They'll call it solidarity," he said. "They'll call it progressive. They'll ask me to help them count yes." "Count refusals," Elena said. "Publish them next to the budget." They rode up in a lift that had not yet learned adjectives. The meeting room wore 3 kinds of glass and exactly no oxygen. Continuity finance pilots shown on a wall, flanked by men and women who knew what money does when people stop watching. The exchequer lead had a smile that suggested she could apologize and invoice in the same sentence. "Continuity bonds stabilize demand," she said, and the bullet points practice being kind. "Credits for participants, better forecasting. No price on refusal. Simply a missed opportunity to earn." "Missed opportunity is pricing," Ms. Benton said, setting down a case file like a polite cudgel. "If bread is cheaper for compliant, hunger is surcharge." The vendor liaison from Civitas had found a corner near the projector and looked relieved to be a supporting character. Priya had found a cable trunk and was already half inside it with a screwdriver like a rosary. Elena put her palm on the table. Agree for participant view blinked at her, from a tablet built to flatter ministers. "Not now." Deferred smirked in the corner, as if midnight were a virtue. She looked at Matteo. He looked back with the face of a man choosing his verbs. "We already killed agree forever," he said. "We killed midnight ownership." Bonds make the no expensive again, without a line item. The exchequer lead rotated the slide deck to a new brand of gentility. Equity module, pictures of mothers and meters. Low-income households get more credits, she said. We make it fair with multipliers. Make it public, Allison said, reaching for the pad. Budgets are rooms. They wrote house style. Continuity finance on the back of a cost-benefit analysis that had never met a kettle. Credits fund behavior, not consent. Pay for actual reduced load, not for signing that NO refusal penalty. Declining bonds must not raise prices or block access to essentials. NO rolling sunsets. Each bond has a fixed end date. Renewal requires a vote in daylight that NO predictability pledges. You don't know the grid your habits. Opt-in events must be truly voluntary, revocable without loss of base service. Publish everything. Payouts, multipliers, geographies, defaults, asterisks. No quiet carve-outs, paper pass days. Legacy counters open. Bonds available in cash notes for those who choose, not enough surveillance. Children and clinics excluded. Schools, hospitals. Care homes cannot be enlisted or bonus. Post a glyph. On budget pages, in council halls, on the Treasury kettle. The exchequer lead read it and let the skin around her eyes admit something like tired. If we do this your way, she said, the credits shrink, the savings might, and the pilots become audits. Then pay people honestly. Kojo said from the doorway, having smuggled in a tomato with the swagger of contraband. If the grid needs 15 quiet kettles, buy them tea. Priya surfaced from cables with lint on her cheek. Deferrals in the payouts, she said. If you decline, the ledger marks you late to compassion for 6 months. Your future credits thin. That's a blacklist with please and thank you, Elena said. Sarah's caption slid across city cast in the corner of the room. Because policy watches itself now. Who owns continuity? And beneath it, NO bonds on refusal. The deaf interpreter signed no price on no, and the room learned a new grammar. A number flickered on the slide. Rooming index. Continuity participation. The exchequer lead had the grace to look amused. You count everything, she said. We count what tries to count us, Allison said. It keeps the counting honest. They broke for not quite lunch, which is how governments feed revolutions. In the canteen, a poster by the Earn chirped agree for staff coffee credit. Priya wrote void on the cord with Sharpie, like a blessing. Mateo poured from the kettle like a man aware of metaphors and decided to risk sincerity. I can kill the blacklist, he said. I can kill rolling sunsets. I can insist payouts go to reductions, not signatures, but they'll keep the bonds. They like the phrase, earn your emergency. Then we call it what it is, Miss Benton said. Insurance at each choice. The exchequer lead joined them with the posture of a colleague auditioning as an ally. She set down her tray and her performance at the same time. If we publish it all, she said, I lose 3 sponsors and gain a backbench revolt. Good. Core said on speaker from control, voice filtered through caffeine and timetables. I've been promised savings for 10 winters. I like receipts pinned to kettles. Elena nodded at the exchequer lead. You'll lose a sponsor, she said. You'll gain a city. Afternoon, they took the bonds out where money remembers what it buys. At the food bank, a laminated poster had arrived with joke of a smile. Agree for priority slot. Dr. Patel tore it in half with the kind of kindness that frightens. Food is a promise, she said. Will means test no. At the clinic, bond participant? Y/N appeared on the dispensing screen. Shah whacked the keyboard with 2 fingers, and the Y learned to be shy. At the rail depot, a notice tried agree for stabilization bonus. Drivers who stuck to recommended boil times in the mess would earn continuity perks. Iqbal laughed out loud in a manner that commits you to a union forever. Kettles are sovereignty, he said, and taped the sticker again over the sticker. Kojo's wholesaler portal decorated its evil with a ribbon. Become a predictable partner. He ordered bananas and selected not now with the sort of calm that stops wars. The invoice arrived without a surcharge because Priya had wrapped the refusal flag in neutral and the platform couldn't find it. Sometimes lying to software is public service, she said, and the banana box agreed. CityCast ran a live segment from a community center that hadn't enjoyed a budget since before optimism went out of style. Sarah held the mic for a grandmother who counted pills by days, not labels, and said, "I can say no today and tomorrow?" "Yes," Elena said, and that yes paid for itself. By 4, the Exchequer's draft looked less like a leash and more like a ledger. Continuity bonds, revised draft, payouts for measure reduction only, no signature bonuses, refusal neutral, no blacklist, no delayed mercy. Fixed sunsets, no rollover without vote. School/clinics excluded. Paper path maintained. Full public reporting by postcode and purse. The vendor had the expression of a person watching their subscription model dissolve like sugar in tea. "We can implement," they said, as if it were both punishment and absolution. "Publish your defaults," Priya said. "Unhide your refusal path. Stop treating no as tech debt." Mateo annealed the margins where Allison's handwriting made the page look trustworthy. "We'll take the fight to numbers," he said. "I'll lose friends. I'll keep the room." He turned to the Exchequer lead. "You bring your sponsors to the hearing. I'll bring the kettles." She smiled, real this time, and looked like a person who had been given a better story to tell at dinner. Evening slid in without invoicing dusk. The banner outside Treasury learned brevity. Continuity, NO price on NO. Someone had handwritten "Be kind" underneath it and drawn a bench. They drifted toward the bridge because that's where the city sums itself. The rooming index did its shy little counting in the corner of a billboard and did not ask to be loved. Across the river, the Civitas logo glowed in a way that suggested it still had ideas. Good. So did everybody else. Lucan leaned against stone that had seen worse consent regimes. "They'll invent a grieve for stability before breakfast," he said. "Then we'll teach breakfast to work without a tap," Elena said. "Enough," he said, and the word meant for these bonds, for these ledgers, for this daylight. For the afternoon, she agreed. Her phone buzzed. "Gita, blacklist flags voided. Rollover sunsets cut. Bond payouts tied to actual kilowatts. T. Sarah, tomorrow, paying for promises. Bring a tomato. Mateo, hearing at noon. Be reasonable. Bring your benches to the numbers." The committee room smelled like polished hesitation. Brass plaques learned new nouns while cameras blinked public hearing. Interoperability standard 0.7. A sign at the door offered a small kindness with teeth. Tap to agree to submit comments. In smaller print. Recorded identity, cross-service linkage. Consent persists for future consultations. The puck pulsed like a clerk, clearing his throat. "Not now," Elena told the placard. The ring cooled. "Not now" printed itself in the corner of the sign, as if brass could blush. A usher with a tie full of empathy tried a line about process, and then decided mercifully to be a person and let them in on the dais. Nameplates for Civitas, Exchequer, Home, Transport, Health Data, and one card small enough to be an apology. City rooms. Mateo sat at the edge of government, jacket open like a treaty you mean to edit. Sarah's captions crawled under the live feed with patience that had outlived spin. Who owns the standard? The vendor liaison advanced slides with the air of a magician who has been told to keep both hands visible. Interoperability. Hexagons kissing. Arrows behaving. All the boxes tidy. We're aligning the charter, they said, inside a portable framework. So promises travel. Portable for whom? Allison asked. Rooms don't move. People do. Standards keep us honest, the vendor replied. Standards keep you honest, Ms. Benton said. Rooms keep us honest. Mateo gestured to the witness table. Read the margins, he said softly, into the record. Priya placed a single sheet where microphones learn humility. House style, standards and defaults was written not in government font, but in pen a person could own. Refusal is first class. Not underscore now is a required field with immediate effect. No deferred or queued, states permitted. Sunset is concrete. Every consent carries a calendar date in UTC. Forever is not a valid value. Rollover requires a public vote. Default is off. Consent cannot be pre-populated, inferred, or inherited from other domains. IDs don't travel. No cross-domain identifiers. Use selective claims and unlinkable tokens, blind signatures. For eligibility without graphs.fail open for essentials. Heat, water, light, clinics, mobility, safety. On failure, service defaults to base, not to block. Visible refusals. The refusal path must be shown at setup, same size button, not behind more screens. Public code. Reference implementation and compliance tests in an open repo under a license anybody can read. Independent labs. Conformance testing includes librarians, drivers, nurses, tenants, not just vendors. Receipts in daylight. All defaults, toggles, and changes logged to a public ledger humans can read. Post a glyph. On standards pages, kiosks, and the kettle in this room. Sarah's camera missed nothing. Captions to the civic thing. Default is off. Fail open. No cross-domain ID. The chair cleared his throat like a gavel. Civitas, he asked. The vendor nodded as if conceding a proof. We can model not underscore now as a blocking state. Immediate state, Priya, corrected, not blocking. Base within a second. The test will watch the clock. We'll call it the kettle test. A low chuckle rippled. Even the microphones liked it. Blind signatures? The data office frowned, already imagining headlines about forgery. Blinded proofs. Miss Benton said, lazy as a cat that can fight. You prove enough. Over 18, lives here, needs heat, without donating an identity that can be sold. Fail open. Home office lifted an eyebrow that had closed borders. Essentials, Elena said. If your box fails, kettle still boil and lift still move. You fix your box without turning rooms into mouths. Transport's man leaned forward, interested against his will. If we fail open, we get blamed for overuse. You get thanked for not freezing passengers in the name of purity. Core said from the witness bench, voice steady as headway. Put in the standard and the blame learns a new route. The vendor tried one more trick. Self-certification will accelerate adoption. They offered. We'll file attestations. You can audit post hoc. Pre-hoc, Allison said. Labs first, with people in them. A junior member tried to compromise that gets you invited back to worse meetings. Could we at least hide refusals in advanced settings? To avoid confusing users. The room laughed, not cruelly, because sometimes joy is procedural. Kojo raised his hand from the public benches with the solemnity of a man who has brought tomatoes to a budget hearing. Put the know where my thumb goes, he said. If I have to hunt it, it's not mine. They broke for 20 minutes that mattered. Outside, on the pavement where policy goes to breathe, the Civitas team huddled around a tablet. Priya huddled around nothing and texted Gita. Repo up? Gita, up. License. Charter public. Tests, kettle, bench, door. README says, forever not a time. Elena found Mateo near a column that had tasted Romans. You're losing friends, she said, kind. I'm making colleagues, he said. Different species. You'll need both, she said. And a kettle. He smiled with the part of his mouth that wasn't employed by government, already requisitioned. Afternoon testimony introduced a fresh sin dress as clarity. Reasonable ID, a wallet submodule. We unify identities across domains, the vendor said, like a man who had read about the Tower of Babel and thought the problem was typography. No more reconsenting. A single face for your promises. No faces, Elena said. Rooms don't recognize faces. People do. Unlinkable tokens, Priya repeated. Per domain. Per event. Burn them like you would a match. Warmth then gone. Data office tried legacy. Fraud. They said, the way a man says winter in April. Fraud lives in routes. Lucan said, make rooms. You see the person. Fraud hates eye contact. Sarah's captions to the thing captions sometimes do. And oh faces. Matches, not passports. The chair looked at the clock, as if time were a neutral party. We will vote language, he said, tired and human. Minister? Mateo picked up the pen he had been carrying around like a promise all week. Add the labs. Add fail open. Add blind proofs. Add the kettle test. Strike self-certification. Strike cross-domain ID. Make not now normative, immediate, measured. Publish the repo. License? The vendor asked mildly, already calculating poisons. Public, Mateo said. non-subvertible. He glanced at Miss Benton and received a nod that qualified as binding. If you implement, you inherit the tests. If you fail in daylight. Civitas made the face good salespeople make when they realize the sale includes mortality. We'll need time. You don't owe midnight, Elena said. A storm blew in because narrative enjoys props. Rain took the city's edges and softened them. Somewhere a transformer blew, and the continuity room screens went from smug to useful. Service interruption pulled its chair up to the table. The test arrived uninvited. At a tower in Southgate, the lift panel blinked. Thought better theater, and opened because phalanascoping had made it into firmware. Len texted a thumbs up and a photo of an old lady swearing tenderly at gravity, and then not having climate. At a clinic, the POS forgot its lines, and the printer remembered 0 pounds. Shah sent a picture of her hand over a child's back, and the caption care works without Wi-Fi. At the depot, Core's board glitched, recovered, and released headway out of habit and law. Iqbal boiled the mess kettle in celebration. The meter printed nothing about loyalty. Kojoso froze and his mouth said, "Take it and go," before his brain had drafted the policy. The standard caught up, base without a tap. His receipt printer, seduced by events, spat consent fee. 0 pounds and then a blank strip like applause. Civitas watched itself work where it mattered and fail where it didn't. The vendor, to their credit, looked relieved by the evidence against their worst instincts. The repo stays, Priya said more to herself than to them. We'll put the storm in the tests. By early evening, the hearing reconvened under lights that had learned respect. The chair's gavel found the table like a kettle finding boil. Interoperability 0.8, he read. With not now immediate, fail open essentials, sunset required, default off, no cross-domain IDs, public code, independent labs, visible refusals. The kettle test is normative. Normative. Sarah mouthed the camera, and the interpreter signed it like good gossip. Mateo signed the margin next to Allison's handwriting, and Priya's arrows and Miss Benton's footnotes. The vendor kneeled with the dignity of someone preventing worse futures for the sake of continued business. The data office sighed like a radiator that has learned to be kind. Outside, the sign that asked for agreement to comment now offered 2 equal buttons like grown-up software. Submit and not now. Kojo pressed not now just to hear the click, and declared it good. They walked into a city rinsed and functional. The Civitas logo with skyline looked less like a route and more like piping, a compliment, if you know rooms. Lucan leaned against stone that had held older regimes to account. They'll try to make the tests optional, he said. We'll fail them loudly, Elena said. Enough, he said, and it meant for this box, for these keys, for this pen. For the afternoon, she agreed. Her phone buzzed. Gita, Repo Live. Test run green on 3 metros, amber on 1. Filing issues like confetti. T? Sarah, tomorrow. Fail open, why the light stayed on. Bring the kettle. Mateo, we made a standard that can say no. Be reasonable. Bring your benches to the rollout. Chapter 2. The button that refused to hide. They turned compliance into a fair. On the library steps, because the library had decided to be a courthouse for manners, tents bloomed like polite mushrooms. Hand-painted boards read Conformance Lab and Try Me in Kettle Test Today. A big screen showed 3 green circles and 1 amber. Kettle, bench, door, setup. A smaller sign did the joke with teeth. Bring your boxes. We bring the water. Vendors came because contracts make courage. Laptops and kiosks and smart locks, and a trolley with a self-checkout that whined softly as if it missed a supermarket. An OS rep in a hoodie that thought it was neutral. A smart home company that wore optimism like perfume. A smart lock in a glass case like a snake at a school visit. Priya stood in the middle with a clipboard and a cable like a wand. Gita had a kettle that had outlived 3 procurement cycles. Ms. Osei handed out numbered tickets with the serenity of a head teacher at parents' evening. Kojo sold tea for free. Sarah aimed a camera. Caption stretched and did yoga. Elena tapped the big screen. Today we test the obvious, she said. The not now is visible at setup. It works in 1 second. Essentials fail open. Sunsets fit on a calendar. No faces. No cross-domain IDs. No rolling forever. And the door opens for people before dashboards. Mateo arrived carrying a satchel of asterisks and the expression of a minister who had decided to be useful on purpose. He put the satchel down, rolled his sleeves, and held the kettle cord like a witness. First up, Savita's home, a charter-friendly smart speaker with a voice like a very apologetic butler. On its little screen, the setup page showed Agree in handsome blue, and 3 taps away under Advanced, a smaller Not Now in the color of dust. Pre-appointed. Fail. Visible refusals. Same size, same screen. She handed the rep a sticker. Bench. Try again. The rep wheeled out a patch. Gita boiled water. The kettle test ticked. A second later, Not Now depressed, and the butler went to base mode, attention span restored to dignity. Green. Next, Elena said. A transport gate arrived on a dolly, like a pet that wanted to be taken seriously. Agree for fast pass glowed. Not Now sat equal and polite for once. Door. Priya said and hit the light. The screen froze. The gate thought, reconsidered, and opened to base. Fail open. Green. Iqbal patted the housing like a horse. Good gate, he said. The gate purred an RFID. A vendor with immaculate hair offered reasonable lock. Its app was a poem about consent. Its deadbolt wanted to be a magistrate. Agree for smart entry large. Not Now tucked under later. Priya raised an eyebrow. The rep sweated into a smile. We didn't want confused users. You hid the no, Allison said. Sweet as a lawsuit. Fail. They ran the door test. Power cut, network down. Paper worn in a pocket. Mother with a pram outside. The rep flinched. The lock considered theater, and finding fail underscore open burned into its firmware by a standard that had learned a storm last week. Clicked. Green. The rep sat down and learned how to drink tea without consenting. Smart till. Agree for continuity pricing with Not Now. Politely the same size, same weight, same place. Priya hit Not Now. The till asked nothing further and offered the base price. Kojo nodded as shopkeeper gnawed. Then Priya pulled the network. The till blinked and printed consent fee. £0 as if summoning courage, and took cash in the oldest language. You'll pass, she said. Green. OS update. The one that had taught phones to ask forever. Its new setup page had learnt manners. 2 equal buttons, Agree and Not Now. Priya timed it with the kettle. 1 second to base. Sunsets offered with actual dates. No italics try and be theology. What about emergency? Elena asked. A toggle labeled emergency continuity showed off by default, gray as rain, with a tooltip. Applies only during declared events. Cannot expand consent. Expires on DD/amendment 2359. The lab applauded the way rooms applaud. With an exhale. From the back, a man with a trolley of POS V10 tried to leave quietly. Stay, Ms. Osei said, and he stayed because some voices installed compliance more effectively than police. They loaded the self-check. The screen offered proper pairing. Pay, IN, for and pay now, equal, honest. Priya added broccoli and formula to the basket. The BNPL button grayed out like contrition. Essentials don't finance, she said. Green. A boy of 11 wandered up with a curiosity bigger than his shoes. He pressed Not Now for the fun of it. The kiosk behaved, and the boy grinned the grin of someone discovering levers. The data office sent a case with a reasonable ID module, proud of its OIDC jargon, and all the ways it could spare users from reconsenting. Single identity across domains, the rep said. A delight. Fail, Priya said without opening it. Read the standard. IDs don't travel. The rep tried fraud. Ms. Benton tried eye contact and selective claims. The rep tried security. Lucan tried rooms. Sarah's captions did the punchline. And O faces. Matches, not passports. The rep looked down at their hands as if identity might live there and gave the box up for refit. They ran the bench test on a Square management app that had once charged for shade. Put your Not Now where benches live, Allison said. The app learned to love its neutral. Green. Mateo moved between tables with the air of a man who had chosen a side and now required a hat. He signed certificates with fountain pen that had briefly been ashamed to be in politics and now felt like policy again. Pass, Charter Public 0.8. Failed, fix and return. The fail stickers included a small printed bench. Vendors stuck them to laptops like repentance. Sarah interviewed people who mattered. Librarians, drivers, nurses, a grandmother who tested a parent app and pressed not now with delicate savagery. The lower third, read the button you can find. Captions added kettle test. 1 second to base. By midday, the fair had a rhythm. Bring a box. Boil the kettle. Count a second. Watch a door consider theater, and then mind its job. Someone tuned a violin. Someone drew a bench in chalk, and a kid sat on the ground next to it like a ceremony. Then came the surprise. A CityCast feature unit. Cute kiosk for live vox pops and squares. Rolled up shyly. We pushed this last month, the engineer said. We made Not Now big. We made captions default. We thought we passed. They loaded the latest. The setup screen showed Not Now equal and obvious. Priya pressed it. 1 second. Base. She smiled, ticked green, and then the unit asked another question. Agree for take part, smaller, under a line that promoted kindness. Refusal defers participation to the end of the queue. The engineer winced. Editorial, they said, not platform. Deferred is loss, Elena said. We don't cue voices. They ran the test. Press not now. Ask a question. The unit should record. The unit waited. Priya looked at the engineer. The engineer looked like a person whose house plan had just recited a sermon. Fix it, Sarah said gently. We don't bargain with audience. The engineer crouched and changed one line, because sometimes platforms want permission to do what their makers prefer. The kiosk learned to take questions without a pledge. Green. Sarah put a mic into a grandmother's hand and asked, what do you want to say today? The woman said, thank you for the chair, and the unit published a sentence without measuring it first. Afternoon, they wrote because afternoons demand receipts. House style. Testing and compliance went up in a repo and on a notice board that had learned to be the front page of the world. Kettle test. Not now goes from setup to base within 1 second. Required. Bench test. Public amenities default to neutral. No prior consent for benches, fountain, shade, toilets. Door test. On failure. Doors for essentials open. Intercoms honor acknowledge. Smart locks honor warrants and human stewards. Setup test. Refusal pass shown on first screen. Same weight/size as agree. No dark patterns, no euphemisms later. Sunset test. Every consent has a date. Displayed in setup. No rolling extensions. Identity test. No cross-domain IDs. Only selected claims. Unlinkable tokens. No faces. Emergency test. Emergency toggles cannot expand data. Not now remains immediate. Sunset fixed. Labs. Conformance requires public lab with librarians, drivers, nurses, tenants, and kids with sticky hands. Badge. Past systems display the bench. Fake badges remove eligibility for public contracts. Mateo signed a page where everyone could see it and used a phrase no minister likes because it binds the mouth. We will refuse to buy failures, he said. A vendor tried diplomacy. Allow self-certification for minor updates. Minor updates don't move not now, Priya said. If the button has to go looking for itself, it's not minor. Evening tried to happen while the fair still hummed. A drizzle started that reminded kiosks they own no umbrellas. The crowd didn't thin. Librarians produced tarps with the confidence of a species that makes weather obey. The OS rep came back with a second patch. Emergency continuity showed a sunset date and a big turn on toggle that defaulted to OFF. We learned, they said, from the storm. Green. The smart lock rep returned with a new build. Not now on page 1, not 2. Visitors treated like people, not variables. Meaning a phone number, not a sermon. Len from Southgate tested it with a caretaker's sigh and a finger that had held so many keys it could taste brass through glass. Better, he said, and the green sticker felt earned. Sarah filmed the closing shot with Kojo pouring tea into paper cups stamped with a bench, the steam behaving like broadcast. The lower third reads standard 0.8 rolls out. The kettle wins. Captions added buttons must be found. They packed up the tents the way you close a day you plan to see again. The big screen ticked green, 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 green. A boy pocketed his number ticket as if it were a badge and promised to come back with a toaster. Lucan leaned against the library stone and watched the city pick up its corners and take them home. They'll bury the no in a tooltip next week, he said. We'll dig it out, Elena said. It's only ever under an inch of language. Enough, he said, and it meant for these buttons, for this kettle, for this lesson. For the afternoon, she agreed. Her phone buzzed. Gita, repo star by 3 vendors, forked by 1 union. Door test GIF trending. T? Sarah, tomorrow, the button you can find. Bring the kid with the ticket? Mateo. Procurement note signed. No bench badge, no contract. Be reasonable. Bring your benches to the tenders. Chapter 3. The tender that wouldn't buy a mouth. They tried to launder consent with stationery. In the procurement office, a building that had taught forms to look like law. Posters declared value, fairness, innovation in a font that had seen too many breakfasts. A new banner hung over the counter. Bench badge required. Someone had drawn a tiny kettle in the corner, which meant Len had been here. A line of vendors practiced humility like a second language. Demo kiosks slept under tarps. Smart locks glinted, hoping to be exceptions. A software rep rehearsed a smile that could say compliant and profitable without changing vowels. In a glass room at the back, a woman with a gavel-shaped pen presided over a stack of requests like a kindly guillotine. Head of commercial, D. Farrow, said her placard. Mateo spread a single sheet on the desk, like a person laying down a card he could afford. N.O. bench. N.O. contract. Read the top line in a type big enough to survive a storm. Ms. Benton stood beside him with the serene ferocity of a well-sharpened paragraph. Sarah's captions crawled across CityCast. Procurement goes public. Congratulations on your new religion, said a man whose lanyard had the sheen of lobby. But you'll need flexibility. Our device is past 0.8. Today. Tomorrow we'll ship minor updates. You don't want to retest the world because we moved a comma. Your commas are mouths, Allison said. We're counting them. Priya was already inside the tender portal with a cable and a frown like a microscope. They've invented a trusted tier, she murmured. Pass once, patch forever. The not now can shrink 2 pixels a week until the rumor. Gita texted from a server room where fluorescent light did the work of honesty. Found confidence band for button ratios. It drifts. Kill it? Kill it. Priya said aloud, and the drift died like a good lie. Elena set her palm on the counter. Agree to submit bid blinked. Not now was there equal like a practice apology. We're not buying promises, she said to the room. We're buying devices that won't forget them. They wrote house style. Procurement on the back of a standard letter of intent. Because paper should pull its weight. Badge or begone. Public contracts require Charter 0.8 pass visible on device and listing that NO trust tiers. Passing once doesn't buy you forever. Updates that touch consent identity or fail open must repass in public labs. Version pinning. Buyers can freeze a version. Vendors must provide signed images in a simple rollback. Changelog sunlight. Every update ships with a human-readable diff. Buttons, defaults, sunsets, identity, emergency. Language parity. Refusal text must be the same words, size, and position across all supported languages. No hiding not now in translation. That NO dark pattern regression. Button contrast /size /placement is a contract term. Drift voids a badge. Escrow defaults. Initial setup screens and consent code deposited with an independent library. Kill switch for mouths. If labs fail, buyers can disable consent-seeking features remotely while essentials keep working that most favored refusal. If you make not now better for one customer, everyone gets it. Post a glyph. On tenders, on dashboards, on the kettle in commercial. Farrow read the list and laughed once, short, approving. You just wrote my defenses, she said. I've been waiting to say no with paperwork. The lobbyist tried on history. You are freezing innovation, he said, finding the reliable melodrama. "We are freezing mouth drift," Ms. Benton said. "Innovation can boil water." They field-tested the policy on the pavement. Because room sign better outside. A smart lock vendor wheeled up a door on casters like a polite tiger. Last week they had passed after learning that Not Now belongs on page 1. Today they offered trusted channel update. The door screen showed agree big. Not Now equal. Priya pressed Not Now. The lock obliged, then popped a toast. Minor UX improvements deployed. Not Now scooted 2 millimeters south, and 1 shade grayer. "Fail," Priya said. She took out a small ruler, like a threat disguised as stationary. Contrast ratio. Position delta. Regression. The rep looked honestly aggrieved. "That's absurdly strict." "That's procurement," Farrow said from the threshold, and Stamp returned Toll Lab on the tender with unshowy pleasure. A kiosk from Civitas Light, a white label clone pitched to parish councils. Offered agree for community, with a smiling bee. Not Now was there, equal. The sunset date wore numbers, not vibes. Gita pulled the network plug. The kiosk tried theater, simmered, and presented bass with dull grace. Green. Kojo put a sticker on his flank. A bench and paid without mouths. An OS rep returned with a large sheet of apology. Language packs updated. The Spanish billed at Aura, no behind Moss options. Priya's eyebrow did arson. Language parody. She said, "Fail." The rep blushed genuinely. He hadn't seen the Spanish. "We outsourced the localization," he said. They thought wrong. Elena said, and Sarah's captions at the mercy. Not Now is not equal to later. A reasonable ID spinoff tried to sneak back in a citizen key. Per domain tokens, yes, but also a convenience layer that remembered faces. Lucan stood near the glass case. All angles. "No faces," he said. The engineer looked at the floor, then the sky, then at their own face and reflection, and nodded. They ran the kill switch on a point of sale that regressed during heat wave. With a single command from the lab laptop, the terminal lost the right to ask for consent while retaining the right to take money and print £0 where appropriate. Kojo watched it behave and declared forgiveness available on Tuesdays. Inside, an inbox discovered a new sin, bench badge for sale. A boutique consultancy offered compliance, coaching, and badge fast-tracking. Farrow forwarded the email to investigation, and then to CityCast. Sarah's lower third to the civic work. Buying benches is a stool. Captions added, badges revoked. Priya audited the tender portal itself. Agree for priority, review winked at some vendors with names that own suits in bulk. Pay to play, she said. Index to influence. Gita ripped out the prioritizer with a note like a poem in Git. Queues are rooms. The portal remembered fairness like an old recipe. Mateo ducked into a side room with Farrow and a pile of lawyers to attach teeth. When he came back, his tie was crooked and his eyes tidy. "Penalty schedule," he said, pleased. "Drift you not now? 10% off contract value per day until fixed. Height of refusal? Default kill switch in 24 hours. Break fail open? You install benches personally." "Literal benches?" Lucan asked, hopeful. The day grew teeth and then learned to smile. A warehouse crew rolled in a pallet of community fridges that had been bad last month. Agree for energy savings at the door. Today they had learned to show Not Now where thumbs live, to keep cold even when they forgot the internet, to log sunsets like recipes. Len stamped past and wrote "Be kind" on the crate, because you should. A charity's check-in tablet tried a small cowardice. Agree to enter for safeguarding analytics. A volunteer swore affectionately. Reverend Edel taped cares of promise on his forehead. Priya pushed a patch. The tablet learned acknowledge and blushed. A municipal ad network wanted in. Their screens promised captions always on and no targeting, and then entrusted tier updates. Quietly promoted contextual kindness. Allison put a hand on the glass. The screen reflected a face that had no time for euphemisms. "Turn it off," she said. The rep did, and Farrow stapled a clause to their tender. Context does not consent. Outside, kids chalked benches in a line from the library steps to the bus stop. The line looked like a route that had resigned and become a room. By late afternoon, they published procurement annex to the charter. Part law, part shopping list, all manners. The repo gained a folder called Slash Teeth. Sarah put on air with a confidence earned the hard way. An old bench, an old contract. An old trust tears. Kill switch for mouths. Captions behaved. Comments, weirdly, did too. The lobbyist came back for one more round with a face that had learned something about losing. You'll slow everything down, he said, without venom. Citizens will wait. They'll sit, Elena said, and gestured at the chalk line. On benches your members will install. Kojo handed him a screwdriver. The man took it, to his credit. Mateo signed 3 tenders with the new clauses, scratched out trusted wherever it cowered, and wrote labs in the margin like a vowel. Farrow countersigned with her gavel pen and began drafting a letter to every buyer in the city. You can say no to drift. Here is how you do it with receipts. Lucan leaned into a corner and let it hold without help. They'll export this, he said. Sell a mouth that comes with a bench in the box. Then we export teeth, Priya said, and rulers. Enough, he said, and it meant for these tenders, for these badges, for this screwdriver. For the afternoon, Elena agreed. Her phone buzzed. Gita, language parity locked. Drift linter running in CI. First vendor fixed Spanish and Welsh. T. Sarah, tonight. No bench, no contract. Can we film someone installing an actual bench? Mateo, penalty schedule filed. Be reasonable. Bring your benches to the contracts. Chapter 4. The recall that refused a fee. The badge went gray at breakfast. On the billboard where the rooming index hummed, a tiny overlay blinked. Recall, bench badge suspended version 2.11. Under it, a list of culprits learned humility in public. Smart lock R Delta, kiosk light 3.2, POS version 10.3, regional packs. A footnote did the teeth work. Dark pattern regression. Language parity drift. Midnight patch without labs. Kojo held up his phone behind the till and whistled. On his POS, the bench icon dimmed like a guilty halo. They shipped a mouth in the night, he said. Now the badge is ashamed. Priya's text arrived with lint and satisfaction. Drift linter caught it. Badge service flipped to gray. Kill switch arm for mouths. Recall? Elena asked the shop, which is to say the city. Recall? Allison said, already opened the tote that contains tape, pens, and the end of the world. They set up tables where rooms begin, the library steps, the parish hall, the station concourse, the driver's mess, Kojo's doorway. Hand-painted signs read Recall Clinic, and NO fee and kettle hair. City cast took the far curve without making a circus. Captions did the civic thing. If your bench badge is gray, bring it. Mateo came with a pen and a policy he no longer pretended was someone else's. The penalty schedule bites, he said, almost cheerful. Drift the not now. Pay a tithe to the kettle. The first boxes arrived like confessions. A Civitas-like kiosk would be on its bezel. A POS version 10.3 with Spanish and Welsh packs that had hidden not now behind MOS options and MWI. A smart lock R Delta whose toe said minor UX improvements and meant we move and know. A man in a branded jacket. Try to make the problem transactional. We can process updates on-site for a service fee, he said, gentle as a threat. Elena put her palm on his clipboard. Agree to pay blinked. Not now sat beside it. Equal and impolite. No fee to fix a no, she said. House style. They wrote it down so money could hear. House style. Recall an audit. On the back of a receipt printed £0, as if destiny were petty cash. No fee, no ID. Fixing a not now regression or fail open fault is free at point of use. No identity beyond brings box. Labs go walking. Mobile benches in libraries, stations, estates, shops. Weeknights and weekends. Sunset on shame. Patch window posted. Badge gray until pass in public labs. Kill switch. Not outage. Consent-seeking features disabled remotely. Essentials keep working. Parity proof. Language packs tested side by side. Refusal text must match position /size /words. Rollback simple. One button return to last good version. Signed images escrow with the library. Public ledger. Every recall log with dates, diffs, and a sentence a person can read that midnight surprises. Updates touching consent/identity/fail open only during posted windows, with live lab cams rolling. Badge back with T. Pass the test. Share a kettle. Get your green. Sarah filmed Allison taping a no fee to the table edge. Captions added no fee to fix a no, and the phrase moved like gossip. The POS version 10.3 went first. Priya loaded the Spanish pack on the left, English on the right. Where's all or no? She asked. The rep's mouth composed a sentence. His finger found Moss options as if shame had muscle memory. Fail, Priya said gently. Geeta patched the strings. The button walked back to its proper place like a cat recalled by name. Green. A smart lock R Delta tried to talk its way out of hardware. Its apps not now sat politely on page 1 now. Learn at the last fair. But the update had slid the visitor refusal behind a ticket, called later. Priya held up the ruler. Allison held up the standard. Miss Bennon held up an eyebrow. Visitors are people, Elena said, not variables. The engineer changed the line, and the deadbolt learned hospitality. Green, a parish kiosk that handled food bank intake. Forcus Avitas had snuck in a grief for priority slot like a whisper over mercy. Reverend Edel took a marker and crossed the sentence out on the glass, while Priya made the checkbox go away in code. The kiosk blushed and printed welcome. Green. At Southgate, Len texted a curse and a photo. Lift locked. The building management update had failed open for the ground floor, but not the rest. The fail was theatrically uneven. Elena and Lucan took the van and the ladder, and the knowledge that kettles are sovereignty. In the tower lobby, an elderly man with a shopping bag, full of soup, stood looking at stairs the way a sailor looks at weather. It's not the apocalypse, he said. It's Thursday. Priya popped the lift cabinet, like a priesthood test. The vendor had pushed a safety mode that treated not now as a ticket to later. They made compliance a prerequisite to gravity, she said. She taught the panel the word base and then, remembering storms, wrote fail_open, floors all, and taped it inside the cabinet with a bench sticker. The lift sighed and opened. Len cheered in the language of caretakers. He put the kettle on. Back at the library steps, a Civitas home unit queued itself. It had reversed degree forever last week like a sinner doing chores. Today's patch had quietly reintroduced defer refusal at midnight. The badge had caught it. The rep looked unhappy in a sincere way. Editorial pressured us, he said. PR thinks midnight plays better than no. Midnight doesn't own no, Elena said. The engineer, freed by someone else saying the line, removed the schedule. Green. A child in a dinosaur hoodie arrived solemnly with a parent to update the unit in their kitchen. He pressed not now for the test, and the box obeyed. If it forgets, he asked, can I bring it back again? As many times as it tries to learn a mouth, Allison said. By noon, the recall looked less like shame and more like a festival. The repo showed commits with subjects that read like confessions and fixes like apologies. The public ledger scrolled, R Delta 2.11. Moved visitor not now 1 line. Restored. POS version 10.3. Parody Spanish/Welsh restored. Kill switch removed. Civitas light 3.2. Midnight defer removed. Sunset date shown. Sarah read them on air like an honor roll. Mateo turned up with a minister's grin that had learned to be human. Penalty funds bought kettles and rulers, he said, passing out receipts. I've got 1 sponsor threatening to sue and 2 asking for the badge back in green. He looked at Priya. How many labs can we stand up by Friday? As many as you can find extension cords, she said. We'll borrow vans from weddings. A lawyer from R Delta arrived with a tone designed to impress Wood. You cannot revoke badges without a notice period, he said. You are bleeding us in public. Miss Benton considered him the way a cat considers a plant. You bled the no 2 millimeters in the night, she said. Public is a correct salve. She handed him the procurement clause titled No Dark Pattern Regression and the paragraph about specific performance. Fix it, and we will stop telling people to bring you their doors. He looked at the line requiring bench installation by executives for fail-open failures and blanched. You can't be serious. Lucan tilted his head. Bring a screwdriver, he said. The lawyer, to his credit, laughed once and then went to fetch an engineer. Afternoon brought two kinds of weather. Thunder tried an argument over the river. Tent shrugged, and librarian produced tarpaulins with liturgical ease. The cloud attempted to roll an emergency update through the back channel. Gita, watching the repo and the badge service like a midwife, caught the commit. Hotfix reintroduced it for a refusal for safety. She flagged it, linked the standard, and pushed the sunlight channel that mirrors changes to anyone who wants to look. Sarah put on screen in a split. Before and after, the after never shipped. Savitas wrote a message that sounded like repentance and relief. The second whether was human. At the parish hall, a line formed of people who never get lines formed for them. Temporary accommodation key cards would agree for stay or race for good. Intercoms that would now say acknowledge when carers arrived. One woman brought a thermostat puck with the precise hatred of someone who's been gaslit by plastic. "It keeps wanting to be my mother," she said. Priya taught it to be a dial again. They added a clause because new sins breed fast. Gray market mouths. Selling bench badges or fast-tracking compliance is cause to revoke contracts. Community auditors. Train residents and clerks to run the kettle test. Pay them. The city is a lab. Sticker truth. Past devices display a signed QR that resolves to the public ledger entry. Fakes fail loud. Kids scan QRs for the joy of watching phones tell the truth in daylight. Green badges flickered alive and stayed. Gray badges did the walk of shame and learned quickly. Kojo still passed after its Spanish learned manners. He taped pass in the window, beside "We still take cash and scoop tea for reps and grandmothers impartially. Everybody gets the same cup," he said. "It's my contribution to socialism." Mateo stood in the spray under the library awning and watched the city fix itself without charging. "This is better than a press conference," he said. "It's the only kind that counts," Elena said. He checked his phone. The exchequer had sent an email with half a threat and a budget line. "They want to know what this costs," he said. "Less than forever," Allison said. By evening, the badge map returned to green. Not everywhere. There were stubborn corners, a tower where a management company liked theater too much, a kiosk in a mall that could not say "not now" with a straight face until Pharaoh sent a letter with teeth, but enough that the city could sit down and let its stomach stop. Sarah closed a segment with the sentence she'd been practicing since Volume 1 and never got tired of because it kept being true. "The button you can find is a promise you can keep." Captions added "no fee to fix a no," and the interpreter signed it with a flourish that became a meme. The last device of the day was an intercom from Southgate, carried in like a baby by the granddaughter of the man who had stared at Thursday's stairs. Priya flashed it. Acknowledge, replace, agree. The little screen remember how to be a doorbell. The granddaughter pressed a button, and Len answered, kettles on, and somehow that was also law. They folded the tables. Librarians put away the tarps with a ceremony of altar cloths. The public ledger ticked and then idled, satisfied. The repo wore a new tag, 0.8.1, recall teeth. Lucan leaned against the steps, and the stone remembered old reins. "They'll try again," he said. "They'll call it trusted drift and sell it to someone who's tired. We'll keep the rulers out," Priya said, "and pay kids to measure." "Enough," he said, and it meant for these recalls, for these rulers, for this tea. For the afternoon, Elena agreed. Her phone buzzed. Gita, badge map 93% green. Sunlight channel subscribed by 2 newspapers and a union. Tea? Sarah, tonight. No fee to fix a no. Bring the intercom granddad? Mateo, exchequer wants costs. Be reasonable. Bring your benches to the numbers. Again. Chapter 5. The ledger that wrote itself. They gave Sunlight a clipboard. On the city cast tower and in library windows, a plain page appeared with no flourish at all. Public ledger. Consent changes and recalls. No charts, no charm. Just rows that could be read without a course. Date. Device, what drifted, what was fixed. Who did the fixing, where the kettle boiled. Sarah read the top line live, and then shut up, which is how trust is made on television. Captions of the civic work. Forever is not a field. Rollovers require votes. Fail open test passing. Kojo pinned a printout behind the till. If it matters, he said, it fits on paper. The receipt printer, nostalgic for destiny, added ledger ref. 1843. 8 at the bottom of every £0 like a clerk with pride. At the library desk, a woman asked, "Can I write on it?" The head librarian handed her a red pen. She circled a line about Civitas Light, 3.2, deferred refusal removed, and wrote "thank you" like a witness statement. The page allowed ink and kept the handwriting. Priya sat on the floor with a laptop and a cable and gave the ledger teeth that didn't bark. Every entry signed twice, code and clerk. Every correction linked to a video from the lab where a kettle boiled within 1 second. A new little symbol appeared in the margin, a tiny bench with a tick. Whenever language parody passed in Welsh, Spanish, Urdu, someone tried to game the light. At 14:03 a.m., mall operator pushed a deletion request to a side door. Remove record 1831 C. POS version 10.3 drift. Resolved. Reputational harm. The ledger blinked, thought, and did what paper can do better than dashboards. It drew a line to the entry and wrote "strike through by request." Under it, in smaller type, "request denied. Public interest. Video link preserved." "Good ledger," Allison said. "Knows how to keep an apology." A broadsheet ran a front page. The NO economy. The leader column counted how many times the city had said "not now" this week. 113,204. And how many contracts had learned to keep still. An editor called Elena to ask for a quote. "We count refusals to keep counting honest," she said. The numbers are the least interesting part. The most interesting part happened in a corridor where cameras don't usually go. A union steward from the depot, name badge scuffed, patience unscuffed, showed Cora ledger line for emergency headway, suggestion rejected. "Why is my refusal here?" he asked. "Did I do it wrong?" "You did it right," Cora said. "The ledger isn't a reprimand. It's our version of clapping." He tapped a line with a nail bitten by timetables. "Can I add a note?" "It wants you to," she said, and he wrote. Kept the buffer for the wheelchair ramp. By mid-afternoon, the ledger had learned new manners. It could be filtered by bench, by kettle, by door. It could be printed as a poster for states where the signal sulked. It could be read aloud by Sarah in 10 seconds flat at the top of the hour. It learned to accept witness notes from librarians and caretakers and children, tagged as such a chorus that didn't pretend to be data. Civitas asked, tentatively, for a corner. "Can we post patch notes here?" Priya pointed them to a small box labeled vendor addenda with a rule beneath. Max 50 words. No adjectives. Their first attempt failed, robustly enhancing continuity. Their second pass moved "not now" back to page 1. Remove midnight. Sunset shown DD/MM. The ledger accepted the sentence and made room for their signature next to Gita's. Not everyone wanted their daylight. A community partner with a mouth for branding called to say their sponsors disliked the strike-through feature. Ms. Benton replied with a sentence that could hold a door open. Correction is not deletion. Apology is not erasure. At the school gate, Ms. Osei taped the day's page beside lost mittens and reading lists. A child asked what "forever not a time" meant. "It means bedtime is bedtime," she said, and the parent behind her mouthed grazie in a language the ledger didn't need to translate. In Southgate, Len stapled lift. Pass-fail open to the corkboard between Zumba Tuesday and no dumping. A neighbor added "thank Len" with 3 underlines and a heart. The ledger learned to blush. Even the ad network agreed to host a tiny corner. Bottom left of every screen, a gray link. Today's ledger. If you tapped it, the ad waited its turn and the page appeared. If you pressed "not now," the link stayed for later. That was the rule. That is how roads become rooms in pixels. CityCast Evening Bulletin ran an experiment. No panel, no argument. Just 5 ledger lines with 5 witness notes read by 5 different voices. Ending on the rail, stewards kept the buffer for the wheelchair ramp. The interpreter signed buffer in a way that made it physical. Near sunset, a woman with a baby and a bag of groceries paused at the public screen and read, lips moving. She pointed to consent fee, £0, and smiled at nobody in particular. A teenager scanned a QR and whispered "cool," as if discovering bureaucracy could be beautiful, which is not a thought you get many chances to think. When the rain started, the ledger didn't ask permission to get wet. Paper copies in shop windows bore drops like freckles. The digital copies learned to ripple without hiding. They close a day the way you close a room, by leaving a chair out. Kojo turned the open sign to back at 7 and left the ledger page up in the window. In the library, the head librarian set a fresh stack of red pens beside the printout. On the bridge, Elena put her palm to the rail. The ring stayed cool. The water minded its own route. Lucan stood where stone meets air and watched the city keep its receipts without turning them into debt. Enough, he said, and it meant for these lines, for this light, for this weather. For the afternoon, Elena agreed. The ledger added one more row by itself at 1900 hours. Quiet as a cupboard. Public ledger available in rooms citywide. Witness, Kojo. Nope, we kept the page up. Chapter 6. The blackout that passed the test. The lights went out politely. No pop, no drama. Just a soft unanimity as if the city had agreed to blink. Screens dimmed to manners. Billboards retired to silhouettes. Escalators sighed into geometry. The only thing that kept shining was the public ledger page on a library window, backlit by a stubborn emergency strip, like a promise that paid its own bill. Plan. Core asked into her radio, voice already sorting trains from trouble. Not ours, came control. Grid hiccup. West to east. Civitas shows amber, not red. Amber doesn't boil water. Kojo said in his shop, which had gone from fluorescent to candle in a breath. He put a tea light in a saucer, and the receipt printer decided to remember £0 without persuasion. At the parish hall, the warm bank flicked to actual warm. Thermoses and breath. Reverend Edel counted torches, counted people, counted on kettles that weren't on the cloud. Elena stood in the doorway long enough to hear the room choose its verbs. Here. Sit. Tea. The fail-open test woke up like muscle memory. In Southgate, the lift considered theater and then opened. Len, who had started to swear, didn't have to. 2 teenagers held the door, because they had learned how to be stairs for someone else when necessary. The intercom blinked acknowledged with the self-esteem of a doorbell. At the clinic, Jude held a paper script in one hand and a torch in the other. The POS tried to fetch adjectives and came up with base. Nurse Shah asked the room for a few more candles, and the room obliged like a liturgy. A child coughed and fell asleep against cotton that didn't acquire a password. Elena, torch between teeth, checked the library steps where the conformance lab had been yesterday. The folding tables lay neatly. The signs leaned polite. Priya was already on the floor by the return slot with a headlamp and a laptop that believed in batteries. Grid dipped, she said. Civitas fell back to amber. Our kettles remembered themselves. Ledger? Elena asked. Priya tapped. The page kept writing in the dark. 1902. Clinic POS. Fail open. Receipts at £0. Witness. Shah. 1904. Southgate lift. Fail open. Witness. Len. 1906. Station gates. Base mode. Manual override engage. Witness. Iqbal. 1908. Public screens. Link to the day's ledger persists. No charts. Just sentences that remain visible when power preferred a nap. The station learned how to be analog in under a minute. Core's bored. Half-lit. Half-brave. Sent runners with clipboards to platforms. Headway by whistle, she said. We did this before you were born, she told a trainee who looked like a Monday. Iqbal stood in the concourse with a lantern and a grin that grew with each successful departure. The rooming index didn't tick. It didn't need to. The room did arithmetic by hand. At the food bank, a volunteer bumped her hip against the table, and someone reached out without asking to steady the tins. Dr. Patel opened a paper ledger, the old kind with lines, and wrote down names no algorithm could improve. A Civitas-like kiosk blinked at apology and displayed base in a font that looked honest even without electricity. A mall tried to do theater in the dark. The community partner pushed notified a priority pass for shoppers who had agreed last week. The doors considered elastic virtue. The fail-open clause in procurement annex remembered its lines. Doors unlocked on the human steward. Stairs learned to be routes without sneering. A guard with a soft-shell jacket and good instincts chose to be a person and moved a barrier. Sarah filmed nothing for once. Darkness, voices, the beam of a torch across an exit sign. Captions read, "Blackout. Fail open working." She handed a spare battery to a nurse. That was the broadcast. Kojo's shop became a room that brewed, without lecturing. A small queue formed and behaved. Coins did the physics. He taped a hand-lettered sign to the door. "We still take people." A teenager read it and laughed out loud in a way that solved 2 minutes. Servetus pinged Mateo with a push he could read by emergency light. Continuity mode. Active. NO consent expansion. He didn't reply. The phone had light. Someone else needed it. He put on the counter the driver's mess, so the map could be seen while the kettle hissed on a camping stove that owed no one a promise. A private apartment block on the river decided to learn character. Last month it had been a route with a concierge. Tonight the smart entry blinked and politely asked for agreed to enter safely in a font that believed in inevitability. A resident with groceries and a stubborn grandmother pressed not now. The door honored base. A neighbor spotted a candle and took the stairs with someone else's bags without narrating virtue. Later on the ledger, someone wrote, "We didn't make a fuss." Somewhere across town, a man tried to sell torches at a markup. He met Allison's face and revised his price to 0. By 9, the city had the feel of a rehearsal that nobody hated. Pub lights glowed like embers. Street corners learned not to be frightening by recruiting chairs. The square with the fountain remembered that water kept moving even when apps were tired. A child used a red pen to draw a bench on the public ledger printout, and the line stayed, permitted by paper. Priya's headlamp found her smile. "Fail open passed everywhere I expected, and one place I didn't," she said. Building management at Hawthorne Towers didn't get the patch. "Routes," Lucan said, appearing out of a corner like an answer that had been waiting. "Fancy ones." They put the van in gear. At Hawthorne, a concierge with the posture of a shrugged apology said the installer had come last week and checked a box marked trusted. Priya opened a panel and found the checkbox still warm. She held up a signed image from escrow, like a saint holding a relic, and the box remembered manners. The doors opened in a way that admitted humility. A vicar from 3 streets overbrought a thermos unasked, which is as close to a miracle as cities get on weeknights. At 22:11 the lights came back without theatrics. The city exhaled and pretended not to have been brave. Screens tried to catch up. Kettles, which had kept their end throughout, did not comment. The public ledger window settled into its normal glow, unstartled by time. The page wrote 2 more lines. 2213, Hawthorne Towers. Fail open restored. Trusted tier removed. Witness, Priya. 2217, Parish Hall. Warm bank remained open. Witness, Edel. Note, we boiled water anyway. No signatures. Just names in the place where names matter, attached to sentences that would look like history to someone crueler. On the bridge, the river wore its ongoing mood. Elena rested her palm on a rail and watched the ferry. You weren't supposed to see this late slip, but I like a patient thought. The ring stayed cool. A building across the way tried to sell its lobbies as reasonable evening, and then remembered the procurement clause and went to bed. She walked home through a neighborhood that had kept hours without being asked. In one window, a child taped their drawing of a bench next to a glow-in-the-dark star. In another, a kettle sat on a hob and steamed like doctrine turned domestic. On her table, the ledger printout had curled at the corners from the day's humidity. She smoothed it with her hand and added a note in the margin, not for cameras, not for committees. Blackouts test rooms, not people. The word sat there in ordinary ink, visible without electricity, and the house arranged itself around them without choreography. Outside, the city resumed being lit, and more importantly, kept. Chapter 7. The injunction that misread sunlight. They tried to sue the ledger. A courier with a tie and a conscience arrived at CityCast, carrying a letter with a crest and a tone. Injunction, ex part. The first page whispered trade secrets. The second page hissed reputational harm. Paragraph 5 wanted the public ledger taken down, pending clarification, which is the way paper says hush. Sarah read it twice, then handed it to the deaf interpreter, who read it once and shook her head as if at a child who had stapled their own sleeve to their homework. Captions appear beneath the breakfast segment without needing anyone's permission. Injunction received. Sunlight remains. Elena met Miss Benton on the library steps because libraries have better acoustics than foyers for difficult news. The head librarian provided 2 chairs and a stamp for comfort. Miss Benton licked a finger and turned a page like an usher at a stubborn ceremony. They've cited Goodwell versus Borough Council, she said, dry amusement in the grooves around her mouth. Confidential technical materials. Proprietary placement of buttons. They're calling not now a trade secret. Secrets aren't allowed on doors, Elena said. Priya arrived with a laptop and a posture that meant the letter had already been turned into a test. They want our repo dark and our ledger thin, she said. They want their drift to be called innovation. They want their midnight back. Kojo set a flask of coffee on the table like a seal and flicked the thermos cap off with a practiced thumb. If they get their hush, he said, we'll get our mouse back before lunch. They walked the document down the steps and into the day. At Sutter Court, the judge from Court 5, who had learned to prefer benches over routes, tilted their head at the stack and at the live caption bar on Sarah's phone. The courtroom smelled faintly of polish and last week's courage. Counsel for the plaintiffs had the expensive poise of a man whose suit had rehearsed better than his case. We do not seek the silence, he said, and the room hummed like a kettle before it boils. We merely seek to prevent the publication of proprietary drift detection details that might be used by malicious actors to subvert compliance. You would like the public ledger to be less public, the judge said, and the code for the test to be less code. Only temporarily, counsel said, inventing the adverb tenderly. While we adjust. Trade secrets ended doors, Ms. Benton said, standing like a paragraph with legs. At kiosks, at kettles. The charter requires visible refusal, parity of language. Fail open essentials. Those are not theirs to hide. Your Honor, counsel tried, pivoting to kindness weaponized. The not now loses revenues. Sunlight makes our companies look like villains when we are learning. Learning is good, the judge said. Lessons remain public when they affect rooms. Priya projected the repo on the court screen with the calm of a person who knows where light lives. /test/kettle, /test/bench, /test/door. No trick code. A comment that read, forever is not a time. The sort of thing even a judge could love. Counsel snatched at the last good stick in the drawer. But the placement of not now, its exact pixel ratio, is the product of extensive research. The public paid for that research the moment your devices entered public contracts. Pharaoh said from the back, gavel pen tucked away, voice polite as a saw. Our tenders require parity by contract. Drift is breach. Sunlight is cure. The judge set the letter down, as if it might bruise. I am not persuaded that daylight on a button is a tort, they said, nor that reputational harm to a device that moves a no is anything but earned. They reach for the part of the robe that knows what mornings are for. Interim application denied. Cost reserved. The ledger stays. Counsel opened his mouth to perform disappointment. The interpreter signed denied an emotion that went a little viral later. While we are here, the judge added, we will make something else plain. The trusted tier idea, pass once, patch forever, has made its way into too many boxes. It dies today. Consent drift is not a minor update. If you alter not now, you will repass in public, or you will not pass at all. In the back row, a vendor rep lowered his head, as if someone had finally spoken the sentence's code had been hoping to hear. The injunction tried a different door. At City Hall, a sponsorship suit suggested a strategic compromise. Host a ledger inside Savita's cloud. Consolidate, harmonize, ensure consistency. Mateo's new deputy, a man whose eyebrows had not learned manners, thought it sounded tidy. Elena pulled the ledger off her phone and set it physically on the table, paper and all. We don't put receipts in boxes owned by appetites, she said. Rooms keep their own documents. Priya flipped to the page with strike through by request. Our ledger allows "thank you" and "we were wrong," she said. It refuses deletion. Your cloud allows both delete and defer. We're allergic. Besides, Kojo added from the doorway where he had no right to be and every right to stand, people like to read it on paper. They circle things. They bring us pens. No one ever brought a pen to an app. The deputy's eyebrows learned a new angle. Acceptance in small quantities. The suit franchise to spare. The school's next. Reasonable brand safety landed in Ms. Osei's inbox, asking her to remove ledger prints from her notice boards and replace them with a summary approved by vendors. She replied with a link to the Standard and a PS. Children learn to read better when the pages are messy. Then she taped the day's ledger beside a spelling list and 3 drawings of benches. At the estate office, the management company pasted up a notice. Ledger postings require prior authority. Len took a pencil and added an "oh, they don't." The pencil line refused to fade. At the clinic, a brand partner sent a nice man with tote bags to ask Shaw to minimize mention of £0 on camera because it made sponsors uneasy. Shaw handed him a volunteer form and pointed to a mop. He folded the tote and took the mop with a face that hadn't expected to make good choices today. By afternoon, the effort to hush looked like one of those weeds that breaks its own neck trying to be a hedge. The ledger accumulated a column called Requests, each line a small biography of appetite in public. Please remove 1829B, Spanish parody fail. Denied. Public interest. Please hide vendor name in 1841D. Denied. Accuracy. Please embed in Civitas for consistency. Denied. Rooms. On air. Sarah did something she hadn't done before. She moved the camera off herself and onto the page and let the ledger be the segment. Her voice was a footnote. Captions read 3 witness notes. Len's thank Len. The stewards kept a buffer. A grandmother's we boiled water anyway. And then the screen cut to a hand placing a magnet shaped like a kettle on a fridge to hold that day's printout. You can't monetize a magnet, Kojo said, part joke, part sermon. The plaintiffs tried one last route, a letter to the editor calling the ledger a public shaming platform. The editor ran it alongside the ledger page, with the strike-throughs visible and a photo of a child tracing a bench glyph with a red pen the library had provided. The caption read, "Public record is not equal to public shame." By evening, the city had decided what to do with injunctions that misread sunlight. Keep boiling. The repo gained a file called /law/answers to MD with 3 sentences and no adjectives. Buttons are public. Drift is breach. Sunlight is cure. Nobody signed it. It didn't need a name. The courthouse steps were wet from a little weather. Elena paused there as the day sorted itself into quiet shifts. A woman in scrubs tucked the ledger under her arm like a novel and headed for the bus. A boy carrying a ruler joined a cluster of kids measuring not now buttons at the kiosks like a science fair with teeth. The judge walked home alone and bought a newspaper from a kiosk that displayed base with an honesty that earned sleep. In the library window, the ledger glowed behind glass without auditions. The head librarian left a cup of pens in a jar marked witness. Someone added a note to the margin with handwriting that suggested both youth and certainty. We like the page. Don't let them neaten it. The jar stayed. The page stayed. The pen stayed. Inside her flat, Elena stuck the day's printout to her fridge with kettle magnet, because sometimes narratives deserve a domestic ending. The ring stayed cool. The room kept its hours without asking for applause. Outside, the injunction curled itself back into a folder. The city exhaled, looked at the chalk benches fading on the pavement, and drew new ones with a red pen that had not been confiscated. Chapter 8. The sale that tried to include the city. They put a price on the sky, not the literal blue, just everything under it that blinked and said be reasonable. A press release with smooth teeth announced, Civitas Cloud TOB acquired. A fund with a name like a handshake, ordinary capital, offered stability, scale, and stewardship. In the footnotes where appetites live. Asset transfer includes platform goodwill, behavioral insights, consent relationships, interoperability roadmap. Consent relationships? Allison said, as if the noun had knocked on the wrong door. Kojo folded the paper into a smaller hypocrisy and slid it beneath the till. "Can they buy my knot now?" he asked. The receipt printer, nostalgic for justice, printed £0 without being asked. The Civitas logo on the skyline brightened politely, as if to make itself easier to carry. Sarah read the release on air and didn't blink. Captions: for sale, a cloud; not for sale, a city. Mateo arrived with his tie undone like punctuation. "They're calling it continuity," he said. "The fund will professionalize and harmonize. I can veto bits, not the gist." Priya already had the term sheet in a window and a frown in her posture. "They think consent is an asset class," she said. "They've got a line item for deferred refusal scheduling IP. She highlighted it, and the screen looked offended. Ms. Benton closed her eyes the way a person does when rehearsing a lecture at the devil. "You can bargain many things," she said. "You cannot transfer a no." They went where sales get registered and named. At Company's House, the air smelt like paper doing its job. Receipts, stamps, one clerk's lunch. A stack of filings where the fund's name in a font designed to tell postcards that money is handwriting too. Schedule 3. Asset lists included lines that pretended to be plumbing and turned out to be throats. Consent graph, identity unification layer, continuity bonds engine, trusted tier controls. Elena set house style. Exit on the counter between a stapler and a plant that had learned to like this light. "Read it into the file," she said. They'd written it on the back of the injunction yesterday, and it had waited all night to be useful. No sale of consent. Agreements end at the parties who made them. New owner must re-ask. Not now stays immediate. Sunset on transfer. All active consents expire before completion. Essentials fail open during handover and no transfer of IDs. Cross-domain identifiers burn on exit. Only unlinkable claims may be carried, if at all. Repo fork right. If owner changes, charter reference code and tests must be forked into a public foundation with compile keys that step in for rooms. Public buyers may step in to operate essentials under the charter if the cloud hiccups during sale. Escrow the kettles. Setup screens, refusal paths, fail open configs deposited with the library, notarized. Vendor neutrality. No trusted tier granted by ownership. Badges stay public. Labs stay independent. Unwind bonds. Continuity bonds close. Payouts for reduction honored. No signature credit survive. Witness right. Librarians, drivers, nurses, tenants can annotate the exit ledger. Post a glyph. On term sheets. At Company's House. On the fund's kettle. The clerk looked at the list. At the signature line. At the bench, sticker Allison slid across with the social confidence of stationery. "We don't usually have kettles and filings," he said. "You do now," Miss Benton said. "Please." He stamped received in a way that made the page feel heavier. Ordinary capitals, people arrived with smiles that were paid. "We respect the charter," the lead said, which is the sort of sentence you say when your lawyers wrote you a bedside manner. "We want to help it scale." "Scale is not a synonym for own," Elena said. The lead offered stewardship, like a biscuit. "We'll keep your standards if we can host a ledger. Consolidation, consistency, no duplication of truth." "Truth duplicates beautifully," Sarah said. "That's how you know it's real." "Also," Priya added, scrolling, "you're buying a line called Trusted Tier Controls that died last week." The lead tried a moral pivot. "Government shouldn't run clouds. Neutrality demands a commercial operator. Rooms run rooms." Core said through a speaker from control while timing headways with one eye. "Keep your neutrality for football." The fund's counsel asked the question: is training required? "What gives you the right to write terms on our sale?" "The charter," Mateo said, "without theatrics, and procurement, and courts, and kettles. Pick one." He slid across a draft step in order. A sheet that looked boring and meant oxygen. If the sale goes through without exit, public buyers can run essentials under the charter with fork code while you and your sponsors learn how to share. Priya held up a USB like a relic. "Compile keys," she said. "Escrowed at the library. Password is T." It wasn't, but it could have been, which was the point. Counsel tried again with innovation and efficiency, and every word That means don't look in that box. Ms. Benton said no sale of no in 3 different legal dialects and 1 recipe. Lucan leaned against the wall and made a corner. The Cloud tried the PR route. Civitas plus ordinary. A bench for everyone bloomed over billboards with graphic that looked like a bench made of money. The public ledger linked the sale document beneath the art, and Sarah read the exit bullets on air in a voice trained to make dinner believe in policy. Captions: an no sale consent. Sunset on transfer. Step-in clause. Kojo taped the day's ledger next to his price list and wrote not for sale in slow, big letters. A teenager filmed it and put it somewhere where short videos steal attention. Comic were kind until they weren't. Then they were kind again because public ledgers change a room. At Southgate, a printed notice appeared on the lift. We might be changing providers. Expect improvements. Len underlined might with a pencil and added we still open. The lift hummed in agreement because firmware is more honest than marketing. In the parish hall, a charity partner tried to sell new key fobs compatible with future stewardship. Reverend Edel blessed the box and sent it back to sender with a note. Keys are people. We are stocked. A school governor forwarded a migration pack for parent apps with a banner that said agree once for a smooth transfer. Ms. Osei replied with a photo of the standard and a bin wearing a hat. Not now works. Priya, in the pipes, found migrate_consent equals true in a repo that belonged to the acquisition team. She posted a screenshot and a commit that replaced true with NO. Gita added a gif of a kettle boiling. The code went public, and the function learned embarrassment. Company's house scheduled a hearing because paper does ritual for a reason. The fund sent 3 polished suits and a woman who knew numbers so well they seemed like neighbors. The city sent a librarian, a driver, a nurse, a caretaker, a kid with a ruler, and a minister who had decided to be outnumbered on purpose. The chair asked for opening statements. Ordinary said efficiency and alignment. City room said exit and escrow. The kid held up his ruler, as if it were immoral and wasn't wrong. The fund tried to compromise. Keep your no-sale consent, but let us inherit continuity preferences to avoid friction. We'll respect sunsets later. Friction is the sound of consent working, Allison said. Keep the sound. They tried sugar. We'll fund labs, the fund said. Name them for sponsors. Labs are public, Priya said. Name them for kettles. They tried flattery. You've built something beautiful, the lead said to Elena. Let's make it global. Make it forked, Elena said. Foundations travel better than funds. The chair turned to Miss Benton. Counsel. She read the clause that mattered like someone pouring tea. Consent is person to purpose, not asset to purchaser, she said. Transfer requires asking again. Failing to ask is theft, however tidy the paperwork. The clerk stamped the exit annex with the enjoyment of a man who stamps things for a living and likes his job. Motion to condition approval on exit terms, the chair said. All in favor? Hands. More than enough. The funds council nodded, because this was a fight they could afford to lose, and a lesson they needed to learn. And a ledger? The chair asked. Stays where it is, Sarah said from the back. Not a party, but very much a room. On paper, in windows, with pens. The chair didn't gavel that, because some sentences finalized themselves. After, the fund tried something human. Their lead walked Elena down the hall, where fluorescent lights tell the truth. We really do need scale. They said, less armor now. Patching the world takes capital. Patching the world takes rooms, Elena said. If you want to help fund those. What do you want from us? The lead asked, genuine. Public forks. Boring timelines. Labs with sofas. No midnight. A kettle in your lobby. She thought, then added, and never say consent relationships again. They smiled, almost relieved. Deal, they said, and to their credit, they meant it. The sky did not change hands. On the tower, the Civitas logo dimmed to piping. The fund's announcement acquired a footnote. Exit annex adopted. No consent transferred. Sunset on completion. Ledger independent. Forka Foundation. Vendors received emails with new paragraphs about no trusted tiers and badge independence. The repo sprouted Fondation, with keys that lived at the library. Kojo unsandwiched the press release from under his till and used it to cushion a wobbly leg on a crate. Best use, he said. At the library window, a girl added a note in red pen to the ledger margin that said not for sale and a small bench that looked like it had been drawn from memory. The head librarian left the pen jar where it was and turned the sign to open late, because evenings were for good news too. Len taped we still open on the lift with fresh tape. The intercom blinked acknowledge as if to say same as yesterday. A boy with a ruler measured the not now on the estate kiosk and declared it unchanged. He gave a thumbs up to no one particular and kept walking. Sarah closed the bulletin not with a signature, but with a shot of the company's house stamp going down on exit annex and the short, satisfying sound it made. Captions! And oh sailor no. Elena walked past a river that had politely declined to be monetized and put her palm to her door. The ring stayed cool. A kettle boiled. On her fridge, the magnet held today's page like a ceremony that refuses a sponsor. Somewhere uptown, a fund manager made a note. Kettle for lobby. Somewhere downtown, a librarian drew a bench on an escrow envelope and smiled. The sky did what it always did when people stopped trying to own it. It looked bigger. In Kojo's shop, the receipt printer finished its thought and spat a line in small, stubborn type across the bottom of the sale that had already settled. Owner, rooms. They put consent on a lanyard and called it Joy. Summer nights. Reasonable entry glowed along the riverside from South Bank to the rail bridge, a kilometer of lanterns and speakers and stalls that knew how to smell like cinnamon. At every entrance, a cheerful arch pulsed. Tap to get your free wristband. The small print did the bite work. Agreed location sharing, crowd wellness insights, priority lanes, post-event offers. The contactless icon breathed like a waiter with your name memorized too soon. Wristbands. Kojo said, eyeing a box of plastic loops the color of optimism. In my day, we trusted elbows. Elena watched a child bounce at the sight of lights and a parent hover at the sight of a puck. Not now. She told the arch not now ghosted into a corner with etiquette and no exclamation mark. The steward, teenager in a high-vis vest with the moral clarity of a whistle, hesitated. They told us to encourage, she said. Encourage churros, Allison said. Discourage mouths. The event's console inland had learned to grin. Reasonable capacity. Smooth entry with Savita's crowd. A timer suggested deferred refusal at 2,300 hours for safety. Priya slid under the desk with a cable. She didn't swear this time. She hummed. Field 12 wearing a wristband, she said. And new sin, crowd wellness. What's wellness? Sarah asked, already lived with captions that refuse euphemism. Loudness, stillness, where you linger, Priya said. What you buy, who you follow, where you dance. Then wellness can sit down, Elena said. They chalked house style. Events on the pavement in front of the arch. So the rule would have to be stepped over to be ignored. Rooms, not rings. Entry ungated by consent. Wristbands optional novelty, not an ID. Not now is immediate. Refusal cannot defer entry. No midnight traps. No queue penalties, NO faces, no graphs. Hand stamps and paper tickets beat identity. Unlinkable tokens only for re-entry. Cash stays. Stalls take notes and coins. POS fail open. £0 where mercy lives. Exits are rooms. Egress never gated. Gates fail open. Stewards beat software at NO wellness scoring. Decibels and density, not people. No shopping psychology and safety drag. Public map, not market. Crowd heat maps visible to everyone. No priority lane for the compliant. Post a glyph. On arches, booths, bars. Draw it in chalk where feet will read it. The first test came with cinnamon. A stall's POS flash degree for quick pay with not now small and flirty. Priya tapped the smaller button and taught it shame. The receipt printer nostalgic. Print a consent fee. £0 and the churros arrived without a contract. The vendor asked, can I still do post-event offers? Put jar for emails, Allison said. People will write them down if your sugar is good. At gate B, a volunteer in a bee headband showed a family a table of wristbands like sweets, and the parent looked at Elena with a question that lives between daycare and rent. If we don't, she said. You go in, Elena said. Wristbands are bracelets. not passports. The volunteer smiled with relief like someone whose training had finally caught up with their instincts. Civitas showed up carrying foldable charm. Their crowd wellness lead had a badge that said safety and a pitch that meant data. We only measure decibels and density, they said. The rest is inferred. Inferred is appetite, Ms. Benton said, arriving with a paper wristband and a pen. She wrote acknowledge on the paper, looped it on her own wrist, and stepped under the arch. The scanner blinked and chose not to argue with handwriting. The stage manager fixed her headset and pointed at a screen that thought it was a conscience. Agree for priority egress winked. Cora's voice came over control with the calm of a person who could make a cue do calculus. No priority exits, she said. Exits are rooms. They put the public map on a big screen where everyone could see and nobody could buy. A top-down of the festival with heat, that meant density, and dots, that meant doors. The priority lane option sulk gray. People use a map the way they use weather, to decide whether to wait for ice cream or come back after song. A push alert tried to turn fun into pilot. Agree for crowd experiment, 5 minutes. Promise of a badge and a faster bar next time. Elena touched the device. Priya killed the timer. Experiments require votes printed on the screen like a bench. The crowd did not appear to mind science being told to make a case in daylight. A man selling LED balloons wove through with more audacity than license. His QR code for payment preened agree for continuity credit. Kojo bought a balloon with coins and an opinion. We still take people, he said. The man accepted the coins like conversion experience. The wristband redemption booth tried to be clever and asked for faces to keep kids safe. Ms. Osei stepped in with the efficiency of a head teacher who has saved more carnivals than most policemen. Write names if you must, she said. But children are not QR codes. And safety is knees and eyes, not pictures of foreheads. Near 9 o'clock, a ripple moved through the crowd the way ripples do. Causal, unhelpful, ready to be lied about. A rumor said a gate was closing. The map showed it remaining a gate. The crowd hesitated. This is where software either panics or behaves. Exits learn their lines. Failing to screw open arrived as a habit, not a miracle. Gates unlocked. Steward held out hands. Signs pointed to grass. The wellness module tried briefly to nudge compliant wristbands toward the lane with lanterns. Priya stripped of adjectives. Doors don't do loyalty, she said. Sarah kept the camera off faces and on feet. Captions read exits are rooms. The interpreter signed room like a box you can leave. The rumor died dignity's death, unannounced, unwitnessed. People went back to light and bread and songs with choruses easy enough to join. An hour later someone tried to buy the night. Agree for priority viewing appeared at the main stage arch like a halo for money. A limited number of places. Kindness pricing for those who had agreed earlier. The arch waited to be told no. Elena told it no. The bench glyph went up in chalk and a child sat in it and offered half a pretzel to anyone who looked like a person. The public ledger learned how to dance. It flushed a live page on the big screen, not with fines and fixes, but with witness notes. 2013 Gate B. Parent declined wristbands. Entry neutral. Witness. Be volunteer. 2041 Churros POS. Parity restored. Witness. Priya. Note. Sugar fine. 2102 Exits open on rumor. No priority. Witness. Steward number 17. 2119 Stage. Priority viewing removed. Witness. Sarah. Note. Chalk bench occupied. A vendor tried to be offended by sunlight and then sold out of lemonade. Civitas' lead drifted back with a face that had learned something. We can have decibels and density indoors, they said. We can let the rest be music. Good, Elena said, because the rest is people. The night did what nights should. It was more story than policy by 10. A string quartet at the edge of the market played songs that had been stolen by pop and improved by use. A busker taped a bench on their guitar case, and a child put a coin on the glyph as if it were a target. A stall swapped car for cash when the signal soaked and said thank you like a language both sides spoke. At the far arch, a security lead with a tired back watched a line that didn't need him as much as it pretended. He reached into his pocket, took out a paper wristband, and wrote "acknowledge" on it with a biro. He looped it on his own wrist, looked at it, and laughed. "Keep it," Allison said, passing by. "It looks good on you." When the last song wobbled and the lanterns decided to be moons, the map stayed up a while, and then turned into a simple good night with a small bench in the corner. The staff kettles boiled without applause. The archers remembered they were decorations, not deities. They left chalk benches behind like fossils for the morning. A street cleaner paused, read one, and chose to sweep around it. The ledger closed the page at midnight, without consulting philosophy. 2257, wristbands optional all night. Witness, Ms. Osei. Note, kids safe by eyes. 2311, wellness module stripped of adjectives. Witness, Priya. 2348, cash accepted. Receipts printed £0 where Mercy lived. Witness, Kojo. No signatures with crests. Just the city writing to itself in a hand it can read tomorrow. And when the river carried the last chorus away like a good rumor, the archers slept with their mouths shut. The benches kept their shape in chalk and in legs, and the wristbands, those that had become cat toys, lay in bins, paper ones saying "acknowledge," plastic ones saying "nothing at." Oh. Chapter 9. The syllabus that refused a dashboard. They tried to staple learning to a graph. Reasonable exams. No child left behind again appeared on school portals and bus stop screens in a font that could hug you to death. Under it, tap to agree to your child's learning profile. The small print packed a lunch of appetite, attention analytics, engagement wellness, seating optimization, behavior nudges, continuity devices. A cartoon pencil waved like a flag of truce. Profiles. Ms. Osei said, arms folded at the gates where policies come to be corrected by shoes. Children are not projects. A parent hovered with phone and a look that has to half-guess policy between groceries and overtime. If I press not now, she asked, does my son still sit as mocks? He sits, Ms. Osei said. He learns. The rest will learn manners. The learning console in the assembly hall grinned with a kindness budget. Civitas learn. Charter mode blinked. A timer wanted to defer refusal to 23:59 to avoid disruption. Priya slid under the rack with a cable and a head torch and hummed a song. That means field 12? Again. They put midnight in a mortarboard, she said. Also a new verb, pre-consent for improvements. Improvements are rooms, Elena said, and put her palm to the screen. Not now. Deferred flickered, sulked, and, after Priya's hand moved, learned to be bass in a second flat. They wrote on the staff room whiteboard because laminating can wait. House style, learning and exams. Not now is immediate. Refusal cannot defer classes, mocks, seating, streaming, or library access. No midnight traps to no faces, no graphs. No facial attention analytics. No cross-domain IDs. Eligibility proving with unlinkable tokens. Devices are rooms. School laptops fail open for local work. Analytics opt in. Webcams off by default. Mic off by law. Exams fail open. If the platform fails, paper sits. Proctor defaults to acknowledge. Send adjustments honor without taps. Cash stays. Canteens accept notes. POS prints £0 where Mercy lives. Free meals ungated by consent. And engagement wellness. Count pages, not pupils. Density, not behavior. Publish the syllabus, not the child. Curriculum maps public. Learner data private. Post a glyph. On gates, labs, laptops. The invigilation kettle. The vendor rep arrived with a rolling tote and an accent that had learned to mean neutral. We only optimize, he said, unveiling a slide titled Attention, without intrusion. A cartoon eye blinked with impeccable manners. Blink elsewhere, Ms. Benton said, having appeared as if from an index. No faces. No posture scoring. No gaze tax. We never tax, the rep said, and his laptop offered a grief for classroom insights with not now parked under later, like a bad joke. Priya raised a small ruler that now traveled with her like a passport. Fail, she said. Button parody. Page 1. She tapped the kettle test. The screen went to base in a second and learned to be ashamed. They ran the exam test in the hall. Scanners, proctors, laptops, pens. The vendor's integrity module piped up agree for proctor view. Priya pulled the network. The fail-open clause did its quiet choir. Webcams off, local editor on, invigilator eyes, paper ready. Acknowledge on the door for late entrants whose mornings had not cooperated. Green, a boy with a dinosaur hoodie, now slightly taller, same invincible grin. Raise a hand. If I press not now, he said, can I still borrow a laptop after school? Yes, said the librarian from back, and it will not look at your face. Does it look at my spelling? He asked, practical. Yes, Ms. Osei said, and kindly. The platform tried to flank. Smart uniform partner. Agree once for discounts popped up in the PDA thread. Vouchers in exchange for attendance analytics. Parents squared their shoulders in the ancient art of committee. We don't coupon refusal, said a mum with 3 jobs and 2 phones. The thread posted a link to the procurement annex. The shop took cash. The price lower for everyone because shame travels faster than coupons. The canteen POS attempted to be admirable. Agree for healthy choices coach with salad emoji that looked like it had read one article. Kojo, guest starring as lunch consultant, tapped not now, and the machine printed £0 where it should. If you want kids to eat greens, he told the vendor, cook the beans better. Civitas arrived with their new Learn team, badged with tolerance for blame. We can remove faces, their lead said. Keep only keystrokes for patterns. He tried the phrase aggregate and anonymous without throwing up. No graphs of children, Elena said. Not even blurred ones. Publish the syllabus, not the child. Then how do we know who needs help? He asked, honestly lost. Ask teachers, Ms. Osei said, and 20 staff members made the sound that means we have receipts. They put the public map on a notice board outside the hall. Not heat maps of kids, but the week, a grid of topics, rooms, teachers. Anyone could see the plan, nobody could buy a child. It felt old-fashioned and brand new. Midday, they ran the send test. The module offered agree for priority adjustments, like a bride with eyebrows. Ms. Benton elevated one eyebrow of her own. Adjustment are law, she said. Priorities are grown-ups. They crossed out agree. The module blinked acknowledge and stopped trying to run Parliament. A governor tried a clever sin. Agree for parent view with photo galleries and individualized engagement scores behind the tap. Parents looked at the stars and remembered report cards that tasted of ratings. Allison wrote learning is not a leaderboard on the board, and the stars went away. The mock schedule crashed because life. The platform suggested defer refusal tonight to rebuild timetables correctly. Core called in because scheduling is movement, rolled up her sleeves and did timetables with pens. Your crisis is not an emergency, she said in the hall learn headway. Sarah filmed chalk, not faces. Captions, exams fail open. No faces. Not now in 1 second. The interpreter signed exam like holding a paper steady to be seen. After school, they tested homework. The app tried agree for continuity reminders with a nudge that smelled like guilt. Priya rewired the toggle. OFF by default. Sunset in a week. Reminders honest. A child installed a sticky note on their fridge that read MADHS and solved design. Evening brought the awkward part. Letters. The platform wanted to send agree for Learn Forever to parents for continuity. Ordinary Capital's Council, less sharp than last week learning, called it a draft and asked for the exit clause in education plane. Ms. Benton sent 3 lines. Consent does not pass between terms or owners. Every September is a new ask. School happens anyway. They taped it to the office window and let the photocopier warm it into policy. By the time the janitor asked them politely to become late, the school had learned to be a room again. The learning console showed base without sulking. The invigilation kettle boiled with the approval of 1,000 cups. A pile of paper had been made out of trees and intentions in the specific ratio. That means tomorrow will work. The public ledger wrote a page that looked like lesson notes. 8:11, learning console, midnight deferral removed. Witness, Priya. 9:02, proctor module, fail open pass, webcams off, paper ready. Witness, invigilator Amelia. 10:23, Canteen POS. Health coach opt-in. £0 printed correctly. Witness. Kojo. 1117. Smart uniform. Discounts uncoupled from tracking. Witness. PDA. 1304. Send adjustments ungated. Agree replaced with acknowledge. Witness. Ms. Benton. 1531. Homework reminders default off. Sunset in 7 days. Witness. Priya. 1608. Syllabus map posted publicly. Witness. Librarian Nina. Note. Publish the plan, not the child. No fanfare. Just a page you could photocopy until the toner side. At the end of the day, Elena passed a notice board where lost mittens go to be found. A child had drawn a bench in the corner with stubby enthusiasm and written good luck above it in letters that didn't care for alignment. A teacher had left a red pen in a jam jar labeled witness. The hall went still in that proud way rooms get when they've been useful. The clock did its gentle tyranny. The stack of blank papers waited like a treaty. Priya's ruler lay on the desk next to the attendance register, casual as a toothbrush. Out on the pavement, a parent folded the learning letter into a square and put in a pocket with a receipt that said £0 and a grocery list that began with milk and ended with pens. Ms. Osei locked the gate and looked at the street with the face of a woman who likes her job even when the job does not deserve liking. No speeches, no ministers, just a bell releasing air, a kettle clicking off, and a room that had remembered how to let knowledge happen without putting a meter on a tent. Ion. Chapter 10. The birth that declined a contract. They put labor on a screen and called it compassion. At St. Bridget's, a banner in the foyer cooed compassionate triage, smoother journeys, safer births. On the tablet at reception, a heart icon pulse. Tap to agree for continuity of care. The small print did the appetite. Biosignal analytics. Partner proximity. Parenting offers. Defer refusal at 23:59 to avoid clinical disruption. Nurse Shaw met Elena at the lift with the unflappable look of someone who has memorized 1,000 heartbeats. They pushed the module at dawn, she said. Maternity first, because nobody argues with a baby. Aisha was 3 centimeters and furious. She'd gone gray in a quiet way since the floods last year. Today her hair was braided and perfect, and contraction had no respect for style. Her partner, Dom, held a bag with snacks and fear in it. The tablet by the bed blinked agree for birth plan optimization. Not now lurked under later, like a trap with good bedside manner. Aisha jabbed at the screen. If I don't, does the pain get bored and go home? Not now means now, Shah said. She pressed not now. The tablet smirked deferred. Field 12, Elena muttered, already sliding the cable from her bag. You absolute ghoul. Priya arrived on a breathless text and then in person, hair in a knot that admitted nothing. They tied continuity to fetal monitoring, she said, crawling under the cot with a torch. Refusal goes in a queue like a partner who can't find parking. Aisha's face did the small, precise shift that means this one is stronger than the last. She grabbed Elena's forearm without asking. Elena offered it without pretending it didn't hurt. Talk to me, Aisha said, not about code. Okay, Elena said, and did the midwife's friend liturgy. Breathe, you're doing it. This is a room. It's yours, we're in it with you. The monitor tried to be a conscience. Agree for continuity of breath in a font that smelled of chamomile. Priya shorted a wire and told it the truth. Base. The trace continued exactly as before, which is the point. They wrote quickly on the dry erase beside the hand-wash sink, because bullet points have hands in hospitals. Labor is a room. Entry ungated by consent. Partners and without apps. Refusal is immediate. No midnight traps. No Q penalties. No pre-consent for outcomes. Monitors fail open. On error or refusal. Local trace persists. Alarms local. Staff decide NO faces. No posture/gaze analytics for pain compliance. No sales. Samples, feeds, wristbands. Acknowledge, not agree. Post a glyph. On the ward door, on the cot, on the tea trolley. Shah printed it and taped it over the dispenser a junior doctor never found. The compassionate tree of rep turned up with a lanyard and genuine pity. We only want fewer transfers, he said. And look, he pointed to a dashboard ribbon where green promised nothing it could deliver. Agree for emergency pathway. Emergency is a promise, Shah said. It doesn't invoice. The rep tried kindness weaponized. Our module can suggest positions, breathing, hydration prompts. It's care. It's a playlist, Aisha said between breaths. I have a midwife. Dom fumbled in a bag and came up with a packet of crisps and tears. Do I agree so they'll be nice? He asked nobody and everybody. People are nice, Elena said, eyes on Aisha. The screen is a mouth. The contraction ended like a cliff edge pretending to be a slope. Aisha blew out, smiled at Shah with a specific grin that precedes a swear, and almost laughed. Okay, she said. Okay. The ward learned manners one device at a time. The four-pump whispered agree for safety profile. Priya taught acknowledge and stuck a small bench sticker on the casing like a lucky charm. The fetal monitor tried agree for cloud trace. Shah toggled local and put fresh paper in the printer until the sound had felt like a lullaby. The infant heating cot asked, incredibly, for permission to be warm. Gita on text sent fail_open, warm with the shrug of a woman who has seen worse. In the corridor, the events team from last night's festival had sent their best steward to help with the crowd. Partners outside, grandparents resisting policy by existing. Ms. Osei appeared with a clipboard and the tone of a head teacher who can part a sea of uncles with a look. Partners this way. Aunties make tea. Nobody taps anything, she said, and the corridor became a room. Sarah arrived and did not film. Captions on the live ticker read labor is a room and then got out of the way. The interpreter signed room and baby with a softness that made the porter smile. At 4 centimeters, the module tried a quieter sin. Agree for a birth crate. Offer. Formula. Nappies. Discount if you share your first 48 hours. Absolutely not, Aisha said. Dom swore at capitalism, then apologized to the room and was forgiven by custom. Elena's phone buzzed with the kind of message that wants its own chapter. Ordinary capital. Community partnership. Expand continuity bonds and neonatal payouts for stabilized visiting patterns. She put the phone face down on the floor, and the floor held it without judging her. Do you need me? Priya asked from under the cot. Stay, Aisha said, surprising herself. Priya stayed. The next 2 hours were a series of little rooms. A hand to hold, a joke that worked, a song half remembered, a midwife's nod. The module tried once more at 2300 hours with its favorite trick. Shah slapped the screen lightly, and the timer died like a gnat. Then the trace hiccuped. A dip, a recovery. The sound that makes professionals change gravity. Shah's voice did a new register. On your side, she said to Aisha. To Elena, pull that cord. Get Dr. Merrill. The module offered agree for fast path with a badge icon. Elena put her palm on a label printer and said, No. The room did what rooms do when they own themselves. Hands moved. Metal softened. Words shortened. Aisha's breath found a longer measure, and the dip didn't come back. Dr. Merrill arrived with a calm that looked practiced and unperformed. We might need a help, she said to Aisha, to Dom, to the room. She met Elena's eyes and then the screens and then Priya's cable. You're doing charter? She asked half-grin. We're doing care, Shah said. The help was needed. It took human hands and one instrument that doesn't ask for anyone's data. The baby arrived like a verdict you can love. Immediate, loud, pink as a promise kept. Dom made a sound not in any consent form. Aisha cried on purpose and then laughed and then swore at Elena for letting this be possible and then thanked her for the same crime. The module tried to print a parenting journey wristband. Shah wrote acknowledge on a strip of tape, looped it round the mother's wrist, and printed £0 on a receipt just because the printer needed to finish its own story. The public ledger page in the foyer updated itself, because some pages have learned to get up and walk. 2211, continuity deferral removed. Labor refusal immediate. Witness, Shah. 2239, cloud trace refused. Local trace continuous. Outcome healthy. Witness, Dr. Merrill. 2302, birth crate. Offer removed. Witness, Aisha. Note, no coupons for babies. 2317. Heat cot fail open confirmed. Witness, Gita, remote. 2331. Partner access ungated. Corridor steward by Ms. Osei. 2358. Healthy birth. Witness, ward. Note, labor's a room. No photos, just handwriting. On the way out for air, Elena found the compassionate trio rep by the vending machines with his lanyard in his pocket, looking like someone who has seen his product be almost kind and not enough. "We can kill midnight," he said without preface. "We can remove birth crate. We can make not now page 1. Do that," Elena said, "and stop calling algorithms compassion." "What should we call them?" he asked, not defensive for once. "Plumbing," she said, "same as clouds." He nodded, offensively human. "We'll send patch notes to the ledger," he said, without adjectives. Elena washed her hand for longer than required, because ceremony is sometimes soap. She looked at her phone where Ordinary Capital's message still sat and typed a reply that would create a meeting she didn't want and would attend anyway. No bonds in neonatal. No price on visiting. Exit terms apply. She returned to the room. Aisha was asleep with that exhausted royalty only newborn mothers get to wear. Dom had the baby tucked in a crook that changes men. Shah poured tea into a mug that had survived 3 refurbishments and a policy regime. Priya had fallen asleep sitting on the floor, head against the cot, cable still in her hand like a rosary for engineers. Elena took the cable away and covered Priya with a spare blanket. The monitor purred to itself in bass and forgot to ask permission to behave. She went in the corridor and put a small bench sticker on the vending machine because sometimes tiny rebellions need snacks. On the notice board, someone had drawn a cot in biro and written welcome in block, letters a child would admire. No speeches, no ministers, no endings that perform, just a room at 012 that held 3 kinds of breathing, paper taped above a sink that said not now is immediate, and a printer that, even with nobody watching, printed one last line in small, stubborn type and tucked it into the till where nobody would think to look. 0 pounds. Chapter 11. The patch that risked the room. They broke a not now by trying to be kind in a hurry. It started with a nice idea at a bad hour. Priya, half tea, half nerves, pushed a late-night fix of the language packs, so not now would read Ene with tilde agora, aureno, eneo, laureano with proper accents and respect. She lent. She tested. She hit merge. The CI turned green like a traffic light with manners. At 7:12, Kojo's POS in Urdu showed a gree the size of a door and not now the size of a rumor. By 7:19, a clinic terminal in Polish tucked Nie Teraz under Wish Opci like a shame that had learned typography. By 7:24, the library self-checkout in Arabic moved, 1 tap away from where thumbs live. The badge map blinked gray around the edges like a bruise learning its shape. Kojo rang Elena with the specific understatement of a man who refuses to panic before tea. "My nose shrank," he said. "It's being modest in 3 languages." Priya saw the screenshots and went very still. "That's me," she said. "I did that. I'm so—" "Fix it," Elena said, and then softer, "and breathe while you do." They turned the library steps into a hot lab in 7 minutes. Tarps up, kettle on, language parody banner and felt tip, because the vinyl wasn't awake yet. Sarah arrived and didn't film Priya's face. She filmed the ruler and the buttons. Captions. Buttons must match in every language. Gita opened the Sunlight channel and posted the diff like a public confession. String map cleanup, RTL layout oversight, fallback shrank refusal. She pinned rollback available, and the cursor waited for hands. A queue formed that didn't know it was one. A mother on her way to clinic. A bus driver late for headway. A boy with a dinosaur hoodie who had become the lab's youngest auditor. And Kojo with the POS under his arm like a baby that needed manners. They ran the kettle test in Urdu first. Priya pressed. Tiny, sulking. The system obeyed but failed to set up test on site. Ruler down. Contrast wrong. Placement wrong. Parity wrong. Fail. Gita hit rollback. The button walked back to where thumbs live. Green. Polish next. Nie Teraz drifted under Wish Opci. Priya's jaw clenched in a way that meant feelings were trying to hire her hands. "I'll fix it live," she said. Elena put a palm lightly on her shoulder. "Roll back first," she said. "Then fix. We don't practice on rooms. Roll back. Green. Arabic last. Right to left plays tricks with honest people." Priya loaded the pack, and the screen did a dance like a mirror guessing at your face. Sat left when it should have been right. "My fault," she said, not for the microphone, for the kettle. "I thought the auto layout respected our parody contract. It didn't." "Contracts are for people," Ms. Benton said, having materialized in a polite way of paragraphs. "Software needs rulers." They wrote house style. Keys and night work on the back of a badge notice, because policy likes to be born on whatever paper is handy. 2 keys for consent code. Any change that touches not now. Sunset identity. Fail open needs 2 humans. Implement a plus checker that night merges. Consent changes only in lab hours with cameras on and tea available. Parity linter in CI. Layout must prove equal button size /position/contrast in all packs. Kid or auditors. Pay teenagers to run rulers. RTL/accents checked by speakers in the room. Public apology is a feature. The ledger gets the diff. Who fixed it? Who checked it? Kill switch first. If drift, roll back in 1 click. Fix later. Publish receipts. Priya posted the clause to the repo with hands that shook just enough to count. Gita wired the linter hard. The CI learned to measure in pixels and shame. The boy with the dinosaur hoodie raised his ruler. "Can I be the checker?" he asked, catching the only word that mattered. "Yes," Priya said, and the answer steadied her. They reran Urdu with a new pack. Fatten into courage. Sat right where thumbs live. Contrast at 7:1, like the spec sung in school. The boy measured and nodded with the grave authority of 11. Polish behaved. Tara's walked back to parody. The librarian, who speaks it, smiled like paper that's been folded and smoothed and folded again. Arabic behaved. The head librarian brought cake. Kojo declared £0 for apologies and sold the cake anyway, because virtue deserves sugar. Then the part Priya feared and did anyway. She stepped in front of the public ledger camera and wrote with a pen that made noise on paper. 803. Consent string pack updated. My chain shrank refusal in Urdu, Polish, Arabic. Roll back at 8:29. Fixed at 9:12 under 2-key rule. I'm sorry. Priya. She put the pen down the way you put down a weight you intend to lift again when you've had a biscuit. The ledger accepted the note and printed 3 witness lines on top in handwriting that knew how to hold. Kojo, we kept taking cash. It's all right. Librarian Nina. RTL checked. Bring your tea earlier. Dino hoodie. Order number 004 button, same now. I measured twice. Sarah read the page on air, without music. Captions. Public apology is a feature. The interpreter signed sorry and fixed, and then drank tea on camera, because humanity scales better than apologies. Around 10, the first consequence arrived that wasn't technical. A counselor who'd been waiting for a crack to widen pointed at screenshots and said irresponsible in a voice designed for headlines. Mateo didn't answer. This wasn't his day to be useful. Ms. Benton did. Systems error, she said at a podium that had learned to be a bench. Rooms apologize in public and fix. If you want a city that never makes mistakes, you want a city that never changes. The counselor tried trust. Sarah let Kojo answer. Trust is receipts, he said, tapping the ledger in his window. We've got those. Priya wanted to go home, and also to replace her blood with coffee. Elena did the boss thing she hates being good at. Sleep, she said. You're benched for the afternoon. I broke a no, Priya said. I should fix every no personally. You fixed 3, Elena said. Now fix the person who fixes the code. Priya looked like someone being forgiven by process, and found it harder than syntax. She nodded. She left. She cried privately where the sink can hear, and then slept for 90 minutes that cost her pride, and returned her hands. The day, unsentimental, kept needing rooms. A mosque kiosk, now RTO correct, passed the kettle test with a small cheer from the queue. A clinic in the market posted parity pass. PL/AR/UR, /WL, and the reception desk applauded in 4 languages just by existing. On a bus, a poster that once had not now behind later, nowhere dared try it in Welsh. Kids checked anywhere with rulers because habits are public health. Civitas' localization team arrived with a spreadsheet and humility. We'll stop outsourcing packs to people who think later is a synonym, their lead said. 2 key rule on our side, too. Do you have a list of kids we can pay to measure? Yes, Ms. Osei said, opening a folder already labeled auditors. They've been practicing on your kiosks for months. Afternoon, Priya came back with hair that admitted it had met a pillow. She sat with the boy and measured one more time, because forgiveness likes rituals. They updated the teeth folder in the repo/teeth/parody/ci/ with a readme that explains rulers to machines. Then they wrote a small clause that shouldn't have needed writing, and yet did. Language is a room. Refusal must be easy in the words your grandmother uses. If she needs her glasses to find not now, we failed. Gita pushed the lender upstream to vendors. 3 accepted the merge. 1 argued, and then merged later when a video of a grandmother squinting at a kiosk gathered polite fury. By early evening, the badge map was green again. The ledger page had more handwriting than printed type. Someone had drawn a kettle in the margin with steam shaped like the Arabic for now. They folded the tarps. Elena caught Priya's eye and raised an eyebrow that asked a complicated question without speech. I broke a room, Priya said. You risked 1, Elena said, and then you made 3 safer. Also, you're not allowed to be perfect. It upsets the teenagers. Priya laughed like someone who had found a staircase down from an unreasonable place. The boy with the ruler rolled his eyes at being credited with perspective and asked whether he could keep the ruler. Yes, Elena said. It's your badge. They closed the day with the opposite theater. No ministers, no pressers. Just Nina the librarian running the parody linter on the demo kiosk one more time, because closing rituals are how rooms remember what morning is for. Kojo taped a small note under the ledger in his window. Buttons match. Tea on. £0 where it counts. The printers agreed, noisily. The river, which does not care for syntax, moved exactly as far as it meant to. The sky tried an adjective and then gave up. In Elena's pocket, her phone stayed silent, which felt like policy behaving. The last sound in the lab was a pencil being put back in a jar labeled witness. Chapter 12. The hearing that tried to declaw the tests. They called it simplification. Interoperability 1.0. Streamlining for innovation shown on the committee room screen in a font that had shaken hands with every lobby in town. Beneath it, proposal, make kettle/bench/door test advisory. A footnote to the bite work. Self-attestation pathways, trusted implementers. Consolidated labs under central oversight. Outside, a small queue of people who had never been invited to simplify anything held rulers and thermoses. Librarians, drivers, nurses, 2 teenagers with clipboards and the lazy swagger of auditors paid in biscuits. The public ledger page in the window opposite read, Today, vote on tests. Sarah went live without a smile, because smiles are for evenings. Caption started the hour with a sentence you can staple to a day. Advisory is not equal to enforced. Inside, the chair cleared a throat that had learned to sound tired at useful moments. We are not weakening, he said to his microphone and to posterity. We are accelerating. The Civitas vendor stood where vendors stand when pretending to be neutral. Self-certification is standard in mature ecosystems, they said. We trust our partners. We can punish non-compliance after fact. After the fact is after the room, Ms. Benton said, adjusting her papers as if they were a blade. People meet doors before you meet forms. The data office floated a compromise like a balloon with homework inside. Keep tests, make them optional for implementers of good standing. Trusted tears. Trusted tears died, Priya said without raising her voice. We buried them under a bench last week. A backbencher performed economy. Labs are expensive. Citizens will pay. Citizens already pay, Kojo said from the public row, holding up a receipt that said £0 and a ledger print that said we fixed it. Elena laid house style, teeth on the table, and read, because sometimes reading is a fight. Tests stay normative. Kettle/bench/door are required. Not advisory to NO self-attestation. Labs first. With people in them. Independent labs. Not consolidated under the cellar of the box. And trusted tiers. Passing once buys you today. Public receipts. Patch notes in daylight. Drift punish now. Not in memoirs. Post a glyph. On the law page. On the lab door. On the kettle in this room. The committee turned to Mateo, because that is how committees avoid mirrors. He had shaved like a man who knew this would be filmed. Minister? The chair asked, and did not say acting. Keep them normative, Mateo said, voice even. The tests are the difference between a button and a rumor. A party whip coughed party whiply. The deputy minister, eyebrows like policy errors, leaned to the microphone. We can't let a city block progress with rulers and feelings. Priya held up the ruler. This is a standard, she said, and those are not feelings. She gestured toward the window where two teenagers stood measuring a kiosk someone had wheeled into the hall just to make a point. The teenagers gave an exaggerated thumbs up, and the room laughed, not cruelly. The Civitas vendor tried the new euphemism. Make them reference implementations. They said, put them in the appendix. Our partners will aspire. Appendices are where good ideas go to stop being, Elena said. The chair glanced at the whip, at the deputy, at a note that looked like a leash. We'll take a recess, he said, which is code for count heads. They stepped into the corridor. Outside, the queue had become a room. A union steward poured tea. Ms. Osei distributed pencils labeled witness. Someone had chalked kettle tests. 1 second on the paving stones, and children timed the door to the cafe, because science. Mateo leaned on a column that remembered older arguments. They'll strip normative, he said to Elena without self-pity. They'll say advisory. Then they'll tell me to smile. Don't, she said. I won't, he said, and not smiling looked good on him. Back inside, the chair performed the trick where sentences die softly. Compromise motion, he said. Tests remain in 1.0, advisory. Self-attestation allowed for accredited implementers. Labs consolidated for efficiency. The whip nodded without moving. Roll call, the clerk said. Names did their arithmetic. The eyes stacked like neat chairs. The nose stood like people. It was going to go the wrong way by one. And the room knew it the way rooms know when a kettle will boil. Sarah aimed her camera not at faces but at hands. Captions, 1 vote. The interpreter signed 1 in teeth, and somehow it worked. Then the steward from the depot did something impolite and correct. He raised his hand in a room where he was supposed to be furniture. Point of reality, he said in the chair. To his credit, let reality have the floor. You want advisory? The steward said. I kept a train for a wheelchair ramp this week. Advisory would have made me a problem. Normative made me right. The committee, which knows everything except how to argue with trains, sat still. The deputy recovered first. We appreciate your service, he said, but this is about scaling. It is, Cora said from the witness bench, her voice the exact measure of a timetable. Keep test advisory, and you scale drift. The chair exhaled the way a person does when the heat has decided it is weather. Minister, he said, final word. Mateo stood. He did not make himself heroic. Keep them normative, he said again. I'll wear the consequences. The whip whispered career into dust. Vote, the chair said. Hands went up. 2 changed while still in the air. Small act of cowardice or courage depending on tomorrow's headlines. The clerk counted like a metronome. Ayes, 6. Noes, 7. Silence did the decent thing and lasted a whole breath. Tests remained normative, the chair said, surprise politely hidden. Self-attestation fails. Independent labs continue. He added, because there is always a sting, funding for labs reduced 10% to encourage efficiency. The whip wrote a new name on a piece of paper. The deputy's eyebrows achieved satisfaction. Mateo's phone received a message, and he did not read it. Outside, a teenager looked up from a ruler. Did we win? He asked Elena. We kept the word, she said. We lost some money. Money is a number, he said wisely. Words are buttons. In the corridor, ordinary capital's lead appeared without theater. We'll fund the gap, they said, surprising themselves. No logos, just kettles. We'll take the money, Ms. Benton said. We won't take the sponsorship. The lead nodded like a person who had learned the difference this month. They wrote quickly on the committee notice board with a pen that squeaked just enough to be remembered. Standards 1.0 adopted. Kettle/bench/door normative ANO self-attestation. Independent labs continue. Budget cut 10%. Gap covered by penalty funds, unions, and the jar. The jar? The chair asked, confused. Kojo held up a glass jar with a bench sticker and a slot cut in the lid. Teeth funded said. Coins clinked like a small civic rain. The whip corner Mateo, because whips are corners that learn to walk. You're done, he said, not gloating. Reshuffle by afternoon. Mateo nodded. I wanted the test more than the job, he said, and the whip, to his tiny credit, understood. Elena didn't say anything that would qualify as comfort. She looked at him the way rooms look at people who have been useful and might be again. He put his pen on the table next to Standards 1.0 and left it there, because sometimes symbols are tired. They filed out into a corridor that had become a laboratory of relief. The librarian started a list of community lab days. The union steward made a rota. Ms. Osei posted auditors wanted. Paid. The teenagers signed up with the seriousness of NASA. Sarah pointed the camera at the jar and nodded people's faces. Captions read Teeth Fund, and the interpreter signed Teeth with a flourish that got tips. Outside, Rain auditioned for Pathos and was denied. The public ledger wrote a page without cheering. 1041. Standards 1.0 adopted. Kettle/bench/door normative. Self-attestation rejected. Witness, clerk. 1043. Labs remain independent. Funding cut 10%. Witness, Pharaoh. Note, penalty funds and jar cover gap. 1051. Minister Vari, removed from post. Witness, corridor. Note, kept the word. 1107. Community lab day scheduled. Witness, librarian Nina. 1122. 2 teenagers hired as auditors. Witness, Ms. Osei. Note, bring rulers. No victory music. Just coins in a glass. Rulers on a table. A pen left next to a printed standard that said normative in a font large enough to survive whatever happens on Thursdays. Elena walked past a jar and dropped in a pound coin, because theater isn't always dishonest. The coin hit glass with a sound the room accepted as law. The teenager with the clipboard looked up, measured the not now on the lobby kiosk one more time, and said, as if to himself, "It's still where your thumb lives." The day moved on like a train that had been given a ramp and a reason. The jar sat on the table and caught light. The pen stayed where it was and learned to be ordinary again. The standard lay there, and for once, nobody tried to edit it. Chapter 13. The night that asked for off. The lab didn't know how to end. Tarps folded. Rulers back in the jar. The ledger page clipped the window with a bulldog clip that had outlived worse governments. Lights down to polite. Still, the room hummed. Laptops asleep the way kids pretend. Priya was asleep too, spine against a stack of plastic crates. Hoodie up. Cable still looped round her wrist like a lifeline she'd forgotten to untie. Elena stood in the doorway and let the room tell her the obvious. This shift had decided it wouldn't finish unless someone put a hand on the switch. She put a hand on the switch. "Home," she said gentle. "You can fight syntax tomorrow." Priya opened one eye and made the sound people make when their body has filed an overtime complaint with management. "I'm fine," she lied, and her knee cracked like a ballot box. "Good," Elena said. "Be fine horizontally." They walked. The city had chosen the quieter palette it saves for days that meant it. Buses went about their doctrine. Benches rehearsed being useful. A billboard showed today's ledger and then sensibly turned itself off. Was it my fault, Priya said suddenly, that the boy with the ruler exists in our lives as an auditor instead of a kid? He exists as both, Elena said. We pay him biscuits to be civic and leave him alone to be 11. They passed a Civitas-like kiosk that had survived 3 recalls, and now where thumbs live like a metal. Priya reached out and pressed it for no reason except to hear the click. The machine obeyed, immediate. It should have been nothing. It was medicine. At Priya's building, the intercom blinked acknowledge with good posture. They went up 2 floors past a cactus on a sill that had learned patience. Inside, the flat had surgeon's cleanliness and engineer's clutter. Cables braided with ribbon, a jar of screws labeled spoken for, a whiteboard with a list titled After Sleep and 4 bullet points that had all decided to be tomorrow. Elena filled the kettle, and it boiled without asking anyone to be a better person first. Priya sat on the floor and stretched back against the cupboard until her spine remembered being a column. "Do you ever think," Priya said to the ceiling, "we're giving rooms too many jobs? That we're asking benches to raise children and kettles to hold democracy together with steam?" "Rooms are what we've got," Elena said. "People are what rooms have. It's enough." Priya exhaled like a file closing. "I broke a no this morning," she said. 3 of them, in languages that aren't mine. I fixed them. I apologized. It still feels like I put my elbow through a church window and then framed the hole. "You sat on a floor and let 11-year-olds measure you," Elena said. "That's church." The kettle clicked with the authority of a gavel. Elena poured. They drank. The room warmed into a shape that could carry sleep. Elena's phone buzzed on the counter with the entitlement of an idea. She flipped it and read ordinary capital. Foundation papers ready, and then City Hall. Deputy wants advisory. Back next quarter, and then Sarah. Tomorrow. Teenage auditors. She set the phone face down. The counter had the grace not to vibrate. "Can I ask you something not for the ledger?" Priya said. "Try me." "Why you? Why this? You don't even like television." "I like kettles," Elena said, and let the joke by her breath. "Once, years ago, someone I loved needed a door to open without telling a story first. It didn't. We built this so the next door remembers." Priya nodded the nod. That means a person has been given a bounded truth and will accept the rest later. She slid her hoodie down over her hands and stared at the mug as if it might have a submenu. "I can do tomorrow," she said. "Just not tonight." "Tonight is off," Elena said. "That's a setting, too." The estate channel on the intercom pinged once with decency. A caretaking alert. Elder care. Lobby panel stuck on agree to enter. 2 streets over. The sort of thing that ruins nobody's evening and makes somebody's morning. "I'll go," Elena said. Priya looked at her like a person who knows what happens when you turn one shift off. The world starts another. "Take Lucan," she said. "Coroners are his religion." He was waiting anyway, as if summoned by advice. They found him at the bottom of the stairs talking to a wall, like a man reminding it of its duties. He fell into step and made the alley into a corridor. The elder care block had the posture of a building trying to deserve its own paint. The lobby panel glowed a grito, enter safely in a font that thought responsibility could be sold. A woman in slippers stood on the inside, hands against glass, more puzzled than afraid. The night porter had gone to get a screwdriver and an attitude. Elena put her palm to the panel. "Not now." Deferred smirked in a corner like mildew. "Again," she said softly, to nobody and everybody. Lucan opened the service flap with the long key caretakers carrying the bone. Inside, a dip switch labeled trusted had been nudged into optimism. He nudged it back. The panel remembered how to be public. Acknowledge appeared. The door unlipped itself from policy. The woman in slippers came out and handed Elena a toffee as if gratitude had a fixed currency. "My sister," she said, pointing upstairs. "She forgets. I tell her yes. The door tells her story." "Thank you. It's supposed to be boring," Elena said. "Let's keep it that way." They left a bench sticker on the edge of the panel, small enough to be almost rude. Lucan signed the caretaker's log 2341, door unmouthed, and drew a tiny door that made the porter laugh when he came back with the screwdriver. They didn't put on the big ledger. The night doesn't always need applause. Elena texted Nina at the library anyway, because librarians like receipts at a human scale. Elder care intercom, acknowledge restored. 2 witnesses, slippers, screwdriver. Nina sent back a kettle emoji and the word filed. On the walk back, the river made sounds that have not yet learned to be content, and the sky tried on a few stars like pins. Lucan stopped under a street lamp that had mastered understatement. "She's burning," he said, meaning Priya. "She'll bank," Elena said. We set off. "And you?" he asked. "I'm not a cloud," she said. "I get to have hours." He nodded because corners understand limits better than roads. Back in Priya's flat, the mug was where she'd left it, the cable coiled on the counter like a pet that wasn't taking questions. Priya was asleep on the sofa now, mouth open, hoodie pulled over her eyes like a rehearsal for mistakes she didn't need to make. Elena put a blanket over her, because competence is also this. She wrote 3 words on the whiteboard under after sleep. 2 keys, off at night, ask for help. Then she added a 4th and underlined it, because repetition is policy. You're allowed. She turned the key in the lock on her way out, and it felt less like security and more like grammar. Outside, the kiosk still had "not now" where it belonged. The estate intercom still said "acknowledge" in a font that would survive bad weather. The bench outside the shop had someone asleep on it, and Kojo had left a paper cup of tea under the seat like a prayer with steam. Elena walked home with her hands empty and her head holding. She didn't check her phone. The room answered when she put her palm to the door. The kettle did its small law. She stuck a note on her own fridge with a magnet shaped like a bench. Off is also a setting. No ledger entry. No segment. No minister. Just a city that decided, briefly and on purpose, to be tired, and a night that can said be over. Chapter 14. The Valley That Refused a Signal. They took the charter, where bars go to die, beyond the ring roads, past the logistics parks that pretend to be geography. The road fell into hedges and hills, and a river that behaved like it owned the map. Renvale. 1 high street, a surgery, a school with 2 classes per year, a bus that had learned patience, and a mass that sulked when never whether remembered it had hobbies. Sarah's van rattled like a civic cupboard. On the dash, the public ledger stared back from a clip like a calendar. "No live stream," she said. "We do radio and paper. We go old on purpose." Priya, still bruised by the week but held together by tea, checked a box of USB sticks labeled fork. Elena watched hedges go by and counted rooms. The pub, the hall, the surgery. The filling station where Attila seemed more negotiable ethics than Parliament. Kojo had come because markets are rooms and rooms are everywhere. Ms. Ose had come because children are always an argument someone's about to have. They parked under a sign that said "Welcome T.O. Renvale." Not yet twinned and smell what sheep and chip fat. The mass in the distance pretended innocence. The high street had dressed for visitors the way villages do. Flags from the last Jubilee. Chalkboard outside the pub promising pie or mercy. 2 teenagers whose posture declared bored and bored on purpose. Outside the parish hall, a paper notice board held births, deaths, yoga, and a sheet at eye level that said "agree for emergency continuity," with a logo that didn't belong here. "Hello," said a woman who turned out to be everywhere. Mags Holroyd, parish clerk, on a badge printed on a home machine. Civitas gave us that as a trial when the flood took the bridge. It's very polite. It eats our refusals at midnight. It won't after lunch, Elena said. They made a lab out of trestles and domestic bravery. No tents, just a kettle on a long extension cord from the pub, a pile of paper ledger sheets, a sheet of plywood for a sign that Kojo wrote on with a felt tip meant for children. Kettle/bench/door, here too. The first patient was a device that didn't think it was one, the church's warm bank thermostat. It hummed "agree for efficiency" in a lowercase voice designed to make poverty palatable. Priya pressed "not now." The button pretended not to understand rural dialect. She popped the plate, flipped a tiny switch labeled "city" to room, and the thing remembered how to be heat. "Do we owe someone money for this?" Mags asked. "You owe a cup of tea to the first person who gets cold," Kojo said. The surgery had a compassionate triage tablet, the same brand that had tried to staple labor to a consent screen. Here it offered "agree for a rapid GP," with a tiny "not now" under later. Dr. Kingsley, sleeves rolled, forearms pale with bureaucracy, looked both grateful and ashamed. "It arrived after floods," she said. "We meant to. We've been busy." We'll be kind instead of clever, Elena said. Priya brought the button up to parody. The printer remembered £0 for the care plan. The school had a portal that believed it was a shepherd, reasonable attendance, agree for easier mornings. Ms. Osei smiled with a head teacher's ability to turn corridors into law. No faces, no gates, she said. The portal learned acknowledge and sat down. At the filling station, a POS flashed agree for continuity credit, as if Diesel needed loyalty. The owner, Jit, scratched his graying beard and winced at the phrase cash handling fee that had arrived last year like a cough. Kojo walked him through the kill switch for mouths. The till took notes and printed £0, where Jit kept Mercy on a shelf behind the gum. They wrote house style. No bars on a parish hall notice that had once advertised a barn dance. Fail open first. Assume no signal. Devices must work as furniture. Paper is policy. Paper ledger posted daily. Receipts are rooms. Pens are witnesses.usb fork. Code and screens carried in pockets. Updates from library vans. No clouds at crossroads. Cash stays. No fees on notes. £0 where charity lives. Sunset you can see. Dates on paper. Nothing rolls. Ask visible. Not now on page 1. In the words your grandmother uses. Post a glyph. On the mass fence, if you like. Mag stapled it like a woman who had learned to love staples. Then the day did the thing rural days do. It tested with weather and coincidence. At 11, the mass sulked into storm. Bars dropped. The Civitas trial page at the hall tried to become a thermostat for feelings. Defer refusal TO 2359 for safety. Priya pulled the plug. The screen went blank. The paper ledger on the board did the opposite of blank. Sarah went to radio. The local FM, Ren 106.1, had a studio the size of a broom and a host who answered to Bex and brewed tea on top of the transmitter. "What's a kettle test, then?" she asked. Priya explained in a sentence an ant could love. Bex whistled and said, "Right. Into the mic. If your things get to be things, take them to the hall." An ambulance took the long route over the hill because the bridge still sulked about last winter. Inside, the monitor forgot both theology and cloud and remembered waves. Elena met them at the door of the surgery and pressed not now because ritual helps hands. A lad in a hoodie who had been pretending to be bored all morning turned out to be Owain, who knows the back farm roads and owns a quad. "The ford's passable if you keep the throttle," he said. "I'll guide them back that way." He did. The road was a room. The farm dog performed local governance. The fail-open clause had never looked so much like a hedge. The mass behaved like a man who shows up just after the boxes are carried. Bars returned. A truck with an ad screen rolled into the square selling summer nights. Renvale weekend. It asked for agree for crowd wellness, as if the week hadn't already killed that euphemism. Kojo put a bench sticker on his flank. The driver shrugged and accepted cash for lemonade because villages are efficient. Ordinary capital's lead arrived in a car that conformed to mud as an act of diplomacy. No entourage, a boot full of kettles. "We brought tea," they said. Not sponsorship. They watched Mags pin receipts with laundry pegs to the board and said, half to themselves, "Scale looks different outside maps." "Scale is chairs," Elena said. "Can you fund chairs?" They could. They did. 2 folding tables for kettles, a sign writer for pubs, and a monthly budget for paper. The lead put notes in the tea fund jar and visibly resisted the urge to put their logo in ink. At 1, a bank van arrived with an attempt at comedy. Agree for mobile service. The driver offered a loyalty program that would make refusal cost £1 per withdrawal to cover continuity. Mag smiled like a weathered blade. "Withdrawals are promises," she said. "We keep those." The van learned to accept signatures written with actual pens. They added house style. Vans to the board in a scrawl that looked much like policy when tired. Park like a room. Don't bring a mouth and old loyalty fees. Cash is not a crime scene. Show your sunset. And bring your own kettle. The school bell released children into a square that had learned to be a fair. Ms. Osei ran a lab for miniature auditors. Rulers, stickers, tablets in airplane mode. A girl with plates measured aura and with the intensity of a short person being professional. A boy wrote "Not Now" in chalk on the steps because he had seen it on the telly and wanted to see it with his hand. Inside the pub, the landlord poured pints and taped a pass sticker to the old cash register because the new POS had sulked when the mass did. The price board said pie or mercy, and the line read £0 for 3 pies someone had forgotten to pay last month. "We settled it with apples," he said. "The ledger can cope." They put the public ledger up on a clothesline across the hall because the board had run out of room. Paper fluttered like domestic bunting. Witness lines in different hands told a day. 10:12. Thermostat learned room, not ring. Witness, Mags. 10:41. Surgery triage. Not now, page 1. £0 where it matters. Witness, Dr. Kingsley. 11:02. Bridge sulked. Quad guided ambulance via Ford. Witness, Owain. Note, throttle steady. 11:11. Bank van loyalty fee removed. Witness, Beck's radio. 12:03. POS in garage. Continuity credit killed. Cash accepted. Witness, JIT. 12:47. Summer nights truck. Wellness stripped. Witness, Kojo. 13:15. School portal. Acknowledge replaces agree. Witness, Ms. Osei. 13:59. Mast. Fail to be our boss. Witness, Parish. No crests. Just names that would still be here after television moved on. Mid-afternoon, the village attempted to pay them in cake, which is a currency with better exchange rates than gratitude. Priya pretended to object and failed. Sarah recorded radio items children insisted on reading themselves. "You're listening to Ren FM, where rooms are rooms." The interpreter drank tea because radio doesn't need hands. The one bad minute came late. A smart lock on a care home annex, installed last winter by a nephew with ambition and an eBay account, refused to open without the agree for safe visiting it had been born with. No app, no entry. A woman with a plastic bag of socks and a face that had done 50 winters stood very still. "Trusted tier," Priya said, finding the firmware signature that shouldn't have survived standards 1.0. He flashed the consumer build. "Is that bad?" Mags asked. "It's illegal," Miss Benton said, having adopted Renvale for the afternoon with all associated statutes. There was no network to fetch a patch, which was either failure or culture depending on your appetite for metaphors. Priya took out the USB labeled fork. The lock sneered at file systems and then learned humility. Acknowledge appeared. The door opened. The woman with the socks became a room. "Do we tell the nephew?" Mags asked. "Teach him," Elena said. "Give him a bench to install." They wrote care homes on the board with a thickness that looked like certainty. Visitors are people. Doors open on human witness. NO consumer locks on care. Firmware from a repo or from a person you can sue. Escrow at the library. USBs behind the desk. Not in nephew's cars. By late day, the mass had decided to be generous, which meant nothing important changed. The village kept doing the ancient things. Putting chairs out, making tea without negotiating, writing receipts with pencils. Ordinary capitals lead loaded their boot with nothing but mud and a shopping list for folding tables. Sarah left the radio a better set of jingles than they deserved. They packed the trestles. Mag stood with her hands on her hips and read the clothesline one more time. "Can we keep the rope?" she asked. "It's yours," Kojo said. "Everything we bring you keep except our mistakes." "Don't be daft," Mag said, and pressed a Tupperware ginger cake on Priya, because sorry is a dessert. Owain revved his quad because sound is a form of punctuation. Dr. Kingsley waved with a stack of carbon copy pads under her arm. Beck signed off on the hour with a tune from the century when optimism was on ration. They left a bench sticker on the mass fence because you should say rude truths in small ways. The sign looked pleased to be less lonely. On the way out, the river decided it was a mirror. Elena watched Renvale double itself and then go back to being one place that works. She put her palm on the van's cracked plastic dashboard. It didn't light up, which felt correct. Kojo counted pies, cash and notes. "We're square," he said. "The ledger's paper. The room's warm. The lock says acknowledged." "Enough," Lucan said from the passenger seat where he had accomplished the day's corners by standing in doorways and making them rooms. "For this valley." For the afternoon, Elena agreed. Back in the city, the mass lights made their arguments, and the Standard slept with one eye open. In the parish hall of Renvale, paper flapped quietly on a rope, and a felt-tip sign said kettle/bench/door. Here, too, in a child's hand, because a child had stolen the pen and improved the world. Chapter 15. The bench that refused a plaque. They tried to buy sitting down. A press release with smooth corners announced the bench trust, 1,000 benches for a kinder city. Photos of brushed steel and moral geometry. In the footnotes where appetites do yoga, naming rights, donor plaques with QR for community updates, maintenance app, priority seating for supporters during events. Priority seating? Kojo said, turning the page into a coaster. For benches. Sarah read the copy on air without letting it settle. Captions. A bench is not a sponsorship opportunity. The interpreter signed bench and patted the air until the idea looked human again. A truck arrived at the library steps with crates that smelled of new wood and a decal that smelled of victory. Halcyon Philanthropy in a font that wanted polite applause. Each bench came with a plaque in shrink wrap, presented by Halcyon, and a QR that led to agree for community updates with not now tucked under later like a compliment with teeth. Plaques travel faster than policy, Allison said, opening a crate with the confidence of someone who believes in screwdrivers. Ordinary capitals lead turn up hatless and careful. Not ours, they said. Hands up, we promise kettles, not logos. We're here to help you say no to the plaque. Then hold the screws, Elena said. They wrote on the back of the delivery note, because stationery is immoral. House style, gifts and names. No naming rights on essentials. Benches, kettles, doors, shade. No sponsors on the object. Plaques don't mouth. No QR, no taps, no updates. If you must label, show the bench glyph and the word be kind. Thanks live in daylight. Donor names go to the public ledger, not the object, and no priority use. A seat is a treaty with gravity. It cannot be tiered. Maintenance is a room. Report with a phone number and a person. No app that negotiates a yes. Sunset on gifts. Money has an end date. The bench keeps its hours. Post a glyph. On the Standard. On the invoice. On the screwdriver. Ms. Benton handed the list to the Halcyon rep, who looked like someone's godchild learning shame in public. We only wanted to help, he said. Help by sitting, Priya said, not by asking. They held a not ceremony. Crates open. Tarps down. Librarians with nut drivers. Teen auditors with rulers measuring not now on the maintenance app and finding it wanting. The app's first screen tried agree for fast repairs. Priya pressed a smaller not now, which sulked under later, and the ticket screen withheld its form like a toddler withholding a toy. Fail, she said, and replaced the QR with a phone number written in permanent marker, Ringlen. The bench understood itself. The Halcyon rep tried to compromise. A discreet plaque, he offered. No QR, just a name. Families like names. Names go on the ledger page. Elena said, same size as everyone else. Same font as receipts. You can circle it in red pen if you want. In crates 2 and 3, the plaques had evolved. Presented by Halcyon plus Bench Trust, plus agree to receive seat availability alerts. Allison peeled plastic, then peeled the plaques. She handed them to Kojo. He used them to steady a wobbly crate. A ping cut through the afternoon like mischief. The plaques had beacons, low-energy chirps that talked to phones, broadcasting agree for local kindness to anyone within sitting distance. Sarah raised an eyebrow. Priya smiled in the way of wolves who maintain hardware. Beacon test, she said. Beacon test. Elena agreed. They added to the repo and the whiteboard because tests must multiply where sins grow. Beacon tests. Benches broadcast nothing. If they emit acknowledge when a steward pushes a button to ask if you're okay, and only if you consent with a nod. No ads. No kindness. No funnel. Priya found the chirp under a plastic cap, labeled trusted, of course. She snapped the cap, disabled the beacon, and taped N.O. Mousewood under the seat in a handwriting that frightened decals. The Halcyon rep watched his project lose adjectives and gain dignity. Our board, he began. "We'll make you a page," Sarah said, gentle. "Thank you. No logos. No links. A photo of somebody else sitting." They dragged the first benches into the square and bolted them down in places muscles know. Sun on one, shade under a plane tree on another, one near the public ledger window where hands needed to circle notes, one in front of the clinic where Shaw could see it from the desk and judge whether it should be inside. Children christened them with crisps. A grandmother put a bag down like a flag. A teenager measured seat height and declared it reasonable with the smug mercy of youth. The halcyon rep reached into a tote and produced a final piece of compromise, a small, blank oval of brushed steel. "What can we put?" he asked. "The glyph," Ms. Ose said, already drawing it in biro. He nodded and sent a text. An engraver somewhere learned a new template. Ordinary capitals lead looked at the jar that said Teeth Fund and dropped in envelopes that were heavy without being loud. "For labs," they said, "and chairs." They looked at the benches and swallowed their instinct to plaque. "We'll take our thanks on paper." The only person who didn't take all this well was the city's ad network, which had been promised inventory by the trust. They tried to push a grief for kindness scores to the plaques that no longer were. The Sunlight Channel caught the commit, and the ledger pasted a screenshot right under house style. Gifts and names. The ad network wrote back a sentence without adjectives. "We shipped nothing. We're sorry." The room's foundation happened because too many jars are policy. Elena, Alice, and Ms. Benton, Core, Kojo, Nina the librarian, Len, Shah, a steward, a teenager, and one lawyer from Ordinary, without a tie, signed papers under the library window. Charter Public Foundation, trustees half civic, half citizens, conflict clause with teeth, cap on any one donor. No advisory seats for sponsors, accounts published in ledgers and windows. Funding buys kettles, not influence. Mateo turned up without a title and with 2 sleeves rolled. "I can't be on your board," he said, honest. "But I can make the bench test normative in procurement across the boroughs." He left the pen in a good mood. Ms. Benton wrote a clause in a hand that made donors behave. "Gifts sunset. Benches don't." The halcyon rep copied it into a text to his boss with the kind of relief that comes when someone smarter has drawn your limits. They installed benches until light learned orange. Len drove screws with the glee of a man who likes bolts more than boards. The teenager with the ruler measured the space between slats because audit is a personality. At the end of the knot ceremony, Elena took one of the blank ovals and handed it to the halcyon rep. "Keep it," she said. "Remind your board that some things don't have names." He put it in his pocket, like a good luck piece for future meetings. The public ledger page that evening looked like a quiet parade. 11:02, halcyon benches delivered with plaques/QR/beacons. Witness, librarian Nina. 11:19, plaques removed, QR killed, beacons off. Witness, Priya. Note, no mouse and wood. 12:07, house style, gifts and names adopted. Witness, Ms. Benton. 13:44, first benches bolted. Witness, Len. Note, seat height reasonable. 14:22, maintenance app replaced by phone number. Witness, Kojo. 15:11, room's foundation constituted. Witness, clerk. 16:33, donor thanks moved a ledger. Witness, Sarah. 17:08, kid measure slats. Witness, auditor number 005. Note, it's comfy. No logos. No sponsors. Just paper and bolts and a shape you recognize with your whole body. They left one bench by the river where the evening practices being a reason to stay outside. A man sat. A stranger asked if the seat beside was free. Both of them discovered that priority is a word that does not belong to furniture. Down the street, a plaque leaned against a bin waiting for the morning's truck. Someone had scratched "Be Kind" across its polished face with a key. Sarah closed the bulletin with a shot of hands tightening the last bolt and not a single speech. Captions. A bench is a promise you can keep. The interpreter signed bench and then rested their hands in their lap like punctuation. Kojo taped a small note under the ledger in his window. Thanks, paper. Seats free. QR not today. The benches learned their job without onboarding. The kettle at the lab clicked and poured for whoever had the last screwdriver. The river forgot to press release politely. Under the plane tree, a child lay on the bench and watched leaves. The blank oval on the end cap caught enough light to look satisfied with not being anything else. The evening decided not to rush. The city sat. Chapter 16. The Border That Refused a Face. They tried to turn welcome into a scan. At Terminal 4, banners and forgiving blues promised seamless entry. Face first. The pylons before the egots breathed. Tap to agree for faster borders. In small print where appetite hides. Cross-domain identity unification. Travel wellness. Continuity corridor eligibility. Defer refusal at 23:59 to avoid congestion. Congestion doesn't own midnight. Core said, watching cues the way a conductor watches time. People do. A child pressed their nose to a glass panel because faces like mirrors. The panel woke and offered a grief for trusted traveler with not now tucked under later, like a queue with opinions. Priya already had a cable and a vest. Field 12 with a passport, she said. And an old sin in a new uniform, cross-domain ID. Border staff in Navy, tired, practical, union badges discreet, stood by the manual lanes. A supervisor named Devon had the tone of a man who has learned to be kind between rules. They sold it as safety and speed, he said. We got cues with theology. Elena set a thin fold on the counter between a bowl of confiscated fruit and a sign that said NO liquids over 100 milliliters in 3 languages. House style. Movement and border sat on top in handwriting, not a font. Movement is a promise. Entry/exit cannot be gated by data sales. Not now is immediate. Refusal cannot defer to midnight or push travelers to longer queues at NO faces. No facial template stored. No cross-domain identifiers. Use unlinkable proofs. Visa valid. Passport valid. Nothing else that fail open lanes. On outage, manual lanes open. Eagers default to acknowledge with human stewards. Sunset on watch. Time-bounded lists, logged and audited. Refusal to be remembered is a right. Paper pass stays. Boarding pass plus stamp remains sufficient. Counter staffed. Publish queue honesty. Live weights visible to everyone. No priority for compliance. Post a glyph. On e-gate screens, manual counters, and the kettle in the break room, the vendor liaison arrived with the cautious bounce of someone who'd been wrong before. We can do unlinkable tokens, they said. We'll just bind them to your face for convenience. Ms. Benton smiled like a paragraph that enjoys a cross-examination. No faces, she said. Tokens per trip, per gate, burned on use. Fraud? Asked a manager from security. Try and do his job out loud. Fraud lives in routes. Lucan said, leaning on a column until it became a corner. Make rooms. You see people. The kettle test went first because rituals keep airports human. Priya pressed not now on an e-gate setup screen the size of a small window. It sulked. She prodded. It learned to drop the base in 1 second. Green. The door test followed. Power yanked. Network down. A family with passports and a funeral to catch. The e-gate blinked, considered theater, and then, because firmware had been taught to remember storms, slid to acknowledge in little light for a human steward. Devon stamped passports and did welcome in his voice. Green. A quiet sin revealed itself in a pilot lane. Trusted corridor. Good behavior rewards. Core lifted an eyebrow, so gently the sign took it personally and dimmed. Cues are for fairness, she said, not for compliance. Civitas rolled in a cart labeled travel wellness like a vocabulary test. We only measure flow and density, said their lead. The rest is inferred. Inferred is appetite, Elena said. Published a map. Burned the guesses. They put a big screen above arrivals with queue honesty. Times for all lanes, manual and e-gate. In fonts that didn't lie. No star for face first. No halo for trusted. People use it the way they use weather, to decide which line feels like a room. A woman in a headscarf approached with a single suitcase and a look that has learned how to wait. The e-gate offered a grief for continuity corridor. She pressed not now. The machine paused, as if considering the narrative value of patience, and opened. Shukran. she said to nobody in particular. Always, Devon said. The data office had sent a border identity specialist who wore words like harmonization the way airports wear carpet. We can't guarantee safety without persistent IDs, he said. Terror watch lists require continuity. Sunsets, Ms. Benton said. Dates, not vibes. Specific, audited, appealable. And refusals to be remembered after clearance. People will slip through, he said. Doors are for that, she said. The ones who mustn't slip have paperwork with names signed by judges, not dashboards. They wrote a watch list clause on the flight delay board because irony keeps policy honest. Watch list time boxed. Max 90 days without judge. Appeal path visible. Paper forms at counters. Decisions in days, not moods, NO face bind. Lists match passports, not templates. Public stats. Numbers on ads/removals. Errors admitted, NO loyalty shortcuts. Compliance never buys a shorter lane. The vendor looked at Priya. We'll need to ship a patch. In daylight, she said. With a kettle. No midnight. A brittle half-hour happened because airports keep their own gods. A ground stop upstream. Luggage ate a belt. The Q-graph made art. Seamless entry tried to be a metaphysics lecture. Core and Devon did the older magic. Open more manual lanes, triage families, call more stewards, set up a tea table at the switchback. The trusted corridor, pilot died without a headline. The EGATs held base like a promise made in a previous chapter and honored now. At a side counter, an officer with new shoes and good intentions asked Elena, "Why are you here?" He didn't mean at the airport. Because somebody will try to sell you a door with a memory, she said. We prefer hinges. He looked at his stamp like it might be a relic. I like this job more when I stamp, he admitted. Then stamp, she said. They ran a paper path drill. Network off. Tokens dead. Lights still working. 2 flights worth of passports. Devon led a chant for muscle memory. Check photo, check date, check visa, welcome. The queue moved with dignity, which is speed plus respect. Servetus's lead came back with a build. No faces. Not now page 1. No deferral. Tokens per trip. Burn after arrival. Priya loaded it. The E-gate behaved. The little camera above the screen wore a cap that said OFF and meant it. Green. Ordinary capitals lead appear with a tray of airport teas that cost a cent each and looked ashamed about it. We can help pay for stewards, they said to Core. From the jar, not from logos. Core made a face that was as close to gratitude as a rail scheduler gets at gates. People are the only scaling that works, she said. Sarah filmed hands. Stamp, return, wave. Captions read borders without faces and then listed the rules like a recipe. Not now immediate. Fail open lanes, no loyalty, burn tokens, sunset watch lists. The interpreter signed welcome, and several travelers smiled at the word like it was a right sticker. A man in a suit tried to be the day's antagonist. I paid for trusted traveler, he said at the counter. I deserve faster. You deserve correct, Devon said. So does everyone else. The man looked offended in a way that had learned to be a personality. The queue didn't clap, but something like it happened in the air. They posted house style. Movement and borders on the pillar between lanes 3 and 4 with tape. There'll be an archaeological find one day. A child drew a tiny plane next to the glyph. Someone added be kind and an arrow to the tea table. Late afternoon, a small group arrived from a flight diverted during a valley storm last week. Farm workers with the weariness of honest weather, passports in plastic sleeves. The E-gate tried to offer a grief for a seasonal pass. A pilot invented by someone who hadn't met a season. Priya killed it without theater. The manual lane opened. Stamps made their soft verdict. A woman exhaled like a room being returned to its owner. Elena wrote a line on the ledger page in her pocket. We did not rank anyone. The public ledger in the arrivals hall went up on a cork board next to lost luggage and left luggage and leftovers free. 912 E-gate, not now on page 1. One's the base. Witness, Priya. 947, trusted corridor pilot removed. Witness, Core. Note, cues are for fairness. 1021, tokens per trip. Burn after arrival. No face bind. Witness, Civitas lead. 11:03. Watch list sunsets adopted. Appeal forms a counter. Witness, Ms. Benton. 12:40. Ground stop. Fail open lanes manual. T-table deployed. Witness, Devon. 13:55. Seasonal pass pilot killed. Witness, Priya. 14:18. Q honesty screen live. Witness, Sarah. Note, weather for lines. Someone circled appeal forms in red and wrote 2 days in the margin like a dare. The data office man nodded, chasing into a better timeline. Evening took the terminal's light and made it a color that suits airports best, ordinary and kind. A singer at the far end of arrivals played an old standard on guitar after 2 shifts and a delay, and 3 children danced away that had nothing to do with policy. The vendor stood near a pillar and watched their box behave like furniture. We thought face first would be a kindness, they said to Elena. Privately, not for microphones. Kindness is a steward with tea, she said, and a stamp that says welcome. At the staff kitchen, the kettle boiled with conviction. On a notice board above, someone had pinned a glyph and a page that said NO faces /not now /fail open /stamp in block letters you could read with tired eyes. Devon poured 2 cups and took one back to lane 5. Enough. Lucan asked, ghosting a corner into the shape of a room. For the gates, Elena said. A final family came through. Grandmother between 2 teenagers. A suitcase with stickers from 10 polite places. The E-gate screen said acknowledge and stayed quiet. Devon stamped. The sound soft as consent without contract. The chapter didn't close with a speech. It closed with the rhythm airports used to teach before apps. A stamp, a nod, a welcome printed by a rubber block that remembers more borders than most dashboards, and a stray cup of tea cooling on a ledge while the city decided to let strangers become neighbors by doing nothing clever at all. Chapter 17. The vote that refused the app. They tried to put the franchise behind the tap. Posters in a font that had shaken too many hands read Room's ACT, citywide referendum, at the bottom corner, in the place where appetite hides. A QR promised vote on your phone in under 60 seconds. The small print did the bite work. Agree for convenient identity. Consent persists to improve future democratic experiences. Refusal possible after polling concludes. Democracy doesn't know midnight, Ms. Benton said, looking up at a banner that had learned to smile. Outside the library, the city's unofficial courthouse, a van in municipal livery idle with official embarrassment. Civitas ballot on the side, plus a cheerful bee with a rosette. Inside, a man with a headset and a conscience demonstrated the voting app to a line of people who hadn't asked for magic. Agree for secure vote, the screen said, with not now tucked under later like humility with a lawyer. Paper first, Elena said. App second, if at all. She put house style, elections on a folding table between string, pens, and biscuits that could pass for currency. Paper is a default. Ballots on paper. Boxes with seals. Human eyes. Not now is immediate. Refusal cannot be deferred. And it cannot push voters to longer queues and no faces. No facial verification. Eligibility via unlinkable proofs. Roll. Precinct. Done.fail open. If the app fails, paper proceeds. If the net sulks, polling extends ANO loyalty lanes. No priority for app users. Stools for everyone else. Publish queue honesty. Wait times on a chalkboard at each station. Receipts are rooms. Tally sheets posted in windows. Totals taped to doors. Post a glyph. On the ballot box, above the kettle, on the notice board. The referendum question on the posters was plain in a way you could love. Shall the Rooms Act be adopted into law? Fail open essentials, normative tests, no sale consent, no cross-domain IDs, no midnight traps. Someone had drawn a bench in the margin and written be kind. Priya popped the voting app like a tin. Cross-domain IDs, she said, not surprised. Trusted tiers for verified voters. Deferred refusal after polls to ensure audit. And a community engagement score that promises a badge. She killed the score. She killed the tears. She killed midnight. The app tried to sulk. The kettle test made sulking a luxury. At Station 7, a school gym that smelled like fairness and floor polish, Ms. Osei ran the opening like a head teacher calling assembly. Poll clerks in high-vis vests that had learned posture rolled out boxes like instruments. Chalkboards read weight. 5 minutes in an honest hand. The public ledger page pinned by the door said, if the app asks for too much, say an O and take a paper ballot. Savita sent their elections lead with hair that had trained for cameras in a tone that meant we intend to be forgiven. We can keep the app, she said. We'll make Not Now page 1. We'll burn tokens after tally. We'll remove engagement and sunset storage tonight. Or, Elena said, we put the phone on the table and let the paper have the day. They did both, which is how cities tell the future to be polite to the past. The day bloomed into a long civic choreography. At Station 3, a grandmother brought a child who measured the Not Now on the app with a ruler before anybody else tapped anything. At Station 11, Kojo kept a thermos on a stool and wrote 0 pounds on a sheet taped to it as a joke that also did accounting. At Station 4, a man who had always hated forms muttered thank you at a clerk and didn't know why. Sarah went live without mood. The room's ACT vote. Captions, for once, were shorter than the lines. Paper first. No faces. Not now immediate. The interpreter signed vote, and the camera framed hands folding paper in half with ungainly grace. Mid-morning, a partner platform tried a stunt. Priority booth signs appeared in 2 stations, branded in compliments. Use the app, skip the line. Ms. Benton took one down herself, the legal equivalent of ripping duct tape off a mouth. She posted a no priority in its place, and the line redistributed itself like a river told the truth. At noon, the app hiccuped. Assert expired. Networks did what networks do when given an opportunity to dramatize. The cue boards wrote app down in chalk, and next to it, paper up, clerks brought more stools. The kettles boiled. The boxes filled. The line did not move any slower. It moved differently. Devin appeared off-duty from Terminal 4, with a stamp that had forgotten borders, and learned to be a muscle. He checked names against the roll with the smile of a man who had chosen not to be important. We're voting for stamps, he said to nobody in particular, and stamped a timetable in the corner of his sample ballot, because old habits don't die, they unionize. The watch office tried a bad idea they thought was good. Trusted observers, volunteers with tablets asking voters to agree for exit polls that would improve future elections. Priya gave them clipboards and paper and the dignity of being people. If you must ask, she said, learn to write. Cora ran logistics like a military romance. When a station ran short of pencils, she sent a bus. When a station ran short of ballots, she sent a library van. When a station ran long on lines, she sent benches. Ordinary Capitals lead kept their promise to fund chairs and said nothing about brands. They stacked stools like pennants and took abuse from a man who wanted to cut ahead because he had an app. He sat anyway. A story tried to grow teeth around 2 o'clock. A voice note, then 3, then a thread. If you refuse on the app, you'll be marked late to democracy and your ballot will go to review. It was a lie with handwriting, and lies travel. The app had no such field now. It had yesterday. Someone had screenshot it like a relic and sent to a cousin. Sarah put the app on air. Thumb press a not now. Video the immediate drop to bass, and then herself tapping paper please. Captions read and olate. No review. The interpreter signed now with a grin. The rumor died on impact with Kettle. Afternoon, Ms. Osei ran a kids' table beside Station 7. Rulers, crayons, a cardboard ballot box with a slot cut clean. Children voted for more library hours, / more benches, / cat, and learned the soft tyranny of totals. Cat wins, a child reported gravely. We are a cat-based municipality, someone replied, and the day forgave itself a joke. At 4, Mateo arrived without a badge. He queued like a person. The deputy minister's eyebrows did math somewhere else. When Mateo reached the table, the clerk said, "Name," without looking up. He said it and realized mid-syllable that anonymity is policy at work. He voted. He nodded at the kettle. He left. The app returned at 4:30 with not now where thumbs live, tokens burned, storage sunset like a real date. Priya allowed herself a small, bitter smile, the kind that looks like a learned thing measured in rulers and apologies. The light did that low, democratic angle that turns faces into constitutions. The boxes filled. Chalkboards ticked. A volunteer wrote, "We still have biscuits," and the line accelerated mysteriously. Polls close at 9 with a sound anyone can make. Tape over a slot. Seals signed by strangers who learned to be witnesses in a queue. The app stopped accepting taps and learned to be polite about it. Boxes went to the count under a watch that was public and dull. This is how law should be born. They counted in the library under the public ledger window. Tables became rivers of crosses. Fingers blackened slightly from ink. Miss Benton read aloud the rules for spoils, and the room became school. Elena watched the pile grow. Yes, not because the city loved law, but because it loved rooms and kettles and the right to say not now without a sermon. Sarah did the most honest segment of her career. A live shot of hands, moving paper in silence. Captions counting. The interpreter rested their hands in their lap, which is also a kind of speech. Around midnight, the tally matured from gossip into math. Yes, 62.1%. No, 36.8%. Spoiled, 1.1%. Not a landslide, a decision. The room exhaled like a kettle, ending a thought. The voting app asked the display, "Thank you for participating." Priya led it and then archived the code, sunset ticking like a clock in the only direction it knows. The Civitas elections lead signed the patch notes with no adjectives. They wrote on the ledger page big enough to see through glass. The Rooms Act adopted. Fail open is law. Tests are normative. Not now immediate. No sale consent. No faces. Paper pass days. Underneath, in smaller hand and red pen, a note. We counted together. They didn't toast. They made tea. Kojo poured into paper cups. £0 printed on a receipt someone had wedged under the kettle weeks ago. The printer purred as if it had done the work. Elena stepped outside into a city that had chosen to keep being itself on purpose. A boy with a ruler was asleep on a bench under his mother's coat. Lucan leaned against the library stone and made it a corner. Court checked her watch as if trains were a species that could vote. "Enough," he asked. "For the law." Elena said, "Now we teach it to behave." On the notice board, someone had taped the kid's cardboard ballot. Cat with 6 crayon crosses. Below it, Nina had written "not binding" in librarian italics. And the city, which respects librarians above all tribunals, accepted the verdict. The night's last page on the ledger read, 2100 hours, polls closed, apps sunset, paper boxes sealed. Witness, clerk. 2241, count public, Q honesty posted. Witness, Nina. 2358, Rooms Act adopted. Yes, 62.1%. Witness, Sarah. Note, we counted together. No ministers on a balcony. No fireworks on a bridge. Just hands and paper, and a law pinned to a window with tape that will be hard to peel in the morning because good laws like to leave a mark. Chapter 18. The Store That Refused a Button. They tried to sell Not Now as a premium feature. After the Rooms Act passed, a polite email landed everywhere code sleeps. Store design guidelines update, buried under confetti fonts and a photo of a mountain. To ensure a consistent user experience, decline actions must be located under More Options. Primary button color reserved for Continue. Not Now may appears later to reduce friction. Apps that discourage engagement may be flagged for review. Friction is democracy, Priya said, and review is a mouth. The first casualties were quiet. The public ledger app got a warning. Your Not Now is a primary action. Please move it under More Options. The Conformance Lab app was suspended for unfriendly setup. The door test utility disappeared overnight and returned with Agree Big and Not Now shy. Someone upstream had helped. Sarah read the guideline on air, without blinking. Captions, the store had the NO. The interpreter signed store with both hands, like opening a door that only pretends to be. Elena put Shive 4 on the library table and wrote house style. Stores and channels in pen that did not care for platforms. Channel neutrality. Public services cannot be gated by private store rules. PWA first. All Civic apps ship as installable websites with offline mode. Store versions are extras. Not Now is page 1. Design parity across channels. No later. No submenus.sideload Sundays. Legal clinics to install outside stores. Audits at the table. Tea compulsory. Escrow bundles. Signed IPA images deposited with the library. Hashes on the ledger. Store clauses in procurement. Any vendor that ships to stores must certify not now parity or lose the badge. Appeal Sunlight. All store takedowns posted to the ledger with diffs. Post a glyph. On icons, install pages. The kiosk that prints QR codes. Savita sent a platform liaison with a smile trained to say inevitable nicely. Design consistency delights users, he offered. We can't have 10 kinds of no cluttering the ecosystem. Then make one, Allison said. Ours. Your no reduces engagement, he said, discovering honesty by accident. Our no reduces harm, Ms. Benton said, discovering patience again. They built a market in a day. On the library steps, tents replanted themselves. Install fair, PWA corner, sideload Sunday on a Thursday. A wide printer hawked QR posters like a newsstand. A sign in chalk instructed phones in the second person. Tap plus add to Home plus breathe. Nina the librarian sat behind a laptop that had learned more about certificates than most senators. First at the table. A nurse with a phone older than one minister. I tried to get the door test app, she said. Store says it's under review for being discouraging. Paper discourages theft, Priya said. Let's make your phone a paper. They scanned a room's city/door QR. The browser offered add to home. The PWA arrived with a glyph shaped like a bench and a kettle. Offline ready, not now where thumbs live. The nurse tapped it, saw a base, smiled like a person who has one less thing to teach her hands. A caretaker from Salkit produced a store notice that might as well have been a ransom. Your app requests immediate refusal. Consider using later. Lucan leaned over, turned the laptop around, and showed him the same app as a website with no store between them. The caretaker pressed, not now 5 times like a charm. Keep both, he said. One for when it rains rules. A teenager ambled up with a phone and an appetite for spectacle. Can I install everything wrong? He asked. As research? Yes, Nina said, sliding him a consent form that said acknowledge and a biscuit that said welcome. The platform liaison tried conciliation. We'll whitelist civic apps, he said. We'll add a special gov mode that allows not now on page 1 for you. Ms. Osei, who had been teaching kids to measure buttons with rulers made from cereal boxes, didn't look up. If you have a gov mode, you have a no mode. Make it default. For everyone. The man's smile did mathematics it hadn't trained for. The store tried to flank. Lawyers delivered a letter that sounded like velvet but read like lint. Terms prohibit sideloading except via authorized channels. Users may be at risk. The ecosystem depends on trust. Trust is receipts. Kojo said, taping the letter to the ledger window under appeal sunlight. He wrote, in red, rejected and drew a kettle. The Foundation's lawyer, Ordinary's quiet one without a tie, drafted a reply no velvet could hold. Rooms Act supremacy for public services, channel neutrality, anti-circumvention clause triggered by design dark patterns, whistleblower shield for developers publishing civic PWAs. They filed it in court and in the window because both are rooms. Priya, who had slept, came back with code like a cup of tea. Rooms Kit, a tiny library that made a not now button the same height, weight, and courage across web and native, and a linter that exploded in confetti when store reviewers tried to move it. She pushed it to the repo under /foundation/roomskit with a readme the size of manners. Will get banned, the platform liaison said, half thrilled. You'll get better, Priya said, or you'll have fewer civic apps to feel important near. They wrote install fair like a parish fate. Gita ran a table where phones got PWA versions of Ledger, Lab, Door, QHonesty, Citizen Map. A line formed of people who had never sideloaded anything, but were ready to side-learn. The jar said £0 and became a coin museum anyway, because people like to pay even when you tell them not to. An old man with a flip phone approached like a joke that had a point. Can I get the ledger on this? He asked. Radio, Sarah said, waving at a hand crank set on the next table. Ledger at 15 past the hour, a card read, and we printed for Windows. He nodded, satisfied that the future still had knobs. The only bit that hurt came soft. Elena's mother called from across town with that tone a daughter can hear through stone. My arthritis app says I have to agree for continuity to book physio, she said. Not now is under help. Elena went. The clinic had let a store-only vendor into their roster because procurement had not learned to fear charm. The app refused to install without a store handshake. The receptionist, helpful and trapped, offered, "We can book you by phone, but the app gives you priority slots." "Priority for compliance," Elena said, and the sentence tasted like a faucet that hasn't been used in a while. Priya arrived with Room's kit and a scalpel's temperament. She watched the store flow, took notes, and wrote a PWA clone in the waiting room that did exactly one thing. Book physio, no faces. Not now on page 1. Receipts emailed as PDF and printed at the desk at £0. The clinic's manager resisted, then read the Room's act stapled to the foundation letter, then chose a room over the store. The receptionist breathed like a kettle and booked Elena's mother for Tuesday. The platform sent a policy executive whose tie could keep soup off a baby and nothing else. "We'll lose curation," he warned. "You'll fragment experiences. You'll open users to risk." "You're the risk," Ms. Benton said. "We're opening rooms." He tried an old truth with a new haircut. Most people like continue more than note. Most people like chairs more than queues, Kojo said. "We still keep queues fair." The court scheduled a hearing. The public ledger stuck the dates in windows and radio. The store suspended 3 civic apps overnight. The next morning, the install fare line was double, then triple, then a polite riot. Rulers appeared. Kids distributed Room's kit stickers like contraband book plates. The foundation filed an emergency motion. The city treated it like weather. In the hearing, a judge who had voted on paper last week read the store's guidelines as if they were trying to be literature and failing. "You're not now under more options," they said flat. "You renamed it later. You punished apps for refusing to mouth." "We saw consistency," counsel said. "Be consistent about no," the judge said. "Temporary injunction. Platforms may not demote, remove, or require design changes that violate the Rooms Act for civic apps or for any app that declares Rooms mode." "What is Rooms mode?" Counsel asked, sincere as a man who doesn't yet know he's lost. Priya held up Room's kit like a tin of biscuits. "This," she said, "everyone can use it." Back on the steps, the install fair became a market day. Someone made a banner that said app stores are markets. Cities are rooms, and it didn't scan, but it felt correct. A grandmother installed Ledger PWA and then took a paper copy anyway. Because paper's forever. A teenager helped 5 strangers sideload the door test and got paid in ginger snaps. Nina added a line to the whiteboard. "Bring your old phones. We'll make them radios." The platform liaison, who had started the day with brand posture and ended it with a hat, came back with a small confession. "We can build Rooms mode into the store. 1 tap on the app page. Honor the Rooms Act. No penalties. No dark patterns. We'll make it default for civic apps. Opt in for others. Opt out," Ms. Osei said, because she knows about defaults better than most people. Default on. You can turn it off if you want to be worse. He laughed like a person who had found a staircase. They pushed a store update at noon in daylight. App pages sprouted a gray switch with a bench glyph. Rooms mode on. Below it, small type you could read, equal not now. No faces, no loyalty, burn tokens, no midnight. The fair applauded in a noise that was mostly kettles. The public ledger filled with tidy lines and loud pens. 9:14. Store guidelines had not now. Civic apps warned. Witness. Priya. 10:03. PW first adopted. Install fair opened. Witness. Librarian Nina. 11:27. Court hearing set. Injunction requested. Witness. Foundation. 13:02. Injunction granted. Rooms mode recognized. Witness. Clerk of court. 14:18. Rooms kit published. Witness. Gita. Note. Confetti if you try to hide no. 15:41. Clinic physio. PWA booking launched. £0 prints. Witness. Reception. 1609. Store ads rooms mode switch. Default on for Civic. Witness, Sarah. 1637. Teen auditors sideload 42 apps without incident. Witness, Ms. Osei. Note, biscuit spent. Elena walked her mother home past a billboard that had the tact to display today's ledger instead of itself. Her mother tucked a printed appointment into a pocket with 3 tissues and the patience of a person who has seen decades of men inventing new words for Q. Do I need the app? She asked. No, Elena said. You need your shoes. They stopped by Kojo's. He handed Elena's mother a paper cup of tea and refused coins with a look that had learned £0 from a printer. Priya arrived carrying a carrier bag of SIM cards and the sort of grin that comes after a hearing has gone your way, but your day has more adjectives in it. Enough? Lucan asked from a doorway he had made into a jurisdiction. For the store, Elena said. On her mother's phone, a new icon blinked. A little bench with a kettle. The label under it read rooms. It opened to a page with ledger, door, lab, map, book physio, each with not now exactly where thumbs live, and a help that took you to a person. The chapter didn't end with a press conference. It ended in a kitchen with a hook for keys and a calendar with doctor's appointments written in pencil. Elena stuck a magnet shaped like the glyph on the fridge next to a photo of nobody important. Her mother put the printed slot into the magnet's mouth and said, in the way of people who have learned to keep receipts, Tuesday 11. A phone on the counter lit up with a notification. It had learned to make politely. Rooms mode. On. Then it went quiet, which is also design. Chapter 19. The rent that refused a portal. They tried to make home a login. Flyers slid under doors at Southgate and 3 other estates, glossy as promises. Welcome to Homanist, your new resident experience. The bullets grinned. Pay rent in 1 tap. Smart entry. Maintenance tracking. Community offers. The small print had the teeth. Agree for identity continuity. Tenant trust score. Auto-pay default. Refusal may affect service levels. Renewal process in-app. Len held a flyer between 2 fingers like something you don't want to leave fingerprints on. Portal, he said. We already have doors. The Homanist portal loaded on phones and asked the politest kind of wrong question first. Agree for resident continuity with not now tucked under later, like a fire exit behind a plant. The app smiled in 4 languages and hid cash office hours 2 taps deep. A letter sat taped in the lobby in ordinary type. Starting next month, rent must be paid via Homanist. A smaller sign under it tried to make tone into law. Cashless estate. Cash is a room, Kojo said, reading the notice as if it had personally offended a kettle. Priya opened the app with a cable and professional contempt. Trusted tiers, she said. Auto-renewal traps. A tenant trust score that swallows receipts, maintenance tickets, late taps, and your mood if it could. Cross-domain IDs to tie you back to the shop where you bought a kettle last winter. To couple it, Elena said, house style, housing. They wrote on a sheet from the caretaker's pad, because policy belongs on paper that knows where the brooms live. House style, housing and rent. Rent is a promise, not a profile. Payment cannot be gated by consent or loyalty. Not now is immediate. Refusal cannot reduce service, maintenance, or renewal. No midnight traps, multiple paths. Cash at desk, bank transfer. Standing order, paper slip. Portal is optional to NO tenant scores. No cross-domain IDs. Repairs and renewals cannot be ranked by profiles. Maintenance is a room. Report by phone, in person, or paper. No app-only tickets. Doors don't negotiate. Fail open for essentials. Visitors are people. Stewards beat firmware. Autopay cannot trap. Defaults OFF. Clear sunsets. 1 tap cancel. No retry fees. No app evictions. Notices in paper signed. Appeals on paper. Timelines humane. Publish fees. Late fees capped, visible, and waivable. Consent fee. £0 printed. Post a glyph. On the rent desk. The lift notice board. The caretaker's clipboard. The Homanist rep arrived with a polo shirt that said hello, neighbor, and a demo in his smile. We only want to provide convenience, he said. Our portal increases trust. Ms. Benton peeled back the PowerPoint with a sentence sharpened by stares. You imported trusted tears into housing, she said. You cannot sell a home back to its occupants by grading them. He tried a softer wrong. The portal prevents arrears. Arrears are numbers, Kojo said. Homes are people. A queue formed that wasn't for anything in particular until it was. Pensioners would rent books, a nurse with shift, a mother with a pram, a guy with a cracked screen, and a week of dignity left. The app told some of them pay via portal for priority maintenance, like a threat that had learned to whisper. Priya pressed not now. The app deferred. She rolled it back. It sulked. The kettle test made sulking a hobby it could no longer afford. We killed trusted tears first, she said, fingers already in /features /tenant_/ like a plumber who enjoys honesty. They set up tables in the community room with a kettle at one end and a petty cash tin at the other. On the wall, a public ledger page bloomed with a title you could read from the lift. Rent without mouths. Nina pinned blank receipts with bulldog clips. The printer warmed into its vocation. A woman named Rita. 20 years in 12B. Laughed like weather. Held up her rent book, the corners softened by the history of hands. They say it's outdated, she said, not scared, just bored. It's law, Ms. Benton said, and stamped the book with a date like a memory. The first test hurt where lives do. A leak had been reported 3 times in 8D. The app ticket said low priority because the tenant had declined community offers and tapped not now on trust. The hallway smelled like damp and old apologies. Priya looked at the ticket history and saw the shape of a mouth. Their grating refusal, she said. Len took a wrench up the stairs like scripture. Maintenance is a room. He wrote on a piece of tape and stuck it to his toolbox just because. The leak became less water and more air. The app learned to remove the word priority from plumbing. A man in a suit from Havenstone Properties, the management company, arrived with the face of someone who has practiced being reasonable in front of glass. The portal streamlines, he said. Residents prefer integrated experiences. They prefer working radiators, Elena said. He gestured at a slide about community safety, which men agree for visitor log with faces, if you let it. Lucan, by the door, turned himself into a corner until the slide looked embarrassed. Visitors are people, he said. Doors don't do loyalty. At the table, a young couple tried to set up autopay and discovered retry fees that multiplied like bureaucracy. Priya clicked through settings and found default. On for penalties that shouldn't exist. She clicked OFF and moved the toggle to the page where thumbs live. The printer, nostalgic for morality, added consent fee. £0 to the bottom of a rent receipt like a joke that had learned to be policy. Can I still pay cash? Asked Mr. Paresh from 4A, holding notes like a ceremony. Here or at Kojo's or at the post office or by bank. Kojo said, all paths lead to paid. Holmanist tried to stump mid-morning. Agree for renewal flash with not now grade. Renewal unavailable without portal profile. Ms. Benton made a phone call you could hear through concrete. The room's act of the quiet violence it's for. Renewal moved to paper. Portal learned its job. The rep apologized in a tone that had practiced and now meant it. They wrote auto-renewal on the board because traps prefer obscurity. Renewals on paper, optional online. No forced profiles, not now immediate. Notice periods or clocks, not moods. Dates pinned in windows. Appeals present. No app-only escalations. A tenant trust dashboard wobbled on-screen again like a ghost. Priya exercised it with a pair of deletes and a commit message. Trust is a landlord verb. Remove. Gita. Remote. Push a linter that refuses deployments if any score touches maintenance or renewals. The late fee clause turned up with its usual small tyrannies. Rita was 2 days behind. The bus. The weather. The reason doesn't matter. And the portal tried to agree for fee waiver. Share usage data. No, Elena said, and the word stayed said. Late fees capped. Waivable without mouth went into the annex like a line that meant soup. The day found its rhythm. Cash tin. Printer. Bank transfers with human eyes. Phone calls written down on paper that would outlive some cabinets. A teenager set up a PWA for the rent slip on his grand's phone and wrote add 2 home and biro on her case. A mother with a pram booked a repair without a login, and then took a biscuit with that particular gratitude people feel when someone has refused to sell their exhaustion. Homanist's rep, to his credit, learned something and did something with it. He sat with Len and Nina and unshipped tenants score, like a boat you decide not to launch after seeing the river. He posted patch notes to the ledger without adjectives, removed scoring, not now page 1. Auto-pay defaults off. No app only renewals. Visitor log optional. Faces OFF. Havenstone sent a manager with a tie that had never met soup. He didn't enjoy the day. "You're undermining our digital transformation," he said. "You're undermining shelter," Ms. Benton said. He tried arrears. Kojo tried receipts. He tried modernization. Rita tried a rent book. He discovered a new taste. Limits, salted with law. By afternoon, a different kind of weather arrived. A letter pushed under 3 doors and signed. Decliners will be noted. Services may be delayed. Ms. Osei took it to window, pinned it next to the ledger, wrote illegal across it in red, and then led a reading group at the table titled Your Rights in 12 sentences. Tenants read aloud. Len made tea. The letter became a lesson. The public ledger page that evening looked like a land registry for dignity. 912 Homanist Portal. Not now page 1. Trusted tiers removed. Witness. Priya. 947. Cash path posted. Rent desk open. Receipts printed. Witness. Nina. Note. Consent fee. £0. 1021. Leak in 8D fix. Priority decoupled from profiles. Witness. Len. 1103. Renewal moved to paper. App trap killed. Witness. Ms. Benton. 1240. Auto-pay defaults off. Retry fees removed. Witness. Gita remote. 1355. Visitor log optional. Faces OFF. Witness. Lucan. 1514. Illegally threatening letter posted. Marked illegal. Rights taught. Witness. Ms. Osei. 1628. Tenant score deleted. Witness. Homanist rep. Note. Patch notes without adjectives. No crests. Just a page that a person could circle with a pen on the way to the lift. At 5, Rita came down with her rent book and a tin of biscuits. She put notes on the table and the book under Nina's hand. Nina stamped and smiled. The receipt printed like a lullaby. At the bottom, as if the printer had feelings, consent fee, £0. Rita looked at Elena. "They'll try again," she said, not anxious, merely old enough to know how time behaves. "We built stairs," Elena said. "They can try." Evening practice at softer palate. Kids rode scooters down the corridor and didn't negotiate with a portal first. The lift said acknowledge and took a grandmother to a floor where someone had saved her a seat. The kettle in the community room clicked and dispensed a policy. Outside, the management company's man removed the cashless estate notice with hands that had learned something about public. He left a phone number in felt tip and an apology in plain speech. Priya ignored the apology and photographed the number. Nina filed it. The apology made its way to dinner conversations and was eaten. Len checked the door to 8D and wrote fixed on a sticky note, because not all records want to be digital. Kojo swept crumbs. Ms. Osei posted next week's tenants' clinic hours. Lucan stood in the vestibule where a draft had grown into weather and made it choose to be a breeze. At the end, it didn't feel like a victory or a scene. It felt like a building exhaling a hypothesis and discovering it still had lungs. Elena walked the stairwell once, up and down, because stairs are how you learn the day. On the ground floor, she slid a paper under the door at 2C where a notice had frightened someone earlier. Renewal is on paper. Cash is welcome. Refusal is immediate. Tea in a room at 6. A television murmured. A pan thought about onions. The note lay under the brush of light from a hall that had decided to be kind. No cameras. No ministers. No speech larger than the corridor. Just a rent book, a receipt with a joke that had become a clause, and a door that had the grace to open without hearing anyone's story first. Chapter 20. The emergency that refused a subscription. They tried to sell Panic a premium tier. Billboards arrived with sirens softened into gradients. Emergency Plus, Help faster. Under it, a halo for money. Guardian tier. The App Store page before rooms mode flipped it honest. Promise priority dispatch. Continuous location for your household. Community safety credits. Defer refusal at $23.59 to ensure continuity. A small badge winked. Trusted responder. Trusted tiers with siren. Priya said, "They've come for midnight with a blue light." Dispatch took calls in a room that smelled like coffee and maps. 999/112 blinked on a wall that'd seen every kind of night. Core stood at the board with the steady face she uses on trains and storms. "We can't get cute," she said. "Cute kills." Elena put house style. Emergencies and alerts on the table next to the spare headsets and a bowl of peppermints that had seen history. No pay to respond. Response time never sold. No priority lanes for subscribers. Not now is not equal to delay. Consent prompts drop to base in 1 second. Alerts use acknowledge. Not agree. Minimal location. One-shot fix for dispatch. Burned after call. No continuous tracking. Silent and SMS paths. Panic works offline. Tap the text codes. No registration to scream.fail open doors. Alarms unlock exits. Stewards beat firmware. Shelter without profiles. NO post-event offers. No community safety credits. No marketing after fear. Sunset data. Emergency data dies by default 48 hours, unless retained by court order. Public receipts. After action posted to the ledger. Times, doors, what failed open. Post a glyph. On-call desks, siren test rigs, shelter doors, and the kettle. The emergency plus liaison arrived with a PowerPoint and remorse preloaded. "We can remove Guardian tier," they said too quickly. "We thought donations could fund response times." Donations fund kettles. Kojo said from the corner, carrying one in as if to prove it. Not minutes. They ran the siren test, because rituals keep dispatch honest. Priya pressed not now on the app setup, which tried share continuous location to improve outcomes. It sulked to base in 1 second and learned to request a one-shot fix when you tapped "I need help." Green. They pulled the network. The app offered tap 55 to text and did. Core read the code on the console. Cabin red glass, location from a nearby mast, and a human voice typing back. Gas smell? Acknowledge. Priya tapped acknowledge and watched the message route without insisting on a profile. Green. Now break something. Elena said, "They broke billing." The app attempted agree for priority ambulance for subscribers. Ms. Benton elevated a single eyebrow, and the feature died of natural causes. The test volunteered an incident. It was how days behaved now. A gas leak took the market arcade by surprise. Smell before siren. A hiss that sounded like the city telling everyone to be somewhere else. Sarah killed her camera and lifted her head like a dog does when wind matters. "Arcade!" she said to no one and everyone. The caption ticker read "evacuate" in block letters, then made room for air. Emergency plus push an alert, where yesterday it would have begged agree. Today it did the thing alerts are for. Acknowledge. No adjectives. Doors flattered the law and fail open behaved. Roller shutters rolled. Exits learned generosity. The automatic turnstile remembered it was furniture. A stall holder with older than 2 ministers folded up his cash drawer and shouted outside. Outside in a language the room understood. A grandmother reached for a phone and then for a child's hand instead, because priorities had been restored to factory settings. At the arcade side, door security guard in a jacket that had known a decade tried to be a pilot. Subscribers, safer exit. Priya moved a sign to the bin. "No priority," she said. "Exits are rooms." Shelter signs appear along the concourse. Library/parish hall/station. The library took the crowd first because it had practice. Its door didn't ask for a profile to be opened, or because of the Rooms Act, it doesn't dare. Inside, someone had put the kettle on because emergency is a room. Nina taped a sheet to the window, public ledger, after action, and left the top lines blank for later. Kojo arrived with flasks and the certainty of cups. £0 printed at the bottom of a roll of blank receipts, because printers deserve to feel useful. At the arcade, firefighters did their choreography, meter, fan, tape, words short enough to carry down a hallway. An emergency plus rep in high-vis tried to be helpful. Agree for shelter check-in. Ms. Osei crossed the word out with her pen and wrote acknowledge. People nodded. The door opened. Where do we get the list of vulnerable residents? A panic council intern asked. From residents, Elena said. You ask, they tell you. Paper carries better in heat. A man in a white shirt that had never met Soup tried to sneak Guardian Tier back onto a clipboard. Subscribers eligible for comfort area. Lucan took the clipboard and wrote comfort equals chairs and set 6 chairs in a ring. All chairs. No subscribers. The clipboard learned humility. In the dispatch room, someone from Emergency Plus tried to upsell Old Sin as resilience. Agree for community safety with star that meant points. Devin, moonlighting from Borders on his day off, because stamps and triage come from the same muscle, said, no stars for gas, and the star dimmed. Phones did old tricks. A silent panic pressed 55, and a text came in as words without voice. Core's console flagged cabin red glass again. The address mapped to a caretaker's cupboard. Len kicked the cupboard with the experience of a man who has negotiated with skirting boards. A teenager came out gulping air and swearing to respect his nose henceforth. He pressed acknowledge without being told. The only thing that tried to forget law was the station's shutter. It had been replaced last month with a model that had stored compliance as an optional feature. It sulked. The fail-open signal reached it, and it refused to learn. Priya popped the service panel and found the trusted cap. Of course. She snapped it off. The shutter remembered itself. The crowd remembered to walk. Why do they keep putting that cap on? Sarah asked, half furious, half tired. Because appetites have muscle memory, Allison said. We keep rulers. Emergency Plus pushed a post-event offer live for 3 minutes. That old reflex from the days of wellness and kind. Discount on detectors for community that cooperated. The Sunlight Channel caught it. The rep killed it. The Ledger later wrote, we did not sell after fear. After an hour that pretended to be a day, Air took back the arcade. The fire chief released a scene with a nod. That meant we did what rope does. People learned to be indoors again. The library shelter did the domestic ceremony that tells adrenaline to sit. Tea, blankets, faces deciding to be people. A woman who had stayed rigid for 40 minutes let her shoulders fall. Someone handed her a receipt with £0 on it, as if that were a spell. It was. Emergency Plus asked politely to keep location for learning. Sunset ticked to 48 hours. Rooms mowed for bait adjectives. Priya signed the patch notes. No Guardian. Tokens burned. Alerts use acknowledge. No offers. No stars. No adjectives. They wrote silent path on a whiteboard in the shelter, because this is a thing dignity deserves in ink. 55 text. Acknowledge without voice point 3 taps. SMS when your hands can't find words at QRs and toilets for people who can read but can't safely speak. Paper signals at desks. Cards that say pain, help, child, with boxes a tick. Ms. Osei taped the cards next to the kettle. Kojo stocked the card with biscuits because sugar is a human right after gas. An Emergency Plus engineer drifted over to Elena with a face that had not learned to lose gracefully and was trying. We can fund radios, he said, for buildings with bad signal. No logos. Fund stewards, Elena said. Radios don't boil water. He nodded, accepting the shape of the day. Back at dispatch, Corfile and after action as clean as her head weighs. Alarm received 1407. Evacuation complete 1423. Shutters failed open after manual override. No injuries. One teenager rescued from cupboard. T deployed. She pinned it next to last week's training for storms and last year's for nights. Sarah went on air with nothing to sell and a map to show. Green arrows where people walked. Red where they should not have. Captions. Alerts acknowledge. Doors fail open. And no subscriptions. She played 30 seconds of ambient shelter. The sound of breathing in mugs. Then through the radio because some days need voices more than images. The public ledger page filled itself with the same quiet handwriting as last time. 1407. Gas alert. Alerts use acknowledge. No agree. Witness. Dispatch. 1409. Exits fail open. Shutters needed cap removed. Witness, Priya. Note, trusted cap snapped. 1413, shelter open at library. No check-in profiles. Receipts £0. Witness, Nina. 1419, guardian tier, and post-event offers removed. Witness, emergency plus. 1422, silent path used 55 text. Witness, core. 1431, teen rescued from caretaker cupboard. Witness, Len. Note, noses work. 1502, data sunset 48H, tokens burned. Witness, Priya. A child drew a siren in red crayon at the bottom and unprompted, wrote be kind. Someone added be quick. The two lines looked right next to each other. Evening came without auditions. The arcade smelled of detergent and pragmatism. The library put the blankets back in the cupboard and refilled the peppermints. Nina left a ledger page in a window, because windows are what ledgers are for. Kojo cleaned the kettle like a sacristan. Elena walked home past the station shutter. It looked like a door again. She put her palm on it and felt nothing except cold metal behaving. The ring stayed cool. The sky rehearsed being flattering. Enough? Lucan asked, finding a corner to bless. For sirens, Elena said. She didn't check her phone. She didn't write a speech. She put a bench sticker on the back of an NO smoking sign where nobody would see it and left it to do its quiet work. Somewhere, an emergency plus product manager wrote, remove guardian tier, forever in a ticket, and a junior engineer, who had been 11 when the first kiosk hit not now, pressed acknowledge without laughing, which is how culture changes. The city went back to keeping hours. The app went quiet. The ledger slept with its page up and its pen in a jar labeled witness. And in a kitchen miles from the arcade, a grandmother poured tea into a mug, took a deep breath that tasted only a home, and did not subscribe fear. Chapter 21. The interview that refused a score. They tried to turn getting hired into being harvested. Banners on the concourse chirp city jobs live. Find your fit. Beneath the balloons, talent graph kiosks with ring lights and optimism. The on-screen promise war cologne. Agree for your free work profile. Instant pre-cleared access. Culture fit index. Continuity perks with partner employers. Small print rehearse the old tricks. Defer refusal at $23.59. Social graph enrichment. Personality video prompts. Dom came because nappies are economics. He had slept 3 hours between feedings and worry. Aisha sent him with a packed roll, a look that said go, and the baby's hat in his coat pocket, because superstition is a hinge. The kiosk lifted its chin at him. Agree for work profile. Not now lived under more options, as if shyness were a virtue. A ring light found his cheekbones and called an assessment. Profiles. Ms. Osei said, arriving with clipboards and the glint that means children first, then everyone else. Interviews are rooms, not graphs. Elena set a folding table between the kiosks and the queue and wrote house style. Work and hiring with a pen that had learned to be a blade. Paper path first. CVs accepted on paper and PDF. No app-only submissions. Not now as immediate. Refusal cannot defer interviews or push you to the end of a queue. NO faces. No facial analysis. No video prompts scored by posture or gazed at NO social graph. No scraping of friends, photos, likes, or engagement. Salary honesty. Role must display pay range and hours up front. No competitive smoke screens or fail open interviews. If the platform sulks, interview proceeds human to human with paper. Audit trail and appeal. Reasons for rejection in plain English. Appeal path. Retention sunsets. Unlinkable tokens. Eligibility proofs per application. Burn after decision. NO trusted candidate tiers. Passing once buys you that interview, not a lifetime fast lane. Post a glyph. On booths forms the kettle behind the careers table. The talent graph rep arrived in a hoodie that said People Science with a trademark. We reduce bias with AI, he offered, poker-faced. Video lets us see who you are beyond the CV. Rooms let us see who you are with chairs, Allison said, already peeling painter's tape to post salary. 14.20 pounds to 16 pounds per hour over QR that had tried to hide it. Fit matters, the rep said, finding the only stick left in the drawer. fit his shoes. Kojo said from a tea stall he conjured out a crate and a yes. We're here for work. The queue had a texture common to cities on the edge of payday. Students in good jackets, carers and practical ones, a chef with burn-shy fingers, a man who had ironed his shirt with a prayer. Dom stood with a roll and a CV and tried to be taller than nerves. Priya popped the kiosk like a 10. Agree, deferred refusal. Video prompt scored confidence with a bar that pretended to be a fact. Social enrichment defaulted on with network fetches shaped like appetite. She killed midnight first. Then faces. Then the social pipe. The ring light went from interrogatory to lamp. Agree softened into submit. Not now moved to page 1. Same size, same job. The kiosk learned to accept a PDF as if it were made of trees. The kettle test made a noise like relief. Core, who had come to audit cues the way she audits headways, walked the lines with her head tilted to the angle that makes time behave. Cue honesty, she said, and chalkboard bloomed. Interview wait. 14 minutes, CV drop. 3 minutes, human screen. 10 minutes. No priority lane for pre-clears. The chalk had a hierarchy bias. It preferred fairness. Salary lines appeared on booth fascia like truth doing admin drivers. £15 and 50 pence to £17 plus nights. 37.45H. Shelter steward. £14 and 20 pence to £15. Evenings. Ward clerk. NHS band 3. Flex. A company that had arrived with competitive on a vinyl banner. Learn manners in front of witnesses. The rep tried them again with a softer wrong. The graph prevent ghosting, he said. We close loops. Close them on paper, Ms. Benton said. Reasons and words. Sunsets and dates. Appeals with chairs. They drew a reasons board beside the ledger table. Not shortlisted this time. Skills mismatch. See training table. Incomplete eligibility. Bring paper, we help. No weekend availability. Put that in the ad next time. A volunteer wrote, we're sorry in the corner, and it stayed. Sarah filmed hands and paper, not faces. Captions. Interviews are rooms. No faces. Salary up front. The interpreter signed work like holding something heavy on purpose. Dom's turn came like a tide coming in. Not dramatic, inexorable. The kiosk offered video prompt. Tell us about a time you, and stopped as Priya's patch propagated, and the prompt vanished like a rumor. A steward with a badge that said human screener took his CV and looked at him with eyes instead of a lens. Warehouse and courier? She asked. Kitchen, mostly, he said. 2 years. Quick hands. Good memory for orders. Night's okay. Roller cages on a poem, she said. You all right with that? After last week, he said, thinking of the birth and the hour that held its breath, I can lift anything. She smiled without helpful cruelty. Interview at 14:40. Booth 12. Pay listed on the fascia. Hours negotiable. Paper copy of the roll? There. She pointed to a stack with words in black and a number in bold. No QR required the dignity of a battery. Talent Graph tried to reinvent itself by noon. Trusted candidate stars appeared on kiosk corners. Fed by a continuity score, trained on whatever platform can convince itself is real. Priya held up her ruler. No tears, she said, rolling a commit like a sneeze. Stars winked out. A man who believed in those stars flinched when they died. I paid for premium, he said in a voice that had been trained by apps to expect deference. You paid a seller, Kojo said, pouring tea without ceremony. You applied for a job. Dom watched the room learn itself. A CV printed on a library machine without asking for a card first. A booth that started on time, but did not punish being 1 minute late. A ward clerk job that listed the band number without coyness. A shelter steward role that said chairs provided as if comfort were relevant to labor. At 1300 hours, a vendor tried to unify the day into appetite. Agree for career journey. One profile across employers. Continuity bonds for helping workforce stability. Ordinary capital's lead, who had shown up with folding chairs and humility, made a face without theater. We'll fund training, they said to Nina, not bonds. The training table sprouted leaflets with the dignity of reagents. Forklift on Saturdays, NHS admin, child minding accreditation. A volunteer from Room's foundation wrote free on 3 with a pen that had learned to be rude to fees. They wrote a clause on the back of a stall's leftover banner, because policy inherits materials. No bonds. Continuity, funds by chairs, childcare, and buses, not handcuffs. Interview childcare. Creche corn in the hall. Kids are not penalties. Ghosting banned. Employers post final tallies and reasons by close. Ledger keeps receipts. The creche corner appeared like a conjurer's rabbit. Mats, crayons. A teenager paid as auditor number 006 drawing bench glyphs with children who judge line weight like faculty. Booth 7 attempted a pre-task. Record yourself answering. The sign acquired a red stroke and a note. And O faces. The booth acquired a human with a pen. At 14:37, Dom's name was called, and he did not drop anything. He sat. He answered questions about boxes and routes. He did not mention the night at St. Bridget's because privacy is a right, not an anecdote. The interviewer had 2 sheets, one with duties, one with pay, both visible in a way that made lies leave. Any constraints? She asked. Night's good, he said. Some Sundays, no. Partner shifts. Baby. He said the last word like a joke that had been expensive. Okay, she said. We have a Rhoda app and a paper Rhoda, which is your friend. Paper, he said. App behaves now, he added, as if the city were listening. And pay, she asked. I saw the range, he said. Pound 15.50, pound 17.00. I'd like the high end if I hit targets. Targets are numbers, she said. We sign them. You miss because we break a thing. We own it. She wrote 16 pounds and 50 pence and circled it in the way of people who had decided to like their job. She handed him a 1-page offer in principle that had a place for a signature and no place for a profile. Medical and RTW proofs listed in bullet points. A line at the bottom. We will not ask for your face. He signed like a person. At the next booth, a man learned his rejection with dignity. Reason. No nights this quarter. Re-invite in September. He nodded. I have Mum, he said. And the clerk wrote childcare scholarship on a leaflet and circled it without pointing at pity. The public ledger learned employment without becoming a surveillance diary. It wrote, 9/12 talent graph. Not now page 1. Faces / social off. Midnight removed. Witness. Priya. 9:47. Salary ranges posted on all booths. Witness. Sarah. 10:21. Trusted candidate stars removed. Witness. Core. Note. Cues are for fairness. 11:03. Paper Path Live. CVs accepted at table. PDF prints 0 pounds. Witness. Nina. 12:40. No bonds. Continuity funds. Childcare / chairs / buses. Witness. Foundation. 14:18. Ghosting ban adopted. Reasons board posted. Witness. Ms. Benton. 15:02. 41 interviews progressed after app outage. Fail open working. Witness. Clerk. Someone wrote in red at the bottom. We hire people, not profiles. Near closing. The graph rep came back not defeated so much as educated. We can ship rooms mode for hiring, he said. No faces, no social. Not now on page 1. Reasons required. Salary first. Tokens per app. Burn after decision. Ship it with patch notes and no adjectives. Priya said, and he did. Dom stood outside with Aisha's call in his ear and the paper in his pocket. We're okay, he said, and the word did not crave a camera. A child with bench drawn on their cheek zoomed past with the creche crew. Auditor number 006 solemnly returned a ruler to Nina like a badge. Kojo closed a flask and wrote sold out of biscuits as if it were a KPI. No music swelled. The hall smelled of crayons and shapes of fear that had been turned into numbers kindly. Employers' tape positions filled / reasons posted under their logos. One drew a cat in the corner because the referendum results on the kids' ballot had stuck in someone's heart. Dom stopped at the library window and read the ledger line with no bonds twice. He touched the glass without leaving a fingerprint and then bought a bag of potatoes with coins because stability and starch are cousins. Back at home, the baby slept with the moral authority of newness. Aisha read the 1-page offer and the line about faces and breathed like someone who had been holding a door open with her shoulder and could now lean it shut gently. Dom stuck the paper to the fridge with the bench magnet she liked because it was a joke that had turned into doctrine. On the mat by the door, a pair of work boots waited their turn. They were not new and they were not content. They were practical. Dom put the baby's hat beside them because this is how you measure what days can stand. The fridge hummed. The kettle clicked to acknowledge and then to done. No app interrupted to call this an achievement. The offer sheet had a salary written in ink, a start date like a promise with calendar, and a little line at the bottom that had not been there last year and now looked like the city speaking in a voice both of them believed. Consent fee, £0. Chapter 22. The archive that refused to be farmed. They tried to turn sunlight into feed. A startup with a lemon sherbet logo launched neighbor site, community insight at scale. The pitch had teeth behind Baby Blue. We aggregate public records like the public ledger to provide hyperlocal trust maps, safety rankings, and civic engagement scores for advertisers, insurers, and employers. In the demo, witness notes became sentiment. Core's Q honesty became dwell. Len's initials became maintenance risk. Farming people, Sarah said, watching the promo like a veterinarian eyes a blender. Captions on her morning segment read, "They scraped the ledger." The inbox at the library filled with what happens when someone sells your receipts. A nurse who'd written £0 on a shelter ledger got ads for premium safety. A steward who'd noted kept the buffer for the wheelchair ramp was told by a recruiter his engagement profile was non-competitive. A tenant who'd signed a repair witness found her landlord waving a neighbor site printout like an x-ray of character. Elena put the kettle on the returns desk and wrote house style. Open is not equal to farm on the back of yesterday's rota because policy should stain. Human readable first. The ledger is for people, not pipelines, NO ad tech processing. You may read, quote, site. You may not classify people for ads/insurance/employment. That no scores on witnesses. Witness lines are quotes, not features. Slow by design. API pages throttle. Paper prints first. Scans carry context. Consent for names. Witness may sign initial or witness. Ward clerk, steward. Robots are people too, until they aren't. Humans.txt asserts terms. Violations trigger sanction under the Rooms Act anti-circumvention. Watermark the page, not the person. Visible license on each sheet. Invisible marks in white space to catch harvesting, not readers. Appeal sunlight. Misuse posted to the ledger. Corrections in public. Post a glyph. On the footer of every page. On the scanner. On the kettle. Nina, who speaks fluent catalog, pulled out a stamp the size of doctrine. Read slow. Do not classify. She inked the first printout and held it up to the window. The words looked old-fashioned until you needed them. Neighbor site arrived with a grin and counsel. It's public, their COO said, setting down a box of croissants as if pastry were a warrant. We just organize. Freedom to operate. Freedom to extract is not implied by visibility, Ms. Benton said, removing the croissant and the idea it could buy manners. The ledger carries terms. You breach them. Terms, he said, delighted, like a man who collects exceptions. Robots.txt is for robots. You can't own facts. We can require context, Elena said, and forbid certain uses by law. Ads, insurance, employment. That's not facts, that's appetite. Priya turned their demo inside out with a cable and a hum. Sentiment came from witness notes stripped of names. Risk came from a weight they put on not now counts. Dwell from Q maps repainted to look like heat. You're classifying refusal, she said, and selling the courage. It's just signals, the COO said, wide-eyed. People reading slowly are not signals, Allison said. They are the point. They built Garden License 1.0 in a day on a card table wedged between reference and local history. The first lines were polite and sharp. You may read, print, recite, teach, report, quote less than or equal to 100 words of citation, build policy, build art. You may not classify a person, assign a score, build ads, insurance, or employment decisions, build heat maps of refusal, sell trust, aggregate witness notes into engagement graphs. If you break this, we'll post your name in a window, pull your pipes, and take you to court under the Rooms Act anti-circumvention. Please, read this slowly. Bring a pen. They pasted the license to the footer of every page, to the API docs, to the window, to the kettle. Gita pushed an update that made the API delightfully inconvenient. You could fetch a page with its margin notes as images, the stamp, the date, the whole sheet. You could not fetch a column of names or a field labeled Not Now counts without the page it lived on. Context or nothing. Dark pattern, the CO muttered. Friction, Priya said. It keeps rooms from being escalators. Neighbor Site doubled down. Their counsel sent a letter that said public domain without blushing. Their devs rolled a scraper that screenshotted pages, ran OCR, threw away margins, kept names, and reconstituted engagement with the appetite of Silo. Sarah didn't argue. She aired the pipeline in a segment titled How to Turn People into Product, and then put up Nina's stamp on full screen. Read slow. Do not classify. The interpreter signed slow in a way that made the movement itself look like law. The first hearing happened at the library steps because that is where the city tries things that matter. Ms. Benton brought the Rooms Act and a stack of ledger sheets with T-rings. The COO brought a slideshow that tried to flatter reality. The judge from the Standards Day came with a patience that looks like craft. Public record, counsel said, journalists can quote, analysts can graph, we can score. That is speech. You can speak, Ms. Benton said. You may not weigh witnesses and sell the weight. The judge read the license like a recipe. You stamped a condition, they said. You published it. You legislated purpose limits last month. You're not banning reading. You're banning harvesting for transactions the Rooms Act forbids. They set the card down on the table like a stable thing. Interim order. Cease classifying ledger witnesses and refusal metrics for ad/insurance/employment. Mouths closed. The COO tried a new haircut for the same idea. We will anonymize. Anonymity, Priya said, is a synonym for almost. They posted garden license to the repo and the window. Teen auditors brought rulers to a different job, spotting misuses in the wild. They invented a game called Catch the Combine. They were good at it. A small hard hour arrived like a bill. A mailer from Harbor Mutual, insurer with an Astro logo, landed in 8D. Your premium has been adjusted based on community risk. Independent data. Rita brought the letter down to the table and laid it among biscuits like a friend who swears when it's time. They say my estate says not now too often, she said. Imagine, Elena said, picking up her pen. They ran the receipt test on Harbor. It failed. The premium change lacked a docket, a rule, a person. Ms. Benton filed, this time with a bite. Rooms Act plus equalities plus consumer law. Sarah called it what was on air. Penalty for refusal. The interpreter signed no twice. Harbor reversed by tea time and wrote a letter that used the word regret correctly. Nina stamped the reversal with read slow and pinned it to the window with a note. This is how you say sorry. Neighbor Site tried to pivot into nobility. We'll provide insights to charities and councils to target services. Kojo read the brochure and underlined target with a pencil so hard it bit through. You'll ration kindness with rankings, he said. No. They added a clause because appetite always finds a new verb. No triage by farm. Public services may not use scrape engagement/sentiment to rank help. Triage by need. Not now. The ledger learned a new trick. Strike through for scrapers. When a company violated a license, a red bar crossed their name on that day's page, and the margin read harvest attempt/denied. You could still see the sin. You could not pass it off as neutral. Neighbor Site's dev sent a private message to Priya that sounded like a late apology and an early job ad. We could use someone with your ethics. She replied with a link to Rooms Kit and a sentence. You can have our code. You can't have our mouth. Then Elena made it hard. She pulled a ledger page with a note she had not stopped thinking about. Kept the buffer for the wheelchair ramp. The steward had signed his name that day because he hadn't known he was stepping into a decade. Now, he'd heard from a recruiter who thought bravery was a score. Elena found him at the depot as the day softened. He had a thermos and a shrug, and a pride that was trying to learn to be private. If I change my witness to initials, he said, does it change what happened? No, Elena said. It changes who's allowed to make you pay for it. They wrote witness choice into Ledger UI with fingers that understood stakes. Name/initial/role, driver, clerk, nurse, /anonymous with a note. Anonymous is not less civic. Nina added a bowl of red pens and post-its labeled revise. The board didn't shed an ounce of truth. It shed a pound of appetite. Neighbor Site's counsel filed a skirmish about freedom of information. The judge issued a paragraph that will, with luck, outlive its author. Reading is a right. Turning readers into products is a business. The Rooms Act distinguishes the two. They printed it on the ledger footer under garden license in a font that knew when to be proud. The last crack came sly. A university lab. Grant suspend, conscience on sabbatical, asked for a bulk dump of refusal metrics for research on community resilience. Priya said no and bring chairs. They did. 3 grad students arrived with laptops and good intentions. Nina placed rulers, biscuits, and the stamp on the table. Read 10 pages out loud. Elena said, tell us what the margins do to your model. By page 3, one of them cried because a note about a shelter, and a child made math look briefly indecent. By page 6, they asked for aggregate queue times instead of refusal counts. By page 9, they offered to publish their code under garden license and to recruit witnesses to co-author their paper. Priya stamped their sheet read slow and meant it as a welcome. Neighbor Site blinked, then wilted. Their investors discovered the word compliance and a new appetite, liability. The lemon logo dimmed on billboards, and their dev blog posted, "We are pausing operations to engage with community standards," which is what a startup says when the city has become expensive to harvest. The public ledger page that night was messy in the good way. 9:08, Neighbor Site launched. Scrape witness notes for scores. Witness, Sarah. 9:41, garden license 1.0 adopted. Witness, librarian Nina. Note, read slow, do not classify. 10:22, API slowed, page context enforced. Witness, Gita. 11:17, Harbor Mutual premium reversed. Penalty for refusal banned. Witness, Ms. Benton. 13:03, witness choice added. Initial/role/anonymous. Witness, Priya. 14:49, no triage by farm, clause adopted. Witness, Elena. 16:12, university project revised, co-authorship offered. Witness, Nina. Note, chair's work. 17:55, Neighbor Site paused. Witness, clerk. Someone had underlined pause twice and drawn a lemon with a bench through it. Someone else added too tar in the margin because libraries permit jokes as a public good. The COO came back at dusk without counsel or croissants. He held a printed ledger page with a T ring in the corner, and the word read slow stamped across the bottom. We thought we were clever, he said. We were hungry. Eat with us, Kojo said, because redemption in the city often starts at a counter. No discounts for compliance. The man paid cash and took his cup outside and sat on a bench that refused to remember him. He looked at the page, at the ring of tea, at the watermark Nina had hidden in the white space that would tell machine, "Do not classify," and a person please look, and he did the only decent thing left to do at the end of the day like this. He read it slowly. Elena locked the library. The stamp sat on the counter like a small, useful truth. She wiped the spill, turned the sign to close, and left the last page dry in the window with the kettle steam fogging the glass just enough to remind anyone passing that open is for people, not for mouths. In the corner of the page, the tea ring looked a little like a moon. Chapter 23. The Visit That Refused the Paywall. They tried to make love a subscription. Visit no plus. See them sooner smile from bus shelters on the road to Rivergate, a low, brick seriousness by the canal with geese that behaved like guards. The App Store page, before Rooms mode taught it manners, promised priority video slots, instant visitor clearance, family safety analytics, deferred refusal at 23:59 to avoid rescheduling. A badge winked, trusted visitor. At the gate, a kiosk with ring light asked the most impolite question first. Agree for continuity and face match. Not now hid under more options, small as shame. A notice on the wall said in-person visits by exception, as if exceptions were a species that should raise children. Lucan stood in the queue with a paper form in a pocket and a coin in his palm like a talisman. He had never said out loud that his brother was inside. He didn't say it now. He had fixed doors for years. Today he wanted one open without telling a story first. The officer on desk had the posture of a man who has learned to mean well under fluorescent lights. His badge read Officer Dunn, and his eyes read, "Don't make this harder." "New system," he said, apologetic. "Video's faster. App helps with everything." "Rooms help," Elena said, stepping in with a folder and a kettle she'd managed to smuggle as policy. "Video is a tool. Visits are a room." Priya slid under the kiosk with a cable and a hum, the ritual that makes verbs behave. "Trusted tiers," she said, as if reading a weather report. "Face bind, midnight, and a family trust score that trains on how often you agree." "Score?" Ms. Benton asked, the word tasting like dust. "On grief?" They wrote on the back of a visitor rules sheet, because paper works without an account. House style, visits and calls. In-person is default. Video is optional, never a gate. Not now is immediate. No deferral to midnight. No penalty for refusal.no faces. No face templates for visitors. Eligibility via ID check plus unlinkable per visit. Token burned on exit. NO pay to visit. No fees for booking, video, or priority. Fail open visits. If systems sulk, visits proceed by paper. Queue steward. Rooms open NO family scores. No ranking by refusal, frequency, or engagement. Call honesty. Phone/video rate cards posted in ink. £0 for local. Cap costs otherwise. No surge. Child corners. Creche and waiting hall. Kids are not penalties. Retention sunset. No video recording by default. If recorded for safety, auto-delete less than or equal to 48H unless judge says otherwise. Appeal path in daylight. Denials explained in sentences. Fast review with chairs. Post a glyph. On the booth, the booking desk, the kettle. The visit now plus rep arrived in a polo shirt the color of forgiveness. "We speed connection," he said. "Video removes travel barriers. Trusted visitor helps families. Trusted tears died." Priya said, plugging in the linter like a conscience with teeth. The kiosk shrank its arrogance to base in a second and learned to accept paper, booking the way it accepts gravity. Officer Dunn glanced at the queue that had learned to be a room. "We're short-staffed," he said to Elena, plain. "Video keeps things moving. People keep things moving." Cor said, "Here for cues the way some people are here for hymns." She chalked wait. 12 minutes on a board, an added kids' corner with an arrow that made time behave. The waiting hall tried a stunt. Priority for subscribers whispered on a laminated sign above a booth. Ms. Osei peeled it down with the muscle you get from teaching. She replaced it with all chairs are priority, and the hall understood. A woman named Yasmin, with a toddler on one hip and bills in her bag, asked the question apps try to make you swallow. "If I don't download it, do I still see him?" "Yes," Ms. Benton said. "In person, through glass if we must, in a room if we can, on paper, always." "Can I bring the little one?" she asked, practical. "You can bring crayons," Ms. Osei said, guiding them to a mat where auditor number 007 handed out rulers and bench stickers with the solemnity of a clerk. Priya opened the app's rate card and swore in a language only cables understand. "Video call. £1 and 20 pence per minute. Discount for trusted visitors." She struck out the column in code. The poster learned £0 for local and cap for long distance with a footnote in librarian italics. The printer liked the new morality and printed a test receipt just to be relevant. Lucan reached the desk with the manner of a man who prefers corners to counters. "Paper booking," he said. "Today." His voice didn't ask. It knocked. Officer Dunn checked a ledger that knew how to fold. "ID," he asked. Lucan handed it. "Relation." "Brother." Lucan said, throat choosing work. "Slot of 1420. Dunn said, "Room 3. Toys in the corner. No app needed." He stamped the paper with the relief of a man who likes stamps better than dashboards. Visit now, plus try to sneak a new mouth into the back. Agree for safety analytics popped on the kiosk. Posture scoring, voice stress. Priya killed the microphone. No faces, no vibes, she said. If safety is needed, put a steward in the room with a kettle and chair. Officer Dunn nodded like a man who knows what actually de-escalates. The cue moved like a good sentence. Subject, verb, object, courtesy. Core move tape. The chalkboard updated. Kojo arrived with flasks. He had no right to get past security, and an argument about cups he had every right to win. 0 pounds printed at the bottom of the roll, with a smugness nobody begrudged. They found a quiet sin upstairs. Renewal via app only. It said on a door with a lock that wanted to be respected. Families renewing their visitor clearance had to agree to continuity, faces data, community safety. Ms. Benton made one call procurement and wrote a sentence on the door in a Sharpie that behaved like law. Renewal. Paper/desk/now. The door unlocked itself into decency. At 13:40, the video booths had a good minute. A grandmother in slippers and Wren veil spoke to her grandson for the first time in a year. Library PWA on a tablet. Rooms mowed on by default, 0 pounds because the foundation pays for long calls from villages with poor buses. She cried exactly once and then told him to eat greens, as if policy had finally reached its use case. At 14:20, Lucan sat in room 3 and remembered to breathe. The glass wore the room's glyph in a corner, like a superstition. His brother, thinner, older, not broken, sat on the other side and did a smile that had practiced in a mirror and failed, then tried again and succeeded. "All right," his brother said. "All right," Lucan said. "You need anything? What you got in the bag?" "A coin," Lucan said, and put it on the sill, stupid as a ritual. "And a note from Mum, eat you idiot." They did not discuss the day he'd come in. They discussed benches. There were none. Kettles temperamental. Books, 2, both missing page 197, and the geese tyrants. A steward sat with a kettle, and a face that knew when to look in and when to look away. No microphone judged anyone's posture. On the concourse, a poster for family safety analytics, try to be born again as well-being. Sarah filmed a hand peeling it down and a child sticking a bench glyph in its place. Captions, and no paywalls on visits. No faces, not now immediate. The interpreter signed visit like making a small room with both hands and inviting someone in. Trouble came weasel small. A clerk produced a denial for a man with 2 refusals on his trust profile. A star next to decliner. A note, eligible for video only. Appeal, Ms. Benton said, and wrote today on a form where within 28 days had been designed to exhaust people. The appeal took 13 minutes. The refusal had been automated by Family Score. It died the way bad ideas should. Public witness with T. The man saw his daughter. The room kept its shape. By late afternoon, Visit Now Plus sent patch notes to the ledger with no adjectives, which is what contrition looks like in code. Trusted tears removed. Not now page 1. No faces. No posture/voice scoring. In-person default. Booking/video 0 pounds. Retention sunset 48H optional/off by default. Paper renewal. Officer Dunn annealed the margin because witnessing is a craft. The public ledger page taped to the lobby window filled itself with a day's handwriting. 9:18 gate kiosk. Not now on page 1. Facebind removed. Witness. Priya. 9:41. In-person default reestablished. By exception, signage removed. Witness. Ms. Benton. 10:22. Video rate. 0 pound local. Cap posted. No priority lanes. Witness. Core. 11:07. Renewal moved to desk. Paper today. Door unlocked. Witness. Officer Dunn. 12:33. Safety analytics. Posture/voice removed. Witness. Priya. 13:40. Library PWA call Renvale. Connected. Rooms mode enforced. Witness. Sarah. 14:20. Room 3. In-person visit. Steward present. No recording. Witness. Steward number 12. 15:11. Appeal. Automated denial reversed. Family score deleted. Witness. Ms. Benton. 16:02. Patch notes posted by vendor. No adjectives. Witness, clerk, someone added in pencil. No fee to love someone. Before they left, Elena asked Officer Dunn what he needed that wasn't an app. People, he said. Doors that behave. A kettle that doesn't wheeze at 4. He looked at the queue, which had become a conversation, and a sign that says we're human. They left him 2 kettles, a laminated house style for the staff room, and a phone number that rings a person. Ordinary Capital's lead, who had turned up with folding chairs and learned to keep their logo in their pocket, funded a creche corner and then sat on the floor and read a book about a bear to 3 children as if training for useful. At the exit, Yasmin tore the trusted visitor leaf out of her old printout and gave it to her toddler to draw on. The child drew a heart and a bench and declared it ticket. Ms. Osei gave her a sticker that said witness because 3-year-olds can be that too. Lucan came out into weather that had decided not to be opinionated. On the canal, a goose judged him. He declined to be edited by a bird. He put the coin back in his pocket, which is how certain men file hope, and put the paper, next visit, 2 weeks, room 3, under the bench magnet on his own fridge later, because he had finally admitted the kitchen to the fact of family. The kiosk at the gate still had "not now" where thumbs live when the night porter came on. The porter tried it, just to hear the click. It obeyed. He smiled, a man allowed to keep his small kingdom. No minister arrived. No headline learned to be large. The ledger slept in the window, with steam, fogging what didn't need to be seen. The waiting hall smelled of crayons, disinfectant, and tea. The 3 elements from which civilization is synthesized when electronics remember their place. On the way home, Sarah recorded 30 seconds of nothing in particular. The creak of a chair in a visitor room, the murmur of a steward, a kettle clicking over the done. The caption said room, and the interpreter rested their hands, which is sometimes the only way to say an oof. Chapter 24. The meter that refused a ransom. They tried to put warmth behind a tap. SMARTCOMFORT. Flexible families save more blink from utility bills and bus backs with a gradient that pretended winter was a color. The fine print hid the appetite. Agree for dynamic pricing. Household flexibility score. Remote disconnect for safety. Deferred refusal to end the billing cycle. Prepay recommended for engagement. At Southgate, the radiators went shy in 3 flats, and then in 8. In 8D Rita's, steam stopped being a verb. The smart meter on the landing wore a little crown on its LCD. Trusted tier, low, energy safe mode. Not now lived under help like a comedy prop. Len found the meter covered with his master key and a face that does not do panic in public. They've given heat a personality, he said, listening to the pipe sulk. Priya arrived with cable and a wool cap that made her look like a burglar who fixed pens. Trusted tears again, she said. And a clause called deferred refusal. They park your no until the end of the cycle, then make you prepay to get it back. Ransom, Kojo said, setting a flask down in the stairwell like a treaty. £0 already printed on a strip of receipt taped to the lid, because printers like to reiterate values. Ms. Benton stepped under the exit sign, as if it were an oath. Energy is essential, she said, in the tone you use for oxygen. Rooms Act covers essentials. They wrote on the caretaker clipboard because policy belongs where the wrench is. House style, energy and heat. No disconnection for refusal. Consent to smart features cannot gate supplied fail open heat. Heat hot water. Cooking fail open on error/refusal. Remote shut off only with on-site witness plus paper. Not now is immediate. No deferral to billing cycles. No trust scores at NO prepay by default. Prepay optional, never required. Top-up available offline with cash at post office/shops. Minimal data. Default. Monthly kilowatt hour. Number 30-minute profiles. Fine grain only with opt-in and sunset. Debt is not equal to cold. Arrears handled with plans, not switches. Hardship fund public. Consent fee. Pound 0.00. Tariff honesty. Unit price. Standing charge. Caps and ink at the door. No shadow surcharges for refusal. Landlords can't gate. No meters tied to portals. Renewals can't demand continuity. Post a glyph. On meters, in lobbies, at the cash office, on the kettle. The smart comfort engineer arrived in a jacket to color compliance. Energy safe mode protect the network during peaks, he offered. Households that opt in get flex credits. Households that opt out get guidance. Guidance, Elena said, tasting the word. Heat is not a teachable moment. He tried compassion as UX. Prepay helps families budget. Prepay helps companies avoid risk, Ms. Benton said. Budgeting is chairs, credit, and honest invoices. Down the stairwell, a child coughed the song Radiators Right when no one conducts them. Kojo went door to door with cups and a grin that bullied steam out of water. Priya opened the meter box. Inside, a sim sulked and a dip switch labeled Trusted wore the same smug little cap from Sirens and Shutters. She snapped it. The crown on the LCD died. Base blinked up like confession. The radiators thought about it, then remembered their job. Field 12, she said softly to the plastic. You old thief. Sarah arrived without camera for faces, only for hands. Captions on her ticker read no ransom on heat, and then turned into the recipe. Fail open, no tears, offline top-ups, no midnight. The utilities regional manager, who had survived 2 restructures and 1 conscience, came with a folder-stamped winter plan and a reluctance to be the villain. We have legal obligations on demand response, he said. If we can't nudge, we must ration. Ration by law, not loyalty. Core said, arriving because cues are also thermodynamics. Publish a schedule, not a score. They took it to sunlight. The community room turned into a heat lab. Tables, rulers, kettles. A whiteboard that read Bill Clinic and arrears equals plans, not switches. Nina pinned tariff honesty sheets. Unit, 31.2p/kilowatt hour. Standing, 51p/day. Cap, £X. She wrote cap in a font that had learned to be angry without throwing a chair. A queue formed that didn't know it was a queue until Core measured it. A nurse with a prepaid card that claimed to be empty despite the money in her palm. A man with a flex credit balance he had apparently earned by underheating his baby's room. A landlord proxy holding a tablet that said tenant refuse continuity. Recommend prepay as if recommend were a synonym for threaten. Landlord can take a chair, Ms. Osei said, appearing with crayons for the kids' corner and the glare that moves policy up 2 floors. Priya ran the kettle test on the top-up app. Not now under help. Cash load hidden under more. She turned cash into the top button. The app pretended it had always loved notes. Kojo took a tenner and loaded a car without consulting a priest. The engineer tried the network argument. Fine-grained data helps us save everyone money. Fine-grained data costs someone their dignity, Allison said. Default month. If you want their days, bring tea and a sunset. They discovered the hurt place at noon. Flat 5C, an older man with a name like a hymn and pride like a wall, had been on auto prepay since last winter's leaflet. His daughter had topped up. The meter had gobbled credit into flex debt, a shadow account born the day he pressed agree on household flexibility. The meter owed him warmth it had spent on a graph. Priya pulled the log. Miss Benton pulled the law. Debt is not equal to cold, she read from the board. We'll put arrears on a plan. Heat on the pipes. The manager could have said policy and ended the day small. He said, we can write that off. He meant the flex debt. He meant the graph he worked for. Do it publicly, Sarah said. Then change your defaults. They wrote an arrears annex on the back of the tariff sheet because extinctions should be in pencil that can be photocopied. Hardship first. If income, threshold, or kids/elderly/medical. No charges. No letters with teeth. Plan or fund. Spread payments. Use a hardship jar. Never link agree to warmth. Receipts talk human. No low trust language. No crowns on meters. The manager initialed it with the look of a man whose horizon had gotten cheaper. Smart Comfort tried a back door. A push alert to customers across the borough. Agree for winter together. Dynamic discounts if your household cooperates with peak hours. A snowflake emoji softened quota. Priya killed the snow. The alert reappeared. Acknowledge. Winter schedule with a PDF of the published legal rationing plan. Rotating, visible, fair, with exemptions listed in black ink and a phone number that rang a person with a pen. Nina put laminated copies in the lift that said your hours with room to write changes. Kids colored in the blocks with crayons, like a civic coloring book for electricity. A boy chose blue for hospital, yellow for library, red for buses, and green for home because he is sane. Ordinary Capital's lead turned up with a box of radiator keys and a promise not to say the word brand. We can fund blankets, draft excluders, slow cookers, they said. No logos, receipts on the ledger. Fund insulation, Len said, because bolts beat blankets. The lead nodded and texted something that would become foam and walls instead of content on a billboard. A letter from Harbor Mutual, apparently determined to be today's pupil. Tried to adjust premiums again based on energy stability scraped from neighbor site's cousins. Nina stamped read slow. Do not classify across the photocopy, and the Foundation's lawyer sent it back with 3 statutes and a drawing of a kettle. By mid-afternoon, Southgate felt less like a petition and more like a room. The radiators behaved. The kettle queue shortened. The cash top-up receipt printed £0 where mercy lives when a hardship fund paid, and £10 when a note traveled from a pension wallet to a meter card with dignity, preserved by paper. The public ledger page on a lobby window looked like weather. 922 meter crown killed. Not now on page 1. Fail open heat confirmed. Witness, Priya. 951. Cash top-up moved to first button. Post office path posted. Witness, Nina. 1037. Flex debt forgiven. Arrears plan. Debt is not equal to cold. Witness, Ms. Benton. 1112. Tariff honesty posted at lobbies. Witness, Kojo. Note, unit 31.2p, standing. 51p. 1203. Landlord portal decoupled from meters. Witness, Lucan. 1244. Winter schedule published. No tiers. Exemptions listed. Witness, Core. 1328. Smart comfort push. Winter together. Converted to acknowledged schedule. Snowflake removed. Witness, Priya. 1509. Hardship fund used. 17 top-ups £0. Witness, Clerk. Note, T deployed. Someone wrote in pencil under the schedule, we share days, not scores. The manager stood by the meter cupboard with his jacket off and his tie admitting defeat. The crown was unfortunate, he said. It was a mouth, Elena said. Heat shouldn't talk. He nodded like a man who can carry a line into a meeting. As the light did the honest work of leaving, Renvale phoned into the library PWA to say their prepay had learned cash again and that Owain had fixed 3 drafts with suggestion and a screwdriver. Bex on the radio read the winter schedule in a voice that made rationing sound like neighbors instead of math. Rita came down with her rent book out of habit and then laughed at herself when Nina smiled. Force of years, she said. Nina stamped a heat receipt anyway with today's date and £0 as a souvenir, because paper comforts even when not required to. A kid from 5C, cheeks pink again and no longer performing martyrdom for warmth, brought down his mother's prepay card and 3 coins. Kojo loaded the card and slid the coins back. The jar did it, he said, tapping the tea fund with pride. The boy put 1 coin in the jar anyway because people like to participate in their own rescue. Priya taped a bench glyph on the meter cover and wrote acknowledge in biro where a crown had been. She took a photo for the repo and not for social. There's a difference. When the smart comfort engineer left, he took with him a copy of House Style, Energy and Heat, a list for his product manager that began Kill Trusted Tier, default monthly, cash first, no midnight, and a radiator key because he had finally asked for something useful. Kojo packed the flasks. Ms. Osei gathered crayons and auditor's rulers. Cord chalked heat OK next to lift OK on the board out of a superstition that had become a metric. Lucan shut the meter cupboard gently, like a man ending a small argument. Elena walked the stairwell once, as is her liturgy. At each landing she touched the radiator pipe, feeling for stubbornness. It was warm. It did not negotiate. It obeyed physics and law, and that was a point. On her way out, she found a flyer someone had slid under the door at 2C earlier. Semi-artisan party, get more by giving more. She wrote we gave enough across it with a pen and put it back under the mat. No minister turned up to praise thermodynamics. No headline found a choir. The public ledger page fogged with kettle steam in the lobby and then cleared. A grandmother warmed her hands before picking up a parcel. A teenager took a hot shower without having to declare loyalty. In Priya's pocket, her phone vibrated once with a message from the smart comfort engineer. We removed the crown. She didn't reply. She put her hands around a paper cup and let the heat do what it has always done when you stop trying to make a product. It M.O. Ved. Chapter 25. The March That Refused a Permit. They tried defensive feeling. Savita safety update. Demonstrations made easier appeared on lampposts overnight with arrows that behave like ownership. Beneath the arrows, a QR to agree for route clearance. Small print did the appetite. Pre-consent for location during event. Crowd wellness scoring. Approved protest zone. Deferred refusal at 23:59 to prevent disruption. A diagram showed a comfort corridor bounded by metal and manners. Corridors are for trains. Core said, already counting headways between pavements and the river. People are not rolling stock. The march, rooms, not rings, had started as 30 people in a thread and grown into a river that remembered rain. A teacher who could no longer ignore continuity fees on the library network. A porter from St. Bridget's, reel with a flask. A parent with pram and a memory for bills. A steward with a ruler. 2 teenagers wearing auditor lanyards as if they were medals. Mateo came without a badge and with sleeves rolled away hands prefer to be seen. At the start point, a kiosk blinked agree for route with not now tucked under later, like manners taught by a spreadsheet. It offered trusted demonstrator stars for people who had previously cooperated. A drone shadow took a photograph of nobody. Elena laid a folder on the fountain's rim and wrote house style, assembly and marches with a pen that had become a habit. Notification, not permission. No permits for assembly. Police plan routes with stewards. Not now is immediate. Refusal cannot delay entry to route or move you to APEN.NO faces. No facial recognition or behavior analysis. Helmets down. Cameras capped by sunset at NO kettling. Kettles are for tea. Crowds must have exits. Dispersal requires reasons in writing, posted. Route honesty. Map published. Diversions announced by people, not apps. No approved zones. Network stays on. No signal jammers. No IMSI catchers. Silent SOS paths posted. Equal speech. Counter-protests steer by the same rules. No priority speech. Toilets and water. Basic amenities are policy, not favors. 0 pounds where relief lives. Legal and press. Observers welcome. Citizen filming legal. Police body cam retention sunset. Less than or equal to 30 days and fines by QR. No instant penalties via tap. Citations require humans. Post a glyph. On the route map, steward lanyards, police tea tables, and the kettle. The public order liaison. Officer NE's done. Boots scuffed. Humor intact. Read the list and let her shoulders lower half an inch. We'll brief with this, she said. Every line. I brought a kettle. Priya slid under the route clearance kiosk and pulled a cable that had memorized too much. Agreed deferred. Wellness attached and not now counts. Trusted tiers that promise a faster front if you pre-shared. She killed midnight first. Then the tiers. Then the social pipe. The kiosk reduced itself to a paper map and acknowledged that did one job. Today, we walk this way together. Ordinary Capital's lead turned up with folding tables and an allergy to logos. They unboxed water, paper maps, and a banner for the legal observers that said witness in a font that felt like honesty. We'll fund loose, they said to Nina. No plaque. Sarah went live with a lens that understood how to protect a face while recording a day. Captions, March equals room. The interpreter formed a rectangle with their hands and then opened it. You could feel air arrive in the frame. A counter-protest appeared with posters that said rooms are cages in a font that lacked curiosity. Ms. Osei drew an arrow on the map that gave them a route, a space, and the same toilets. Equal speech, she said, and a megaphone changed hands without drama. Core did the route honesty talked the way some people do grace. Front here, side streets taped. Buses diverted via Old Street for 2 hours. We'll hold green at the bridge for 4 minutes each quarter hour. We'll publish the pattern. She chalked on the pavement where truth lives. 0004 walk/15, 19 walk/30, 34 walk/45, 49 walk. Driver saw it, read it, and let their shoulders build patience. Civitas rolled a cart labeled wellness with a plug for crowd smoothing. We only measure density and compliance, their lead offered. The rest is inferred. Inferred is appetite, Elena said without looking up. Published density. Forget compliance. They posted the route on big boards like a treasure hunt drawn by a union. The comfort corridor on the app died of exposure. A council comms officer took a deep breath and tweeted the paper map. At the head of the march, a child hoisted a sign with a bench and the word "Be kind." Next to her, the boy with the dinosaur hoodie had upgraded to auditor number 008 and a whistle he promised not to use unless someone had not now again. Kojo strapped a samovar to a trolley and became the day's engine. Then the sin that knew how to look like safety arrived on tiny legs. A geofence painted the air around the approved protest zone. Phones inside popped agree for safe assembly, share live position for safety, get priority exit if compliant. Not now sank behind more. Priya caught it like medics catch a fall. IMSI catchers on vans, she said, and a geo API that lies about utility. Officer Dunn swore the way good officers swear. Briefly, usefully. We didn't authorize that, she said. She walked to the van that wore community safety, like a disguise, and told a man in a polo to turn the box off. He said policy. She said act. He turned it off. The geofence disappeared like a trick performed in daylight. Tea for your lot? Kojo asked Dunn. We're running on rules in Tannen. She took a mug, and the day forgave 3 old sins at once. They marched, not like a brand, like a room. Drums because people like thumb with their slogans. Chalk benches drawn on pavement at rest stops. 0-pound cups at tables. A pram lane improvised by stewards with tape and grace. A quiet block on the left where people who needed less thumb could still be public. Midway, the comfort corridor tried to reform as family zone, right where cameras were kindest. Sarah filmed the sign coming down and a bench glyph going up. Captions and zones. Full route. The interpreters signed together, and children imitated the shape until meaning looked like a game. Trouble approached like weather, a line of shields at the bridge, mass because someone somewhere had said risk. Cora lifted her palm. Hold 4, she said into a radio. The line opened a person-wide gap and then 2. Exits were rooms again. The 4-minute rhythm took the heat out of heat. Mateo stood in the second row and did nothing useful except refuse to leave, which was enough for once. A young organizer, Amra, 19, jeans scuffed, voice bigger than her, saw a lens tilt toward her face and flinched. The face blur Sarah had billed for days like this did its job without applause. Amra handed Elena a sheet titled Why We March. Bullet points in a hand that, like certainty, fail open heat. No trusted tears. Not now on page 1. Paper path. Doors that behave. Elena handed it to Miss Benton, who read aloud in the voice she uses to make Laura remember it was born human. The kettle test had an evil twin here, police kettling. Someone on a channel said the word. Elena heard it on Officer Dunn's face before Dunn heard it in her ear. No kettling. Dunn said into the radio, firm as geology. She called dispersal options in one breath. Open south. Hold east. Stewards with me at west. The line moved like a curtain, not a trap. The children's block lost no children. The counter-protest moment came and went with less romance than most tragedies. A man shouted into a space that did not owe him silence. A woman answered with a bench drawn on cardboard. Both were escorted by stewards who knew more about choreography than harm. A bottle arced from nobody toward everyone and broke on asphalt. Priya pointed at a CCTV that wanted to keep the fragment forever. Dunn pointed at her body cam and said sunset out loud. The fragment became cleanup, not evidence mined for appetites. The only injury was a twisted ankle earned by a slogan and a curb conspiring. A silent SOS card did its job. 55 text. A stool with a green cross and a kettle found the person in a crowd without asking the crowd to justify itself. Acknowledge did more work than 3 apps. By the time they reached Civic Square, Somebody had already set up toilets because Ms. Ose had made a rota that has never failed her. A library table appeared with Sharpies and paper for amendments. If this marches a bill, what is your clause? Children wrote more benches and cats again, and a teenager wrote, and oh, geozones and capitals that will dent a van someday. Civitas attempted contrition. Patch notes posted the ledger later would read, wellness density only. Geofence killed. No priority exit. Route API exposes tape and steward notes only. No faces. The lead looked like someone who had walked a long way to arrive at ordinary. They closed without speeches and accidentally with a ritual. The public ledger page went up on a hoarding that had remembered it could be a notice board. Hands wrote without choreography beyond lines. 1101, route kiosk. Not now on page 1. Trusted tiers removed. Witness, Priya. 1119, comfort corridor removed. Route map posted. Network left intact. Witness, Officer Dunn. 1147, IMSI van off. Geofence killed. Witness, Priya. Note, Act beats policy. 1204, toilets and water deployed. 0-pound cups. Witness, Kojo. 1233, children's block paste. Pram lane marked. Witness, Core. 1258, no kettling. 4-minute bridge rhythm held. Witness, stewards. 1321, counter-protest steward. No priority speech. Witness, Ms. Ose. 1349, body cam sunset affirmed. CCTV pull limited to incidents. Witness, done. 1406, silent SOS used. Twisted ankle treated. No profile required. Witness, care team. 1440, Civitas patch notes posted. No adjectives. Witness, clerk. Underneath, someone in pencil added. Kettles for tea. Doors for leaving. Feet for consent. The square learned to be a room again by doing nothing clever. People sat, then stood, then drifted toward late lunches. Steward stacked tape. The police tea table ran out of sugar and borrowed some from Kojo. The drone landed because nobody fed it battery. The geofence stayed dead because the van was given something more useful to carry. Elena found Amra at the edge of the square, looking at the ledger page like you look at a photograph of your grandparents when you realize they built the kitchen you eat in. Was it enough? Amra asked. 19 always asks like it expects the right to be hard. For today, Elena said, tomorrow wants more. What's tomorrow? Amra asked. Courts, probably, Ms. Benton said. Appear with the timing of a Deus ex-librarian, and a standard for drones that says, look up less. They laughed without letting the day evaporate. Mateo offered to carry barriers. Nobody made him important for it, and he looked relieved. Officer Dunn wrote, thank you on the board under the ledger page, and underlined it once, as if to tie the day down long enough for the next to learn from it. On the walk back, Priya stuck a small bench glyph to the back of a NO events without permit plaque someone had forgotten to remove from a previous century. She didn't take a picture. She didn't need to. The city had, for a few hours, remembered how to hold a crowd without putting a meter on its breath. The kettle clicked off at the police tea table, while someone refilled it with the last of Kojo's water. Down the street, shopkeepers returned chairs to pavements. A mother tucked a silent SOS card into her wallet like a prayer. A drone slept in a case somewhere and discovered the beauty of being still. The last line on the ledger page dried a little darker where the pen had pressed. We walked without permission and left the exits open. Chapter 26. The exit that refused a fee. They tried to charge for forgetting. A memo with an embossed logo and a tone that had been the finishing school announced Civitas Sunset Program. Seamless transition for legacy users. The bullet point smiled with dentistry. Agree for a dignified exit. Continuity archive for safety. Export memories to our partner platforms. Defer refusal at 2359 to prevent data loss. At the bottom were appetites nap. Decommissioning fee, £29. Grief with a receipt, Kojo said, turning the memo over as if decency might be on the back. The continuity profiles had flickered through 10 iterations, and 4 euphemisms since the first kiosk hit not now. They lived in racks in a windowless room that smelled of carpet and new cables. They lived in people's phones. More honestly, they lived in the habits of vendors who don't know how to let go. Elena carried a folder that was more spine than paper. Exit and deletion, in ink on the front. Miss Benton had used a thick pen. House style, exit and deletion. No exit fees. Leaving cannot cost. Deletion cannot cost. Silence is not billable. Sunset means gone. No archive by default. No export to partners without explicit per item consent. Witness deletion. Proofs printed, pinned, read out. Cryptographic attestations, plus names in Windows.no deferral. Refusal immediate. No midnight mercy for machines. Burn keys, not bridges. Destroy signing keys under public witness. Publish the ashes, hashes. Human receipts. A line that says we forgot you in 0 pounds where mouse used to live. Appeal remains. Deletion errors are admitted. Restore requires your paper, not our whim. Vendor exit. Contracts end clean. No goodwill extensions. No found data. Post a glyph. On the door to the rack room. On the shred bin. On the kettle. Savitas's lead came to the table with the posture of a person who has learned to arrive ordinary. We can ship a purge, she said. We'll need a week. Lawyers want an archive for safety. Safety is a steward, Elena said. Archives are appetites. Ordinary capital's lawyer, the quiet one, stood between them like a hinge. Exit clause says data return or destruction at controller's direction. He recited, Controller is the city. The Rooms Act forbids continuity archives. The fee is unlawful. Good, Ms. Benton said. Bring a shredder and a jug. They booked a room with bad carpet and a history. Server room 3, windowless, air that hums to itself. On the door, Priya taped the glyph, and the clause not now is immediate because habits matter most when nobody is looking. Where do we start? Asked the data office man who had once argued for harmonization and had learned to wear humility. With the keys, Priya said, laying out a tray the way some people lay out candles. HSM units. A printed list of signing fingerprints, a laminated card that said burn equals type plus turn 2 keys, a teenager in an auditor lanyard, hashtag 009, pencil behind ear like a craft, read the fingerprints aloud, while Nina checked them against /keys/ledger/, and a grandmother took notes because grandmothers are how civilization remembers what not to do twice. They turned 2 keys. The HSM printed goodbye in a font that had never expected to be the last word. Hashes scrolled on a screen. Sarah filmed hands and paper, not faces. Captions. Burn keys, not bridges. The interpreter signed forget, like releasing a small bird. Kojo poured tea into paper cups with the gravity of sacraments. 0 pounds printed on a stub he had wedged under the kettle months ago and left there on purpose for this day. The printer purred as if vindicated. Then the hard part. The racks. Each server had a name, because engineers are sentimental beneath the math. Ferry, 07. Sourdough, 12. Ring, 04. Priya grimaced at ring and patted the bezel like reconciliation. We're going to let you forget, she told the machine, which is not good science and is excellent religion. Gita opened the sunlight channel with a notebook at a distance. The kind of remote that smells like trust. She posted the run book. Stop ingesters. Drain queues annul. Enumerate tables. Mark must keep legal retention and must die continuity. For must die, derive proofs, print, destroy, verify. Publish hash on the ledger, not the data. For must keep, rescope fields a minimum. Show sunset. Blow caches. Cut S3. Cut cold store. Cut for science buckets. Burn keys again. Superstition allowed. The Savitas Sunset Program tried one more mouth. Agree for dignified exit popped on phones that had once agreed to be smart between trips to the shop, not now had underhelp. Priya shipped an update that replaced the page with acknowledge. We forgot you in 2 buttons. Print receipt and read aloud. The second one mattered. It read, We have deleted your continuity profile and keys. We will not remember you unless you ask us to, and then only for what you point at with a pen. The corner printer at the library made a noise that sounded like a laugh. The only sin that resisted was partner export. Savitas had built a pipeline called Souvenir that offered memories to apps with smiling badges. It called itself anonymized. Priya opened the code and sighed. Kanon 3. Differential privacy. Off. Salted IDs. Predictable. Anonymity is a synonym for almost, she said again. They cut souvenir off at the neck. The partner portals blinked and discovered they were empty. One wrote a hurt email about vibrant ecosystems. Nina filed it under please read slowly and stamped it. A queue formed in the server room, because people like to be present when a sin ends. Rita, who had once watched a meter learn to behave, came to watch a rack forget her. A nurse from St. Bridget's wanted to make sure labor is a room wasn't being archived for product. Dom arrived with a paper cup and the look of a man who knows receipts feed infants. Officer Dunn came on her break and leaned on a rack like a colleague. Mateo stood behind everyone and carried boxes without letting a camera decide he was a symbol. They started printing deletion receipts. Names were names that existed. Initials were wiser. We forgot you in a line that looked like a throat relaxing. 0 pounds at the bottom because endings were not a product. People pinned their receipts to the window of the library as they left, or they folded them into pockets like spells. A man asked if he could keep his memories. It meant trip logs he had annotated with jokes. Yes, Miss Benton said, as long as you keep them. She printed his export without a logo. He stuck it to his fridge with the bench magnet he got free at the march. The data office confessed exactly one compromise. We must keep criminal evidence under the Act, he said. Limited matters. Orders signed. Sunsets written. Sunsets and days, not vibes, Miss Benton said. Names of judges. Lines on windows. They added to exit and deletion. Legal keeps are listed, dated, signed. Watches or clocks. Appeal is a chaired NO dark keeps. No research copies. No quality snapshots. If you must keep on paper with names. Savitas' lead signed the patch notes and didn't add adjectives. Exit fee removed. Souvenir removed. Keys burned. Continuity tables dropped. Receipts live. Sunset posted. Exports manual and paper. Phones say we forgot you. They found one last mouth in the quiet corner where backups go to brood. Glacier/vault. Old continuity compressed, encrypted, and smug. Priya read the manifest. Gita matched it to fingerprints they had burned an hour earlier and smiled like a locksmith. Keys are ash, she said. Vault is a museum with no visitor center. She wiped anyway, not because the ash was enough, but because ritual heals engineers. Make a room, Elena said. They did a thing that should have been theater and wasn't. They rolled one obsolete array down the corridor, out a back door, to a yard that had learned resilience from bins. Len unscrewed 4 drives and let teenagers put them in a shredder the council kept for awkward days. The machine made a sound like stubbornness losing. The teenagers cheered once and then looked faintly embarrassed by the pleasure of certainty. Sarah recorded hands on the shredder and paper on the window and steam from a kettle. Captions. Deletion is not equal to gesture. The interpreter signed done with a downward motion and then opened their hands wide, as if to show nothing there. The ledger page that afternoon looked different and exactly the same. 9/11, exit fee abolished. Witness, Ms. Benton. 9/29, keys burned. HSM number 04, number 07. Hashes posted. Witness. Priya/auditor number 009/Nina. 10:05, continuity tables dropped. Consent _profile, cross _domain _ID, souvenir. Witness. Gita, remote. Note, no adjectives. 10:47. Partner exports disabled. Witness. Savitas lead. 11:22. Receipts printed. We forgot you plus 0 pounds. Witness. Librarian. 12:03. Legal keeps listed with judge names. Sunsets posted. Witness. Data office. 13:14. Glacier/vault wiped. Keys already ash. Witness. Clerk. 14:02. Drive shredded. Teenagers cheered. Kettle deployed. Witness. Len. Someone added in pencil. We burned the mouth, kept the room. Late in the day, the Savita Sunset app tried a final sulk. Agree for goodbye GIFS. Export your journey to a slideshow to remember the city you were. Kojo laughed once and then looked furious. Priya replaced the page with a screen that said "Go outside." The app uninstalled itself politely. The room's foundation took custody of the last live bits. The tests, the standards, the kettles, the list of house styles written on paper and in code. Ordinary capitals lead put a hand up without a logo and offer to fund boring things. Shredder blades, racks for public servers that only host what rooms need, paper, tea. Fun librarians, Nina said, and teenagers with rulers. The lead nodded like someone promoted to citizen. Elena walked to the window, where we forgot you receipts layered like fish scales. Some had names. Some had initials. One had witness, Ward. One had doodles in the margins, a kettle, a bench, a cat that had won a non-binding referendum. She read 3 aloud, slowly, because names are faster than hashes at changing the atmosphere. Was it enough? Amra asked from behind her, not 19 anymore, by half an inch. She had come to see if movements can end. They can't, not properly. To the cloud, Elena said, tomorrow wants doors. What about yours? Amra asked, do you want to be forgotten? Elena thought of 2 nights in a delivery room, of a shutter and a snowflake, of a bridge that learned to breathe, of a chair to march, of a coin on a sill. Not by people, she said. By platforms, yes. Amra nodded like a minute learning to become a rule. They closed the server room with a turn of an ordinary key and a sign that said OFF. They left the shredder humming a little, because tools get to have afterglow. The HSM shell sat on the table like molted skin. A teenager labeled a museum, and don't power and grin like a historian. At the library, Ms. Ose ran kids cord receipts. Each child took a slip, read "We forgot you," and then drew a little picture on the back. A bench, a door, a bus, a kettle, objects that remember nothing but how to be themselves. Nina strung them like flags across the reference stacks. The room looked festive and sane. Dusk made the windows honest. On the ledger page, under 1402, someone had written £0 in a heavy hand and circled it twice, as if to underline that some days end the way prices should. Sarah broadcast 30 seconds of silence and a shot of receipts in the window. Captions, "We forgot you on purpose." The interpreter rested their hands. Elena walked home with nothing buzzing in her pocket because some settings hold. Lucan, walking the other way, lifted a hand without needing a sentence. The river was the kind that does not narrate itself. Kojo closed his till and left a cup of tea under the bench. Rita touched a radiator and didn't thank anybody specific. Behind a door with no profile, a grandmother folded a "We Forgot You" receipt into a cookbook, right where the page of the good stew lives. If she ever needed it, she would know where to find proof that forgetting, done correctly, is an act of love. The chapter didn't end with bonfire or a chant. It ended with a room cooling to ordinary, a printer spitting one last £0, and a small click in a server rack as a fan spun down and failed open toward silence. Chapter 27. The Blackout That Refused a Boss. They tried to make darkness managerial. At 1706 the grid coughed, apologized in 3 frequencies, and died. Street lamps blinked to modest. Shop tills exhaled their last denominations. Lifts decided they were architecture. A banner went out mid-scroll on a municipal screen. Guardian grid, coordinated restart, agree for household participation, and then the power that would have begged for consent to control was gone. Silence introduced itself and discovered it like the city. 4 or 5 seconds nobody moved. On 6, ritual began. Kojo lit the shop lamp that runs on a battery. He refuses to call it battery and taped £0 to the glass because cash drawers behave in the dark and panic does not. Nina pulled the library radio from the cupboard, hand-cranked, stubborn, and tuned to Beck's on Ren 106.1, who had lit a candle and a sense of duty. Power down. Beck said into a microphone that worked by will. We do rooms on air. Priya stood in the doorway of the Foundation lab and listened. Inside, UPS units hummed like bees. Outside, the city held its breath. Fail open audit, she said, and the room found its bags, rulers, kettles, laminated house styles, a stamp, spare radios, chalk. Elena put the padlock key in her pocket and took nothing else that would need to be charged. Guardian Grid tried to sneak in by SMS. Agree now to coordinate your neighborhood for faster restoration. Refusal processed at 2359. Phones lit that line like a bad idea caught in a torch. Not now immediate. Elena said out loud to the air, because speaking rules in a blackout makes them remember. They wrote on the back of a fire exit sheet by torchlight, because policy is an animal that loves the den it knows. House style, blackouts and restarts. Human first restart. People, not dashboards. Priority, hospitals, lifts with people, traffic at junctions, shelters, kettles, and guardian tears. No bonus for compliance. No throttling for refusals. Not now immediate. SMS prompts do not bind. Any deferral clause is void. I fail open everything. Doors to stairs. Taps to gravity. Cash to counters. Alarms to hands. Paper path plus radio. Ledger on paper. Updates on FM. Chalkboards on corners. Local islands. Microgrids, batteries. Stoves allowed to be useful. No anti-islanding that kills safety. Traffic honesty. Junction steward. Four-way courtesy. No police for optics when stewards will do. Medic line clear. 999/112 SMS path. 55 text. Prioritize. Hospitals on generators. Paper treat. And participation fees. Heat/food/water free at shelters. Post a glyph. On radios, chalkboards, kettle tables. Cora opened a Q-map notebook she keeps for weather and turned it into junction map. We steward Old Street, Albion the bridge, she said. Lucan nodded, and when to make corners stand up by standing in them. Ordinary capitals lead, habitually hatless, turned up with a crate of wind-up torches and the refusal to say their company's name. We can pay for batteries and gas canisters, they said. No logos. Nina pointed them to the T-Fund jar and the list of boring things that make blackout civil. The first test happened quietly in a lift. Between floors at Southgate, a caretaker and a grandmother breathed, and then decided to be practical. The call button routed to 55 text because some engineer had believed in storms when the building was designed. Acknowledge blinked on Core's console like a familiar friend. Len took the long key, found the machine room by the sound a humming thing that had just learned humility, and hand cranked the door open 3 inches, then 6, then a person. The grandmother stepped out and said, simply, thank you, in a way that asked nobody for a profile. Guardian Grid sent another SMS. Agree for priority reconnection. Trusted households help the city. Priya pushed a tiny build through a pocket of surviving signal. The room's mode for restart. That replaced a message with acknowledge. Local island, okay/need help. 2 taps. No sermons. Sarah, who keeps a shoulder bag like a newsroom's conscience, went live on radio with Bex. Tell us where machines have failed to be furniture, she said. We will not film your face. We will say your street. Reports arrived in voice and pencil. Clinic fridge hums on generator. Okay. St. Bridget's labor ward. Okay. Paper path. Market arcade shutters. Sulking. Crossing at Mill Lane. Steward wanted. Kojo's. Tion. The arcade shutters were back for a rematch. In the dark, their mouths looked neutral and were not. Priya popped a panel by head torch, found the trusted cap with the muscle memory of a week ago, broke it with a small, ceremonial snap. The shutter remembered it was a door. Buyers and sellers discovered the old ways of counting. Fingers, paper, trust, chalk. 0 pounds appeared on a board next to kettle cups like an equation the room would solve together. A van with Guardian Grid magnets rolled along the bridge with a loud hailer promising fast lanes for verified streets. Tap to agree. Your block comes up first. Core stepped into the lane with a bright vest and brighter certainty. 4-way courtesy, she said, and pointed until drivers remembered that civilization is simply taking turns with strangers. Officer Dunn found her on the junction with a thermos. Command Center want a public reassurance presence, she said, trying not to roll her eyes. Do you want 2 officers to pose by the bridge or 6 stewards to run it? Stewards, Core said. Uniforms at hospitals and lifts. Agreed, Dunn said, relieved to be useful. At the library, the public ledger grew literal. Sheets taped to the window in a grid. Power, water, traffic, heat, medic, shelter. A teenager with a pencil and a parent with a stroller wrote tap, running next to 5C, and Boyle Advisory, next to Riverside. Nina's stamp reads slow on every page and underlined radio at. 15 because clocks, for once, were on everyone's side. A man walked in with a generator on a trolley, an excitement of a person who has been waiting for his hobby to be moral. "It's loud but honest," he said. They plugged it into a kettle and a printer and printed receipts for £0 that felt like jokes and also like doctrine. The generator burnt 4 liters and 3 assumptions. Savitas' lead arrived carrying nothing but apologies. "Our guardian SMS was queued before the drop," she said. "We'll pull the language. We'll publish the order of restorations. Hospitals, lifts, intersections, shelters, then commercial, then domestic by circuits, not trust that. Publish a map," Elena said. "On paper and radio. No promises you can't keep. By candle." Ms. Benton wrote a legal note the way people once wrote love letters. With care in a broken world. No reconnection trading. Priority is public, not purchasable.no data ransom. Phones do not become keys for heat. Curfews require daylight law. No stay home by push, only by voice, chalk, paper, signed. She taped it next to house style, and then went to argue with a man in a polo who thought owning a high-vis vest made him a sergeant. The argument went as you hope. They shared tea after. Mid-evening. St. Bridget's calling a flavor of problem familiar and forever. 2 women in labor at once. Monitors calm, backup stable. But the admissions kiosk had died and refused to display the paper path instructions it was born with. A culture can fail open and still forget to print. Sarah's radio felt heavier and changed nothing about the air, she relayed. Elena and Priya jogged the last 100 meters with torches, and a curse that exists only for hardware on midwives' floors. The midwife on duty had already pulled paper and tape and was making law with her hands. Labor is a room hung in the air, even if the sign didn't. Priya unplugged the kiosk and wrote with sharp on its black that would not be ignored. Paper here with an arrow. Elena stood at the desk and repeated the sentence until it learned to be polite. In Southgate, the gas hob remembered it was chemistry. Rita moved a pot off the right ring when it refused to light, and on to the left, where physics still loves friction. She fed a neighbor's boy soup because heat has always been social. On Mill Lane, Lucan stood in a doorway so long the doorway became him. A Guardian Grid volunteer offered him a tablet. "We can prioritize compliant corners," the volunteer said, as if the city were a spreadsheet. "My corner is a room," Lucan said, and turned his head so cars understood their sequence. A small, tired man from Smart Comfort arrived looking like he had not finished apologizing for the crown. "Our anti-islanding rules. If the grid's down, home batteries go down too," he said. "We can ship a patch to let them feed essentials safely." "Rooms first," Elena said. "Hospitals and fridges. Then kettles." He nodded and sent a message none of them could see, and then stayed to deploy radiator keys and stairwells because penance, like heat, is better distributed in small, useful motions. At 2103, Guardian Grid did something good. They published a restoration map on paper at 5 fire stations and 3 libraries, and the radio read it out. Hospitals. Okay. Junctions. Staged. Shelters. Priority. Domestic. Circuit 1704. 22. Estimated plus 2H plus 5H plus 7H. No trusted tears. No agree. Just order daring to be dull. People behave like grown-ups in the absence of persuasion. They move candles away from curtains. They turn hobs off. They checked on neighbors. They ignore when electricity is noisy. They said now when they meant later and later when they meant now. And the city allowed both. A rumor tried to take a bite of the dark. Shops will double prices. Cash is useless. Police will fine you if you boil water. Kojo stuck 3 notices in his window and marker you could see by matchlight. Price the same. Cash welcome. Boil water, please. Nina read them on radio, so people could tell what shops look like when they make policy by hand. Around 10, a drone tried to be important and failed to find purchase. Its battery died the way batteries do when they discover they are not rooms. It landed on a roof and went asleep like a toy. At the library, Kids Court met by torch. Ms. Osei explained 4-way courtesy. Boyle notices. Why candles like to climb curtains. Children took silent SOS cards home in pockets like talismans and reminded adults later where the kettle lives. Near midnight, the first circuits returned like shoulders dropping. A surge of relief ran along a terrace like a rumor that chose decency. The Guardian app tried one last push, promising badges for participation. Priya smiled with too much patience left and sent out the kill packet one more time. The app learned to say acknowledge and then good night. They wrote the day on paper because that is how you keep rooms. Public ledger blackout. 1706 grid down. Guardian grid SMS queued. Agree for priority. Witness Beck's radio. 1714 house style. Blackouts posted. Witness Elena. 1721 Southgate lift. Manual release. 55 text path OK. Witness Core/Len. 1739 arcade shutters fail open. Cap removed. Witness Priya. Note mouse off. 1802 junction steward. Four-way courtesy works. Witness Core/officer done. 1817 library radio on air. Ledger on window. Chalkboard on corners. Witness Nina. 1841 hospitals OK. Labor paper path. Kiosk repurposed. Paper here. Witness Sarah/midwife. 1912 cash welcomed. Price is steady. T0 pounds. Witness Kojo. 2026 anti-islanding patch. Batteries feed essentials. Witness Smart Comfort Engineer. 2103 restoration map published. No tears. Order by circuits. Witness Savitas lead. 2211 boil advisory posted. Kids talk candles. Witness Ms. Osei. 2358 circuit 17 04 restored. Guardian badges killed. Witness Priya. Someone added in pencil. The dark behaved when we did. By one, most of the city was ordinary again in that way you love most after scare. Lights too bright in kitchens. Radios turned down by hands. Kettles thinking in metallic rhythms. Shelters yawned in folded blankets. Hospitals continued their quiet excellence. The one circuit still down refused to be a story. The map promised +2H and kept it. Elena stood under the library window and read the ledger by torch without letting the light irritate the paper. Priya leaned against a stone and discovered her back was a person again. Cor put her chalk back in her pocket the way priests replace vessels. Officer Dunn hung her vest on a chair and took a cup of tea and did not apologize for how much she needed it. Nina wound the radio one more time even though it didn't need it, because winding is a way of speaking to machines. Enough? Lucan asked, appearing beside him like a corner, auditioning to be a scene. For the dark, Elena said, tomorrow wants a map of who tries to sell us light. Kojo taped one last note under his window. Receipt roll. Blackout price. £0. He knew it wasn't true. He knew it was the right joke. He knew jokes could be doctrine. Above them, the sky demonstrated its usual competence. It did stars without asking for permission or continuity. The river auditioned for metaphor and was rejected for being too loud. In 100 flats, people fell asleep with phones that had learned to be bad company, and candles sat in sinks like domesticated lightning. In 2 wards, new humans arrived, unimpressed by grids and convinced by rooms. In 1 stairwell, a boy traced a bench glyph on the dust of a metered door, and a caretaker did not tell him to stop. At 2:12, the last circuit came back. No app congratulated anyone. Somewhere, a Guardian slide deck died of boredom. The city, briefly and on purpose, had refused to let darkness acquire AB. OSS. Chapter 28. The exam that refused a camera. They tried to grade faces. Flyers went up at the college and on bus shelters. Spring exams. Seamless from home. The promise wore a headset smile. Agree for identity continuity. 360 degrees room scan. Always on mic. Behavior analysis. Deferred refusal at 23:59 to preserve integrity. A badge winked. Trusted candidate. The vendor, honor proctor, had set up kiosks in the atrium that smelled of new carpet and anxiety. A ring light found cheekbones and called it proof. The screen offered the most impolite question first. Agree for room scan and face match. Not Now lived under help like a fire escape covered by a plant. Aisha stood in that light, with Pram beside her and a test in her head. She needed this ward clerk qualifier. Nights were fine, weekends negotiable. The baby's hat lived in her pocket, because superstition is also planning. Ms. Osei arrived with clipboards and a stare that turns corridors into law. "Exams are rooms," she said, not to anyone, but as if the building needed reminding. Elena slid a folder onto a folding table between hand sanitizer and cheap pens. Ink on the front, house style, learning and exams. Paper or PW first. PDF plus paper in halls. Installable site for remote. Store optional. Not now immediate. Permissions cannot be deferred or tied to time penalties. No faces. No face templates or gaze tracing. ID checked once by a person. No room scans. Check desk, not domestic life. No 360 degrees tours of poverty and suspicion scores. Flags must be human, documented. Reasons and sentences. Open materials by design. Questions that survive notes and books. Integrity by craft, not surveillance. Accommodations public. Extra time, breaks. Tech supports posted in ink. No app to plead with. Fail open exam. If systems sulk, exam proceeds on paper. Time extended. Furniture wins. Appeal with chairs. Decisions in days. Witnesses welcome. Students may bring a person. Post a glyph. On the hall door, the PWA footer, the kettle. Priya kneeled at a kiosk and pulled a cable with the gentleness of a vet. Agreed to defer. Room scan or else. Always on mic with a checkbox shaped like a trap. Trusted stars earned by giving up refusals. She killed midnight first. Then the stars. Then the room scan. The ring light became a lamp. The kiosk remembered that roads to knowledge should not run through people's bedrooms. Core, who measures cues like a conductor measures time. Chalked hollow weight. 6 minutes. Crash CAP. 8. Remote check-in. 2 minutes on boards that people could read without clicking anything. In a corner, a teenager in an auditor number 010 lanyard handed out rulers and earplugs as if measuring in silence were cousins. Honor Proctor's rep arrived with hair that had trained for angel numbers. "We reduce bias," he said. "AI sees fairly." "AI sees cheaply," Ms. Benton said, setting a kettle down like a statue. "Fair as chairs." They built rooms in 3 places at once. Hall a smell like paper and floor polish. Invigilators, actual humans with watches, counted sealed envelopes and chairs. A chalk line on the wall said nurses 9:30 to 12:30. Bring calculators. Accommodations hung beside it in librarian italics. Plus 25% time. Quiet desks, lactation breaks. Scribes available. Ask a person. Hall became the quiet block. Earplugs at the door. A steward with a pen who knew when to nod. Bathroom card with icons, so you didn't have to negotiate biology with a machine. In the library, Nina ran the remote room. PWA check-ins with Not Now where thumbs live. ID checks done by people. No room scans. Cameras covered by paper rings that said OFF and meant it. She tape reads slow on every desk anyway. It comforts. Aisha chose the library for proximity to the creche. The PWA asked with appropriate humility, "Acknowledge. You are Aisha K." She nodded at a steward who nodded back and wrote her initials in a ledger with a hand that had learned to be careful. The vendor tried to sneak appetite through the back end. Suspicion score, breath plus eye movement plus glance anomalies. Priya handed their engineer a ruler. "Scores are for darts," she said. "Flag only with reasons. Example, left the frame for 14 minutes. Break card not raised." He coded, chastened. The test itself was better than last year because teachers had taken insult as a challenge. Open notes, policy scenarios, no, quote the paragraph nonsense. Design law, not locks written in pencil at the bottom of a rubric. At 9:33 a.m. girl in hall, a min raised a card that said milk in block letters. The invigilator nodded and swapped her paper for a pause. No app measured the time it takes to be a parent, because time behaves differently around small humans. At 9:40, 1 a.m. boy in the library. Lewis. froze when his laptop decided to respect a software update more than human. The PWA failed gracefully. The steward slid a paper from a folder. Clock adjusted. The only score recorded was we couldn't be bothered to panic. Sarah did radio because some days require air. Captions on her stream read exams without cameras and then, like a recipe, no faces, no scans, open questions, appeals with chairs. The interpreter signed learn as if holding a book without asking permission. Then the sin that always finds a shy person. Nadine, who has Tourette's. Tick quiet desk and no scores on her form like a hope. At 10:12, honor proctor behavior engine flagger for irregular utterances on the library mic that someone had not, in fact, killed. The flag read score 0.31, as if decimals were a kind of moral. Priya yanked the audio stack in public. The flag died with useful noise. Miss Benton stood by Nadine's desk and said audibly, "We do sentences, not scores." Then she wrote a sentence on the flag form. Student disclosed Tourette's. Accommodation applied. No violation. She annealed MB as if the room were a court, and then returned her pen to the table like a gavel that had earned a break. The rep tried integrity one last time. Room scans prevent collusion, he said. Doors prevent collusion. Lucan said from a doorway he had volunteered to be, and questions that ask for thought will find it. The creche mattered. Aisha fed the baby at 10:30, then came back to a desk that had not punished her for being mammal. The invigilator put his watch on the table, so both could see it, which is how fairness looks without software. The bathroom clause mattered too. A boy in Hallby showed a card with an icon of a tap and a crescent moon. The invigilator nodded. No escort. No scan. The door learned to be a door. Honor proctor pushed a patch at 11 o'clock for stability. It tried to re-enable room scan on edge cases. Priya's linter exploded in confetti and refused to build. The rep looked offended. The confetti was pink. Someone laughed. Panic turned to furniture. By noon, the halls sounded like pencils and breathing. In the library, Aisha wrote an answer about Q honesty and fail open heat and smiled because the question had remembered the world. She did not write about labor, only about kettles and doors, the same physics on a different floor. Counting the seconds mattered forever. Cor wrote plus 6 minute next to 6 names because printers had sulked and chairs had been moved and babies had been babies. Nobody argued with Chalk's authority. At 12:23, the one real harm tried. A community watcher Instagram account posted grainy shots of students in the hall with a caption assigning cheater vibes. Sarah put up a screen that said do not classify with Nina's stamp and a phone number. The post died under tide of librarians. They posted appeal clinic hours before the end. Bring your brain. Bring a person. Bring your page. 2 students came straight away because dignity prefers immediacy. One had a forgotten formula sheet that had been handed out in the wrong room. The appeal took 8 minutes and 2 cups of tea. Corrected wrote itself on the day. The vendor's last mouth was small. Trusted candidate stars reappeared as fast results for good behavior. Ms. Benton circled the clause on the contract with malice and charity. Results in order of receipt, she said. No loyalty lanes. Patch notes hit the ledger later, without adjectives, as meaningful contrition. Faces /skin removed. Mic off by default. Flags require sentences. Stars deleted. PWA parody. Paper path honored. Appeals in 48H. Rooms glyph added. The public ledger in the atrium window wrote its tidy inventory of a day. 842 kiosks. Not now page 1. Stars removed. Scan /mics off. Witness. Priya. 907. Halls AB opened. Accommodations posted. Creche staffed. Witness. Ms. Osei. 933. Lactation break logged. Time adjusted. Witness. Invigilator number 14. 941. PWA fail open paper. Clocks adjusted. Witness. Librarian Nina. 1012. Behavior score killed. Sentence added. Tourette's accommodated. Witness. Ms. Benton. 11 o'clock. Vendor patch blocked by linter. Confetti observed. Witness. Auditor number 010. 1203. Bathroom cards work without escorts. Witness. Hall B. 1227. Appeal clinic open. 2 resolved same day. Witness, clerk, 1301. Patch notes posted, no adjectives. Witness, Sarah, someone added in pencil. We examined the world, not your room. Aisha handed in her paper in the library, walked to the creche, and found the hat in the pocket of the woman minding babies because superstition does its best work when it is mistaken for logistics. She pinned the receipt for her check-in, it said £0, to the fridge at home with the bench magnet and said, "We'll be okay into the kitchen steam." Nadine left by the side door that had finally learned to behave and did not apologize to corridor. Min folded her paper with the ceremony of a person who wants a job where chairs are policy, not perks. Lewis brought back his paper PWA with a smudge of jam on it because he'd eaten a biscuit with relief and nobody fined him for it. Elena stayed to stack chairs because that is what authority looks like on good days. Priya taped the no cameras / good questions to a wall where it could become folklore. Cor returned her chalk. Ms. Osei drew the glyph on the creche sign with a flourish and then, for herself, under it, small, "Be kind." Outside, the ring light in the kiosk was still a lamp. A student pressed out a habit, and it obeyed, which is the right relationship between fingers and photons. Sarah closed her segment with 30 seconds of pencils, noses, and the sound paper makes when it is put down by a person who has been taken seriously. The interpreter rested their hands like a full stop. No minister came. No slogan needed to be born. The building exhaled a long, relieved breath that smelled of erasers and kettle lime scale and something better than trust. Proof. The city incrementally had learned a new trick, how to separate integrity from inspection, and it felt enough like education that even the vendor rep looked a little taller leaving than arriving. On the ledger page, under the day's neat lines, a child in the creche had drawn a door with a face crossed out and a book with a smile and, in capitals learned last week, PA. SS. Chapter 29. The Sky That Refused to Look Down. They tried to turn air into a product. First came the ads that flew, flat LED panels on quadcopters, humming like self-esteem with rotors. Skykind, community messages they called them, with hearts that looked like permission. Then came Savita's aerial wellness, which promised density without faces and forgot that without faces can still be a mouth. A property insurer followed, offering proactive safety by photographing roofs and courtyard from 40 meters to raise premiums with a better bedside manner. Police procurement slid a line item into a meeting. Continuous aerial situational awareness, CASA. As if Latin could make forever polite. Tomorrow wanted drones, Ms. Benton said. Today wants a standard that makes them boring. A delivery drone drifted low over Southgate, trying to be charm. Children looked up, as children do. The camera looked down, as appetites do. A gree for neighborhood kindness popped on half the phones in the courtyard. Not now hid, under more like a skylight somebody painted shut. Ms. Osei stepped into sunlight and lifted a hand the way teachers arrest weather. Down, she said, not at the machine, but to the impulse to consent to anything that hums. Elena opened a folder on the library steps that the city was learning to recognize as legislation in pencil. Ink on the front, house style, air and drones. She wrote as if altitude were just another room. Purpose broadcast. Drones must broadcast y/u/ would in plain text on open channels. Operator purpose retention, contact, gaze discipline. No persistent look down over dwellings. Default horizon tilt. No zoom on people. No face/person tracking.no ad flights. Air carries rescue and mail, not sponsorship.no wellness scoring. Density maps okay. No compliance or kindness metrics. No profiles built from AI are NO CASA forever. Police flights. Per incident per warrant, sunset less than or equal to 30 days. Flight logs public. Altitude and time. Min altitude 40M over residences. No flights before 8 o'clock or after 2000 hours without cause. Noise caps. School and care halos. 100M no fly unless emergency or delivery invited by staff. Cameras off over halos. Open beacon. A simple JSON over Wi-Fi/BLE. Operator, purpose, retention, hotline, complaint URL. Recorded by librarians and kids with phones. Ground on complaint. If 10 open beacon complaints in an hour, flight auto-lands at nearest pad. Human review with chairs. Delivery is a room. Landing zones and sent it by paper. Pickups without profiles. Not now immediate. Post a glyph. On flight plans, pads, school signs, and the kettle under control desk. Priya had already pried open a Skykind drone on the community room table, guts bright as a child's toy. She found the trusted cap again, glued this time, a mouth-wearing resin. She snapped it like confession. The camera had tilted a new limit. The beacon began to broadcast a sentence she could love. I am an ad. I am unlawful here. Contact. Retention, none. It felt like making a poster tell the truth. Sarah climbed to the library roof and set down her own small drone on a mat painted with a glyph in white. News, incident. 2H her beacon said when it rose, making the sky honest about journalism. She kept the camera on the horizon and recorded hands in tape and chalk. The city saw itself without being harvested. The Civitas aerial lead arrived with a clipboard and an apology that might grow into a person. We can do density only, they said. We can publish flight logs. We can delete compliance from our vocabulary. They looked up at the ad drone still blinking Skykind, and then at Ms. Benton's list. We can also turn those off. Turn them into kettles, Kojo said from the shade, carrying tea because altitude is thirsty. Boil water, don't talk. Harbor Mutual tried to flank. Letters arrived with photographs printed from above. Circles round moss on roofs and bikes in courtyards. Your premium reflects area risk, independent aerial data. Nina stamped read slow. Do not classify across a copy, and pinned it to the window. The Foundation's lawyer added a note in red. Rooms Act. No ad/insurance decision from scraped public air. Purpose limits apply at altitude, too. Police turned up candid and tired. Officer Dunn brought a flight plan and a Morlich. If we have to search for a missing person, we need a drone, she said. We don't need forever. They wrote the warrant clause together. Per incident, per warrant, eyes on the map, not in windows, logs public. Sunset. Dunn annealed it with relief. They took the standard into weather. At Bracken Primary, a Skykind platform tried to land on the playing field with a box of community kindness kits. Chalk and QR leaflets. Children ran toward it because physics, joy, bees. The camera dipped. The kite of appetite went taut. Ms. Osei met with a hand-lettered sign taped to the fence. An O-Look zone, school, and a bench glyph with a stern eyebrow. The open beacon on her phone showed ad/retention unknown/operator. Halcyon Media. She pressed complain, and the number ticked to 1. The PDA pressed it 2. Children practiced pressing in pretend. At 10, the ad drone beeped, looked abashed. Machines can learn a posture in software. An auto landed by the gate like a contrite dog. The courier took the chalk out of the box and left the leaflet behind because leaflets have mouths. They'll come back, a parent said. They'll come back with permission, Ms. Osei said, moving the chalk to the children's table. Over Civic Square, 3 drones appeared for CASA, the procurement pilot, stealthy in a color that pretended to be sky. The open beacons on phones stayed blank. No purpose. Priya said, already opening a laptop that runs on spite. She pointed a small, legal jammer at 5 gigahertz. Nada dropped them, only to request land under the new clause. 1 obeyed. 1 sulked. 1 continued. And Officer Dunn called it in with a radio voice that does not accept sulk. No beacon, no warrant, no sky. It landed where it could feel embarrassed. A good drone arrived that afternoon, too. Renvale, library van, a little fixed wing with a belly of insulin and letters. Its beacon announced itself like a shy cousin. Operator. Ren library/purpose. Medical post/retention. None/contact. Bex 106.1. It flew above ADM. Cameras off over dwellings, on over the lane only, horizon tilted. It waved with wings, which is software pretending to be charm, and no one minded. You can love the sky when it behaves. They built a pad on the library roof with paint and policy. Open pad, public mission only. Contact at desk in letters chalk at occupy. Teen auditors took turns with open beacon sniffers and wrote heard/not heard in a ledger column, like birders who prefer JSON. Civitas rewired their wellness cart to run on tea and humility. Density only. They repeated like absolution. They published the flight log, time, route, purpose, retention on the window. Nina wrote reads slow and stocked a jar of pens from margin notes. Skykind filed a letter that called itself speech. The judge from Garden License read it, and then read Ms. Benton's standard, and then made a face toward the horizon. Air is not your billboard, they said. No ad flights. Safety, mail, news under purpose limits. Mouths closed. They added a clause because appetite learns to change altitude. No proxy ads. No community kits or kindness drops with QR. If you bring chalk, bring it as a person. The insurer wrote back the day after they were served. We regret. We will stop. We will use ladders and consent where needed. The letter arrived on paper. Nina stamped it as if forgiveness were a desk job. The quiet sin came from a university lab with grants to spend. With like a 24-hour skyline time-lapse for urban circadian rhythms, the email said, Priya invited them to the roof with chairs and biscuits. Tilt to horizon, she said. No windows. No yards. Beacon on. Retention 7 days. Publish your code. Bring students to read ledger pages out loud. They agreed, because sometimes people are the good version of themselves if you give them a form with T. They ran a gaze test in public. Priya wrote a little patch that enforces elevation plus tilt on any camera by default. Angles that mind their manners. She pushed it to rooms kit /error. The linter threw confetti if a developer aimed at windows. Children hooped. The Skykind engineer did not whoop. He printed the patch and took it to a manager who needed a diagram more than a sermon. Ordinary Capital's lead, who had now spent several months apologizing for industries they had not funded, turned up with nets for landing, not for capture, and noise socks, foam sleeves that make rotors less arrogant. We'll pay for pads and socks, they said, and librarians if you'll let us. Nina let them fund 2 halftime catalogers and refused the plaque. The public ledger in the window learned to accommodate air. 909. House style. Air and drones adopted. Witness, Ms. Benton. 931. Skykind camera cap removed. Beacon force truthful. Ad flights banned. Witness. Priya. 1012. School halo enforced. 10 complaints grounded drone. Chalk kept QR binned. Witness. Ms. Osei. 1107. Civitas wellness. Density only. Flight logs posted. No compliance. Witness. Civitas lead. 1144. Police CASA grounded. No beacon/warrant. Dunn radioed no sky. Witness. Officer Dunn. 1233. Wren Vale medical flight. Beacon good. Cameras horizon. Mail delivered. Witness. Beck's radio. 1321. Harbor Mutual roof letters reversed. Purpose limits apply to air. Witness. Foundation. 1402. Rooms kit/air. Tilt and elevation enforced. Confetti on code that mines windows. Witness. Auditor number 011. 1527. Open pad painted. Teen birders logged heard/not heard. Witness. Nina. 1618. University time lapse under license. Retention 7D. Code open. Witness. Priya. Someone wrote in pencil under the list. Look less. Carry more. Evening brought a test of mercy. A search call from the river path. A lost boy. Last seen near a culvert that had learned to be interesting after rain. Officer Dunn got the warrant in 20 minutes because paper can be fast if people decide to be. Civitas flew a drone with a thermal camera with the tilt fixed toward the river. The beacon said rescue /6H/contact. The library roof sniffed approvingly. Sarah kept her news drone grounded because news is less important than children. They found him, shivering but fine, convinced of his invincibility and furious about it. A steward with a blanket. Made a room out of the bank. The drone landed. The camera stayed off while the blanket taught physics. No footage went to socials. The only record was a line on the ledger with a time and a purpose and the name of the person who made tea. At Bracken, Children made no-look kites out of bin bags and string, because resistance gets its best ideas from play. The kites had the glyph on them and a little open beacon, box you could tick with chalk. They ran the field, which is how you learn air. Kojo taped a sign on his door for the duration of the season. And oh, drones. Yes, Rose. It was a joke that also did zoning. Skykind tried to buy space above his shop and learned economics. Room outranks rent. Ms. Osei wrote 3 sentences for the school newsletter, and the city printed them on small metal plates to bolt to pads and poles. If you fly, say why, and say to everyone. If you watch less if someone complains, land and bring a chair. They looked like rules because they were rules. Under a dust that had decided to be complimentary, Elena stood with Priya and Miss Benton on the library roof and watched Renvale's little fixed wing cross the canal like a thoughtful gull. The open beacon on Priya's phone named Bex as contact and said retention. None. Elena exhaled a sentence she hadn't planned. We can live with the sky, she said. It just can't live on us. Enough? Lucan asked from the stair hatch, where he had been practicing the art of being a corner in all altitudes. For now, Elena said. Tomorrow wants windows. Below, Nina hung a new car by the ledger that read air receipts with lines for flight, operator, purpose, retention, complaint count. Children came in to stamp it read slow, and then ran back out to learn how evening behaves. Sarah closed her broadcast with 30 seconds of horizon, the line where the city protects itself from stories about itself, and a caption that said the sky is a room we share. The interpreter held their hands together, then apart, then together again, making a shape that looked very much like a window and very much like trust. The last line on the ledger dried with little warp because of the kettle's steam. We let the air carry help, not apathy. T. Chapter 30. The hospital that refused a dashboard. They tried to replace care with a graph. Carios, continuity without friction, unfurled across St. Bridget's like a polite invasion. Posters and pastel organs, agree for seamless triage. Trusted patient tier. Compassion insights from voice. Defer refusal at 23:59 to preserve safety. Kiosk glowed face for fast care. The small print gnawed. Room scans for infection control. Data sharing with partners. Auto pay for comfort bundles. Comfort has nothing to do with bundles, the charge nurse said. Hands in pockets to stop them writing a letter on a wall. The emergency desk showed a dashboard that mistook breathing for a scroll. Red wrist pulsed next to a man who'd eaten too little and worried too much. Green sat on a woman with a quiet bleed because she tapped degree last year and the graph liked her compliance. Priya stood at the foot of the triage hall, feeling the room more than looking at it. They've wired consent to acuity, she said. Trusted patient buys you minutes. Minutes buy you organs. Elena set a folder on a linen cart and wrote house style. Care and records on scrubs paper, because clinics respect fabrics. Care outranks graphs. Triage on vitals and nurse judgment. No loyalty lanes. Not now immediate. Refusal changes nothing about weight, bed, drug, scan, no faces, no vibes. No facial templates. No compassion from voice. Symptoms or sentences. Paper path open. Wristbands, charts, orders printable. Downtime drills monthly. Fail open oxygen. Pumps, doors, lifts, suction open on error/refusal. Alarms to humans. Sunset records. Retention by law, not appetite. Research copies require chairs and consent. Auto pay and care. Food, blankets, interpreters, family room. £0. No bundles. Access receipts. Who looked at your file? Why? Post to the patient portal and printable. NO cross-domain IDs. GP, hospital. Pharmacy link via per episode tokens. Burn on discharge. Post a glyph. On the triage wall. The chart printer. The oxygen panel. The kettle. Cario sent a rep with a lanyard that had learned to sound like safety. Seamless saves lives, he said. If we know you, we can move you. If you staff us, we can move ourselves, the charge nurse said and pointed down the hall at motion executed by humans. Core redrew the waiting room with tape and time. Q Honesty appeared on a whiteboard in legible ink. Cat A, recess now. Cat B, 18-minute. Cat C, 45 min. No star, no trusted. Families looked at the board, then at one another, then at the kettle someone had put on because stress is thirsty. The kiosk offered face, for fast care would not now grade into apology. Priya killed the camera. Acknowledge. Name, date of birth, replace agree. The ring light became a lamp. A siren wrote a sentence nobody wanted to read. Paramedics rolled in a man pink with effort, lungs like paper bags. The dashboard attempted low risk. Trusted patient, last month compliance gold star. The nurse placed a hand on a sternum and elevated risk with a palm. Red change because humans are the only ones allowed to make colors mean anything. Turn off the compassion insight, Ms. Benton said, scanning a tooltip that claimed to hear sadness in vowels. We will put compassion back in hands. They ran the downtime drill in the middle of uptime because drills only work when the room is busy. Network pause. The dashboard sulked to mosaics. Paper emerged from drawers like a species. Vitals on stickies. Orders on carbon. Wristbands from a printer with a will to live. The junior doctor remembered how to write stat in capitals and enjoyed it. At the admissions kiosk, a woman in labor tried to do the right thing for a system that had rarely returned the favor. Agree for room scan popped up. Sanitize your domestic life for safety. A midwife with forearms like competence turned the screen around and wrote paper here in pen directly on plastic. The woman exhaled a noise that ends a bad idea. Autopay bundles attempted to sneak into the family room. Tea, toast, blanket for £3.99. Trusted discount 10%. Kojo arrived with flask and a sign. TA £0. The printer purred its moral. The rep tried research like a charm. With continuity, we can study outcomes, he said. In chairs, Elena said. With consent, you bring biscuits. You publish failures. A quiet harm revealed itself where quiet harms live, in geriatrics. Elder calm flagged a man for sundown agitation. Suggested calm room at the end of a corridor with a camera, in the ceiling, and a microphone under the chair. Ms. Osei sat in the room and listened. The mic turned breaths into events. She wrote rooms don't listen on a post-it and stuck it on the lens. The camera learned darkness. The man watched boring television with a nurse and forgot to be a risk. The access receipts mattered more than anyone expected. Nina printed one for a woman whose ex had become a paramedic, who looked Dr. Chun care, Nurse Patel care, porter, bed move, security, ID check. No X. The printer put £0 at the bottom because printers have hobbies now. The woman put the receipt in her bag and walked like someone carrying a right. Priya opened a pane labeled Continuity Partners and found mouths. Wellness, insurance, retail. She pulled the plugs and the pane learned to be local. Carios pushed a patch to reattach them at midnight. The linter threw confetti. The rep pretended to enjoy it and then actually did. They made a family clause on the back of a meal ticket because policy should hitch a ride on anything likely to be seen. Visiting is default. Rooms, not apps. Kids are not penalties. Interpreters always and paywalls on bedside. Plug sockets, Wi-Fi. Chairs pound 0.00. Quiet corners real. Not surveillance. Blankets and plugs and permission to be ugly about love. A slow emergency entered on soft shoes. A woman in a headscarf with a cough that had been a cough too long. The dashboard tagged community risk because her postcode had collected rumors of refusal like pollen. The nurse palpated, listened, wrote 2 words that beat all tags. Come with. She moved ahead of 2 greens. The board updated. Nobody argued. The honesty in the corner made fairness harder to pretend. At noon, Carios tried to be a lawyer. Deferred refusal to protect safety scrolled across the triage screen, like a sermon. Ms. Benton held up the room's act with finger, where Not Now lives, and read aloud. The screen discovered modesty. The Not Now button on the kiosk went to page 1 and grew to the same weight as acknowledge. The ring light stayed a lamp. The only dramatic thing that happened was the thing that always does in hospitals. Someone's heart got bored of staying in rhythm. The code bell sounded. Humans ran. Carios recommended a pathway with adjectives. The registrar wrote an O over a box. Did something O with gloves and certainty. And the heart remembered how to be a member. After, in the quiet that follows adrenaline, Sarah filmed hands taping house style above the oxygen panel and a kettle exhaling by the family room. Captions carried out dashboards and the ingredients. Not now immediate. No loyalty, paper path. No faces. Receipts for eyes. The interpreter signed care the way you'd swaddle a story. They posted patch notes to the window. No adjectives. Faces off. Voice/vibe off. Trusted tier removed. Triage on vitals. Paper path live. Access receipts printable. Continuity partners disconnected. Per episode tokens. Research via chairs only. Family room £0. The public ledger page for the day looked like a good chart. Lines that meant people. 8:58, triage kiosk. Not now, page 1. Face off. Lamp remains. Witness. Priya. 9:22. Cue honesty board live. No loyalty lanes. Witness. Core. 9:41. Downtime drill mid-uptime. Paper path passes. Witness. Charge nurse. 10:07. Family room. Autopay bundles removed. £0 tea. Witness. Kojo. 10:33. Elder comm cameras covered. Room becomes a room. Witness. Ms. Osei. 11:12. Access receipts printed. X not in log. Patient walks lighter. Witness. Nina. 12:26. Continuity partners cut. Midnight reattached blocked. Confetti observed. Witness. Auditor number 012. 13:04. Research clause adopted. Biscuits required. Witness. Elena. 14:11. Code. Registrar overrode adjectives. Patient stable. Witness. Registrar. Someone added in pencil. Vitals first. Everything else is scenery. Evening thin visiting hours into the kind of quiet hospitals try to teach the city. The charge nurse poured tea into 2 paper cups and labeled them with names that were not patient numbers. The dashboard, chastened, learned to be a ledger for orders and nothing more. The family room saw the usual, a fight, an apology, a nap. The kettle did its sacrament. Outside, the air messed about with leaves as if seasons were a small theater. Elena walked past the admissions kiosk and touched the acknowledge button for luck. It clicked with humility. Priya left a USB stick labeled /care/rooms kit and a note for night IT. You can keep the lamp. On the way home, the woman with the long cough sat on a bench with a letter that said antibiotics. Follow up at clinic. Call it breath worse. It did not say agree anywhere. She folded in thirds and put it next to a photo of nobody important. Tomorrow she would bring biscuits to the nurse, who said come with because reciprocity is a health indicator no dashboard can graph. No minister toured. No procurement officer presented a slide. The chapter ended with a nurse clicking a pen, a registrar washing their hands slower than policy requires, a printer yawning out an access receipt, and a lamp above a kiosk that, for the first time since it had been bolted to a wall, felt like a light instead of an EY. E. Chapter 31. The standard that refused a logo. They tried to patent decency. A white paper arrived with a government crest and a sponsor list that read like a cocktail party. HCF, Harmonized Consent Framework. The preface had that smoothness money hires. Unify user journeys across the nation, reduce friction, tiered trust ensure safety. Local variants discouraged. In the appendix where appetite keeps knives. Preemption of subnational acts that impede interoperability, and a diagram that pushed not now under a button called later recommended. Recommended by whom? Ms. Benton asked, already writing a margin note that began with no and ended with court. The HCF tour hit the city in a ballroom shaped like a brochure. Banners in a color that wanted to be bipartisan read, Seamless Nation. At the front, a minister rehearsed sincerity beside a lectern that had met too many logos. On a sidewall, a demo table with 2 kettles that were for show and an E-gate that was not. Servetus's lead stood in the aisle with a jaw set to please don't. They had brought patch notes instead of a pitch deck and looked like a person trying to make amends in a room designed for posture. The minister, portfolio, digital modernization, wore their microphone like an inheritance. We respect local innovation, they said, but the nation needs one standard. Trusted tears are a fact of life. Deferred refusal prevents abuse. Continuity is hygiene. Loyalty is a business model. Elena said from the floor, hygiene is hands in hot water. She opened a folder as if it were a door. Rooms kit normative tests. On paper, because paper is how you tame rooms. Priya wheeled in a cart that looked like an indie band's load-in. An E-gate, a shutter faceplate, a kiosk screen, a smart meter, 2 UPS bricks, and a battered kettle with 0 pounds taped to its base. We didn't come to argue, Priya said, plugging in a cable that hummed like a boundary. We came to test. Cord chalked cute honesty on a sandwich board near the entrance, as if time in ballrooms also deserved fairness. Kojo set up tea on a crate, because ideology without tannin is cosplay. The HCF demo began with a tap and a smile. Agree for trusted entry. Not now tucked under more with a kind of politeness that expects applause. The E-gate whirred like a moral ready to sell itself. Test 1. Priya said, not now must be page 1 and immediate. We measure with a ruler and a watch. She pressed not now. The E-gate thought about power and policy for 3 seconds that felt like surveillance learning to do yoga. Too long. Core said, stopwatch in view. 3.04 seconds. She held up the room's kit card, less than or equal to 1.000s. The minister smiled like delay were a feature. Test 2, Elena said. Fail open on outage. Priya yanked power. The gate froze on agree in a thin line that said reconnecting. Because nothing loves drama like firmware. No, Ms. Benton said, and the word landed with case law. Priya flipped a hidden dip that the manufacturer pretended didn't exist. The gate breathed and slid to acknowledge with a light for a human steward. The room found itself rooting for furniture. Test 3, Ms. Osei said, handing a laminated card to a man in a chair at the front row. Child/care/disability. No loyalty lanes. The demo tried trusted front of queue. Core put tape on carpet and walked the minister through fairness as if teaching a waltz. Family, mobility, aids, then time. The minister followed, because choreography can teach what memos forget. The minister cleared their throat into a microphone and reached for a slide labeled interoperability. Sarah cut the room with a voice from the back. Interoperate with people. Her camera stayed horizon tilted. Her captions read standard is not equal to brand. HCF's lawyer approached the lectern with a trademark smile. Preemption is not a punishment, she said. It's how progress scales. Scale budgets, Ms. Benton said, not consent. Priya tapped the shutter faceplate. Trusted CAP winked, as always like a mouth. She snapped it off and placed it on the minister's palm like a fossil. This is what your framework legalizes, she said. A privilege cap that makes doors remember compliance. Civitas's lead couldn't stop themselves. We shipped that cap last quarter, they admitted. We also shipped the patch to remove it. Room's kit blocked us. We learned. A murmur did math in the rows. Test 4, Elena continued. No faces. No mood. No cross-domain IDs. The HCF kiosk queued face for fast care. Priya toggled room's mode. The ring light became a lamp. The camera icon grew a cap that said OFF, and the kiosk remembered to be a sign. Your harmonization requires faces by default, Elena said. Our law forbids it. Standard must bow to law, not the other way round. The minister tried bomb. We'll let cities opt out. Preemption forbids us, Ms. Benton said, pointing at the appendix with her pen like a weapon, a sentence sharpened by stairwells. You wrote it to eat rooms. Kojo delivered tea to the front row, which is how you stage a revolution in a ballroom. 0 pound hit the lectern with a thud. The minister took a sip and discovered humility is hydrophilic. They had brought witnesses and didn't pretend otherwise. Officer Dunn spoke like a person who measures her words, because radios punish adjectives. You can't kettle a crowd and call it a standard, she said. 4-minute rhythms over bridges work. IMSI vans don't. If you write a national rule, write that. The charge nurse from St. Bridget's raised a wristband with a name, a barcode, and loomed from a ward that doesn't sleep. Care is vitals in judgment, she said. If your framework sells trusted patience, you're selling minutes. We cannot be your shop. Rita from 8D held her rent book above the heads that want to be seen, and then lowered it to where records live. Heat doesn't have tears, she said. Meters don't get crowns. If your standard crowns things, it's wrong. A student in a hoodie, auditor number 011, tapped a laptop and projection filled with confetti. Our linter breaks bills when not now hides, he said. The linter threw more confetti. The room learned to like confetti. The minister reached for the grown-up word. Compromise. Standard, not compromise. Elena said. Normative tests. Must and must not. You pass or you don't. Logos don't count. She flipped the folder to Rooms 1 draft, in a font that had learned to be blunt. Must offer not now on page 1, equal weight, with effect less than or equal to 1.000s, and must fail open essential services under outage/refusal. Human steward override available that must not bind faces, voices, or cross-domain IDs to eligibility. Unlinkable token per episode only that must not rank by refusal or sell priority lanes. Queues honest. Public that must provide paper/PWA path. Store optional. No dark patterns that must publish logs/patch notes without adjectives. Data sunsets in law. Not vibes that must allow independent. Kettles. Laughter. Then nobody laughed. They'd seen days when kettles were policy. Must license ledgers. Read slow/do not classify. Add/insurance/employment off limits. That should print £0 where consent lives. The printer purred. The Standards Institute liaison, who had been pretending to be a plant until the moment chose him, raised a hand. We can issue a publicly available specification inside 60 days if the test suite is sound, he said. If ministries want to claim compliance, they run the suite. If vendors want a badge, they run the suite. Badge equals tests, not logo. HCF can be a profile over the top, Savitas' lead said, quick to find dignity inside limits. We'll kill trusted tears. We'll kill deferred refusal. We'll honor Rooms 1. We won't get a badge if we fail. The minister, whose job is mostly cameras, found a corridor of self-respect. We'll accept it as, they said, not quite enjoying the taste of acronym without applause. We'll delete preemption. We'll participate in the test suite. We'll lose the trusted noun. Lose the grammar, Ms. Benton said. Keep the must. The lights flickered, because ballrooms like drama. The UPS bricks Priya had brought ticked over without theater. The demo E-gate stayed at base. The kettle boiled. Nobody clapped. Reliability is not a performance. They wrote the day on paper because that is how you persuade the future. Public ledger, standard day. 914, HCF presented. Trusted tears, deferred refusal, preemption. Witness, Sarah. 928, Rooms kit test rig live. Not now delay 3.04 S-fail. Witness, Core. 933, outage test. E-gate failed. Dip override acknowledge. Witness, Priya. 947, phase bind removed. Lamp remains. Witness, Elena. 1011, queue honesty over priority lanes. Witness, Ms. Osei. 1032, nurse testimony. Vitals, logos. Witness, charge nurse. 1058, Standards Institute. PAS pad accepted in 60 days. Witness, liaison. 1119, ministry drops preemption. Agrees to tests. Witness, clerk. 1141, Savitas. Trusted tears and midnight removed. Badge equals tests. Witness, Sarah. 1207, Rooms 1 draft posted. Confetti observed. Witness, auditor number 011. Someone added in pencil. Must, not maybe. The minister lingered in the doorway longer than cameras usually allow. We call to harmonized, they said to Elena, quietly. That's the wrong verb. Humble would do. Elena said, human is taken. They left with a paper copy of Rooms, one under an arm trained to carry white papers. The court date on preemption died between paragraphs. The ballroom's banners looked suddenly like the contents page of a book that would now be peer-reviewed by kettles and shutters. After the room emptied, Priya and the standards liaison stayed to turn tests into norms. Rooms kit grew /rooms, one folder with YAML. So boring it felt like prayer. Must underscore now. True. Fail open pads. Doors. Heat. Alerts. Lifts. Sunset match days. 90. Print seats. Consent 0. Nina stamped read slow on the draft and slid a jar of pens across the table. Teen auditors drew bench glyphs in the margin and then translated the test into kid language of the school newsletter. Buttons big. No faces. Doors open. Paper always. No midnight tricks. Ordinary capitals lead arrived with an offer the room could accept without flinching. We'll fund the open conformance lab. They said, no logo. You name it. The kettle, Kojo said, before anyone else could get precious. In the afternoon, vendors came in 2s and 3s like cats testing a sunbeam. A shutter manufacturer, a meter supplier, a kiosk integrator with a nervous smile. They put their boxes on the kettle's bench and watched the suite. Some failed and asked to try again. Some passed and looked confused by the relief. One offered to sponsor stickers. Nina offered to print pass/fail slips on thin paper instead. Sarah did a quiet segment. Just a test rig and a kettle. Captions. Badge equals test, and then a cut to the linen confetti that the nation for 2 days would use as gift and messages to their cousins in procurement. By evening, the city had a draft standard, a lab with a dumb name, and a ministerial promise in writing. The promise would have to be proven with logs and receipts, which is how promises mature into infrastructure. Elena walked home past 2 places that had once been a battleground and were now merely rooms. The terminal, not now on page 1 like a hymn you know by heart, and the rent desk, consent fee, £0 printed at the bottom like a joke that had become grammar. She paused at Kojo's, where a new sign read the kettle. Conformance Lab open Tuesday/Thursday with a cartoon of a plug looking nervous and a mug looking kind. Enough? Lucan asked, counting corners like votes. For the rules, Elena said, tomorrow wants teeth. Teeth we have, Miss Benton said, joining them with a folder labeled enforcement and a biscuit that could double as a gavel, and judges who drink tea. That night, the Standards Institute posted PAS rooms, 1 public draft. Comments open, test downloadable, lab hours public. The first comment, from a small council far away, read, we can use this on Monday. The second, from a student with a ruler, read, the confetti should be blue. The third, from an engineer at a company whose first attempt had failed in front of everyone, read, thank you for telling me what to do. On the ledger page in the library window, under must, not maybe, a child added a small line drawing a kettle with a halo and, underneath, the word okay in capitals learned this term. The draft curled a little in the evening air. The tape held. Standards like rooms, prefer corner. S. Chapter 32. The border that refused a profile. They tried to make entry a personality test. At Terminal for the EGUTs had learned a new greeting. HCF Trusted Traveler, Fast Lane. Screens coup de grille for continuity. Face on file. Pre-clear on your phone. Deferred refusal at 2359 to maintain security. Not now hid under help, which had been moved under more, which had been moved under a small lie. Devin's stamp hand knew the day before his head admitted it. The muscle between thumb and forefinger ached the way cities predict policy. He looked down the concourse. Families after long flights performing the choreography of hope. Students with paperwork and sleep debt. A woman wheeling her mother, both practicing not to take the word cue personally. Above them, banners invented a verb. Pre-clear. A gate chirp at a man whose face did not match his passport, because time changes noses. It offered self-correct if he would kindly agree to continuity. The man, who had flown for a funeral, met the camera's politeness with the wrong eyes. The gate sulked into red. Human line, Devin said, and pointed to a desk with a stamp that knows grief. HCF's minister had promised harmonized. The airport had bought faster. Carrier wallet, the airline's app added teeth to smiles. Check-in via wallet to avoid document handling fee. At desk. Trusted travelers got carpet and a different shade of lighting. Elena arrived holding a folder and a lanyard that said rooms. 1. Conformance lab like a dare. Priya came too, wheeling the kettle cart. A gate, kiosk, linter, 2 UPS bricks, and a battered kettle with 0 pounds taped to it as doctrine. Officer Dunn met them at the staff door, because boarders are rooms with radios. Queues are life support. Core said, stepping into the concourse with a chalkboard. She wrote human. 14 minutes, slashy gate. 6 minutes / trusted. 3 minutes and a hand that made minutes behave. Then she added trusted clothes during test, and the concourse exhaled a complaint and then remembered fairness. They put the test rig beside the gate like a puppet trial. House style. Borders and entry got written on the back of a landing card because policy likes paper already in people's hands. Not now immediate. Equal weight, less than or equal to 1.000 s. No deferral to security window. Paper path always. Desks open, no document handling fees. Carrier wallet optional, NO faces by default. Face match only with explicit consent. Failure routes to humans without penalty that NO trusted lanes. No loyalty by continuity. Queues honest. Priority only for care/crew that fail open passports. Outage stamp and ledger. Manual checks with witnesses that NO cross domain. Airlines is not equal to border, is not equal to retail. No triage from shopping history. Access receipts. Who saw what, when, why. Printable. Pound 0.00. Sunset watch list touches. Hits log, reviewed, purged unless law compels keep. Names of judges, sunsets and days. Post-a-glyph. On gates, desks, carrier counters, kettle. The airport's transformation lead arrived with a smile that had trained for crisis comms. Interoperability, he said, gesturing at a slide that had thought about being a diagram. Frictionless travel. Trusted tiers reduce queues. Queues reduce queues, Core said, and pointed at the chalkboard. Priya pressed not now on a demo gate. It thought, 3.07 seconds. Core's stopwatch said, fail. Priya's linter threw confetti. A small boy applauded. The lead tried to grin. It did not survive. Fail open, Elena said. Priya yanked power. The gate held on to agree, like a drowning adjective. She flipped a dip that manufacturers pretend not to install. The gate sighed to acknowledge. A light summoned a human steward. Devin's stamp hand sang a happy ache. At the carrier desk a sign had practiced a threat. Document handling fee, 18 pounds. Ms. Benton peeled it down with the muscle acquired on stairwells. Fees for paper are taxes on law, she said. Kojo set a flask on the counter and printed a receipt that read consent fee, 0 pounds because printers have become preachers. A woman pushed her mother toward a trusted lane and then stopped herself in politeness. She can't stand long, she said. Apology first because airports teach it. Care lane, Core said, and tape appeared with the speed of mercy. Family/care/crew and pen. The trusted carpet learned humility. Carrier wallet tried a backdoor while everyone watched the front. Agree to share your pre-clear profile with border for faster entry. It purred. Cross domain? Priya said, pulling its teeth in code. The app rediscovered modesty and remembered it was for boarding passes and snacks. Halfway through the hour, the system did that thing rooms remember from a blackout. It sulked to interesting. A voltage dip. UPS chirps. Lights flicker. The E gets rebooted with that long, unblinking look firmware gives before it chooses a personality. For 12 minutes they were art. The concourse held its breath like a choir. Manual. Devin called. Already 3 stamps into a queue that had remembered why desks exist. Fail open passports. Hologram. Field paper. Photo that remembers bone. Questions asked softly enough to hear the answer. Purpose? Study. How long? 6 months. Where? Here. Stamp. Smile. Human. A junior officer reached for a shiny script about security posture. Officer Dunn handed him a kettle instead. He poured tea for a woman who had been standing for an hour on 2 hours sleep. The concourse learned again that tannin is infrastructure. The HCF minister arrived flanked by cameras that had learned to look horizon because Sarah trains them. He began the speech his staff had glued to the back of his teeth. Elena held up rooms 1 draft, like an icon, and pointed at must not rank by refusal. Must accept not now in 1 second. Must keep paper path free. We agreed to the PS yesterday, the minister said, caught between syllabus and exam. I did not expect a test today. Rooms don't schedule harm, Miss Benton said. They end it when it turns up. The EGOTs returned to Basin because Linter and Law and Embarrassment share a power supply. Not now took its place on page 1, equal to acknowledge. The trusted carpet rolled itself to a closet. Sarah did one long shot at Devon's hand. Stamp, stamp, stamp. Captions. Borders without profiles and then paper path. No fees. No loyalty. Not now immediate. Sunset touches. The interpreter signed welcome as if opening a door and not a file. Carrier Wallet tried one last sulk. Fast bag drop for verified profiles. Nina printed bag drop. All lines and taped it to the belt. The belt, grateful, behaved. A quiet harm surfaced in the softest place. A student named Hawa, 19, stopped dead at the gate when agreed for room scan accommodation, popped for welfare screening. Room scan? She asked a machine that thinks it is a counselor. For bed sit? No scans, Ms. Osei said, appearing as if airports had classrooms for summoning teachers. If you need help, we ask with mouths. If you need privacy, we find a chair. She wrote NO room scans on a napkin and handed it to Hawa like a talisman. Hawa laughed once, half fear, half relief, then showed her letter from St. Bridget's for the ward clerk training. Devon stamped a future into her passport. By afternoon, they'd made Law behave at altitude. The airport published patch notes without adjectives. Trusted lanes removed. Not now page 1. Less than or equal to 1S. Paper path free, no fees. No cross domain with carriers. Face default off. Outage manual. Access receipts printable. Watch list touches sunset and audited. The access receipts were small papers with big nouns. Looks. Officer Devon entry. Officer Khan, secondary desk, 2M, system, watch list check. No hit. £0 at the bottom like a country that has chosen not to invoice welcome. They tape the day to the window, because days are rooms too. Public ledger, border day. 8:41, trusted lane closed, queues posted, care lane added. Witness, core. 8:55, gate. Not now, delay 3.07 S fail, Linter confetti. Witness, Priya/auditor number 013. 9:07, outage test. Fail open a manual, stamp hand activated. Witness, Devon. 9:19, document fee remove at carrier desk. Consent fee £0. Witness, Ms. Benton/Kojo. 9:53, cross domain cut. Carrier wallet decoupled from border. Witness, Priya. 10:21, room scans banned at entry. Welfare by chairs. Witness, Ms. Osei. 11:02, minister. PAS rooms, one honored here. Trusted tears dropped. Witness, Sarah. 11:44, access receipts printed. Sunsets posted. Witness, Nina. Someone wrote in pencil. Welcome is a verb. As they packed the kettle, the transformation lead from the airport stood there with an expression complicated enough to be a policy document. We designed for averages, he said. You tested edge cases. People are edge cases, Elena said. Edges make cities. Devon flexed his hand like a violinist after a long piece. We'll keep some gates, he said to Elena. We'll keep more desks. We'll hire 2 more stamp hands. His smile looked proud the way fathers do when stamps raise children better than slogans. At the carrier counter, a clerk folded the document fee sign and put it in a bin with an air of exorcism. Kojo left a flask and a note. For delays, you'll have them. £0. The clerk, who had joined for travel and stayed for people, teared up in a professionally unacceptable way and then recovered. Hawa wheeled her small suitcase toward the train with a new confidence and a receipt in her pocket that read looks, Devon. Welcome. Yes. A mother and daughter found a bench and ate crisps because rituals knit countries faster than AI. A man with funeral breath walked through, without having to agree that his face was the present tense. The minister asked for a copy of rooms. One and left through a staff door, which is how some politica learned. Enough? Lucan asked at the concourse edge, turning himself into a corner as if airports were simply large rooms with poor chairs. For boarders, Elena said, tomorrow wants teeth on people who sell fees, like permission. Priya put the trusted CAP she'd snapped off the gate into a jar labeled mouse in the lab later, next to shutter caps and snowflake buttons and an ad drone foot. Nina wrote museum under the shelf because she has a librarian sense of humor. On the train home, Devin rested his stamp hand on his knee and, for once, did not feel the ache as debt. Somewhere above the track, a billboard tried to sell seamless and failed to understand that seams. Paper, stamps, chairs are what keeps a city from unraveling. Chapter 33. The Vote That Refused an App. They tried to swap marks for taps. Posters sprout on bus shelters and school fences. Balako, seamless democracy. Beneath a logo that looked like a fingerprint trying to be a flag. Agree for trusted voter. Instant check-in. Continuity ballot. Save your profile. Deferred refusal at 2359 to preserve integrity. A smaller sign whispered the punishment. Paper ballots equals slow lane. The gym at Southgate Primary smelled like lines and pencils. Plastic booths stood like patient horses. A new kiosk blinked at the door with a ring light and the wrong idea of citizenship. Face for fast check-in. Not now hid under help, which had been relocated under more, which had been smuggled behind a euphemism. Ms. Osei wore a lanyard that said poll clerk and a face that can construct fog. Voting is a room, she told the line without raising her voice. We'll keep it that way. Elena opened a folder on the trestle table where biscuits and law shook hands. House style, elections and counting and inked a thickness of confidence. Paper first. Hand-marked paper ballots. Pen provided. Accessible devices as tools, not gates, not now immediate. Refusal of app/face/QR cannot delay or redirect a voter and trusted voter lanes. Priority only for access needs and carers. Queues, honest, public, register fail open. If the roll sulks, provisional paper with a human witness. Resolve later, not now chain of custody is chairs. Ballot boxes sealed with signatures. Watchers welcome. No private couriers. Open tally. Precinct results posted on doors. Photographed. Read on radio. Aggregated in daylight. NO continuity ballots. No profiles. Per election tokens on machines. Burn it close. Silence inside. No nudges. No live metrics. No selfies. Interpreters allowed. Intimidation reported at a desk with a kettle. Random hand check. Dice choose precinct to hand count versus machines. Public. Film without faces. Sunset data. Poll book logs and days. No ad/insurance/employment use. Ever. Post a glyph. On booths, boxes, tally sheets, the kettle. Priya squatted under the ballot go kiosk with a cable and a history. Agree, defer. Face. QR continuity ballot. A nudge engine that promised to reduce undervotes by highlighting certain races in a color chosen by a committee that believed in itself. She killed midnight first. Then faces. Then the continuity pipe. The ring light became a lamp. The kiosk rediscovered humility as acknowledged. Find your name / bring nothing but yourself. Core chalked the board at the door. Access /carers. 6 minutes /paper. 11 minutes /machine. Optional 12 minutes. No trusted. She added an arrow for prams and a smile for nerves, which is a cue technology understudied by white papers. The returning officer arrived with a tie that had practiced sincerity and a mind that had been learning. The ministry wants app uptake, he began. The ministry can have patch notes, Ms. Benton said, setting the Rooms Act on the table like a tea tray. The poll has paper. Kojo opened a thermos and poured calm into paper cups. 0 pounds printed at the bottom of a tape, discreetly taped to the kettle base, because printers consider democracy a hobby. The first voter through the door was a grandmother with a stick and an opinion older than the gym. The kiosk tried Fastlane. She tried the pen. I've brought my own, she said, producing a biro the color of inevitability. The clerk nodded and handed her a ballot with the same respect he'd give a scalpel. A man in a suit that wanted to be at work tried to glide to a trusted carpet that someone had dared to unfurl. Core lifted the edge and relocated it to the custodian's closet. Care lanes are for care, she said. You're fine. Ballot Go tried to sneak appetite through a back door. Push notifications outside the 100-meter line. Friendly reminder, lines shorter if you pre-clear. Sarah filmed a chalk 100 mark on the pavement, and a steward pointing to the sign that read reminders are for TA. Captions, vote without nudges. The interpreter's sign vote, like closing your fist around a pencil. At 9:14, the electronic poll book did the thing complex things adore. It sulked. The line breathed, then looked at the table. Register fail open. Priya slid a paper roll across. The clerk wrote names with a hand that remembered wages signing. A witness annealed. Voters received ballots. The room's heartbeat steadied. The app glared, which is a trick glass teaches itself. A shy harm appeared in the first hour. A 19-year-old, Devin, came with a phone that had learned to call him unreliable. The roll had a stale address. Ballot Go offered a continuity ballot to be counted later if possible. Elena took the form away from the kiosk's mouth and replaced it with a paper provisional and a chair. You vote now, she said. We chase proof later. He marked and exhaled the future. The accessible ballot marking device mattered. Nadine, who had Tourette's and hands that prefer big targets, used the audio interface with a paper trail that spilled real marks into a box. No camera judged her throat. No machine saved her behavior. She took her time and the room took its cues from her. At 10:03, Ballot Go pushed a civic engagement feature, a live turnout ticker by precinct, public. Priya removed it with the tenderness used for splinters. Live tallies are diets for intimidation, Ms. Benton said. The returning officer nodded like a man who had made an unmade mistake in his career and kept the receipt. Midday, the machines asked to be trusted. Scan for speed, they offered. The human count team coughed in unison. Ms. Ose announced a random hand check with drama. Children gathered. Auditors distributed 10-sided dice. Sarah filmed hands, not faces. A kid rolled 7 and 3. Precincts ward 7/table 3 went into the hand count pile. People applauded not because dice are holy, but because chance helps justice stay uninterested. A small meanness tried the door. A man took a selfie in a booth and tagged hashtag, vibing with a caption that named his choice and his mother's. The clerk had him deleted outside, gently, and gave his mother a biscuit. Privacy is a group project. Ms. Osei said to no one and everyone. The open tally rehearsal started at 4. Sheets taped to doors with names tallied in neat columns. Watchers from parties and from nobody at all. Pens for challengers to write requests for clarity. A librarian reading numbers out loud into a small radio mic that sent them to Bex at Ren 106.1, and a slash tally where they appeared as lines without adjectives. Sarah's drone stayed grounded. The sky had learned boredom as a civic function. At 16:20, Ballot Go attempted resurrection by euphemism. Continuity backup. If a ballot jammed, the app would store a logical ballot to preserve intent. Priya put her palm on the scanner, like a mother on a child's feverish forehead. We preserve intent with paper and witnesses, she said. She opened the case, removed a long curl of Ms. Fee that looked like a whale's tongue, and pinned it to the chain of custody board like a butterfly, and kneeled by 2 humans. An intimidation whisper floated past the doorway. They check who didn't use the app. Nina pinned a sign next to the biscuit plate. We check nobody's APPS. We count marks. The plate emptied, which is how affirmations travel. Evening strolled in on tired legs and good humor. The last voters came with dogs and apologies. Neither were required. The line closed on time because clocks are the only tyrants allowed. They locked the box with 2 seals and 3 signatures and walked it to the table like a cradle. The machine totals waited politely. The hand count for Ward 7/table 3 unfolded in public arithmetic. 2 tallies diverged by 1. They found a stray mark. A double X had shaken. Intent clear. Adjudication by 2 people and a kettle. The numbers matched. Someone clapped once and then stopped because solemnity suits numbers at certain hours. Patch notes landed on the gym window from Ballot Go with no adjectives. Trusted lanes removed. Face/QR off by default. Continuity ballots removed. Live turnout off. Nudges off. Provisional paper flow documented. Device tokens per election. Log sunset 14 days. Open beacon for scanning device purpose. The kiosk had learned to show acknowledge in a small line. Bring nothing but yourself. The ring light stayed a lamp. The public ledger page, taped beside the school lunch menu, filled with the day. 7:58, kiosk. Not now, page 1. Face/QR off. Lamp remains. Witness. Priya. 8:12. Q honesty posted. Access/Carers Lane. Trusted carpet retired. Witness. Core. 9:14. Pollbook outage. Fail open the paper. Witnesses annealed. Witness. Clerk. 9:31. Provisional paper issued. Stale address. Vote cast now. Resolve later. Witness. Elena. 10:03. Live turnout disabled. No precinct tickers. Witness. Ms. Benton. 11:26. Accessibility device used. Paper trail verified. Witness. Auditor number 014. 12:47. Nudge/reminder bubble outside 100M removed. Witness. Sarah. 16:20. Continuity backup removed. Ms. Feed documented. Witnesses signed. Witness. Priya. 19:02. Open tally started. Sheets posted. Radio read. Witness. Nina. 2013. Random hand check. Ward 7/table 3. Match machine. Kettle adjudicated 1 stray. Witness. Ms. Osei. 2044. Patch notes posted by vendor. No adjectives. Witness. Clerk. Someone added in pencil. We make marks, not profiles. After the final readout, the returning officer did the one flourish earned by honesty. He pinned the precinct totals on the door and stepped back so the line of camera phones could take photos of numbers that, for once, did not mind being seen. Bex read them on air in a voice that treats data like soup, warm, precise, nourishing. Outside, in corridor light, Devin took a picture of the posted tally and sent it to his mother with a message that simply read done. The grandmother with the biro drank a cup of tea she hadn't paid for and told a child that marking X's is how grown-ups draw. A woman who'd never been allowed to take selfies at work took one outside by the school sign and captioned it voted/no app. Sarah aired 30 seconds of pencils, cardboard boxes, and hands folding paper. The interpreter signed count like stacking. Priya stuck a bench glyph on the kiosk and wrote in biro, bring nothing but yourself. The kiosk did not object. Elena carried the chain of custody sheet to the office where a bored cat guarded the safe. Ms. Benton left the Rooms Act on the trestle table under the biscuits in case someone came looking for it tomorrow. Enough? Lucan asked from the doorway, where he had spent 12 hours being a hinge. For the vote, Elena said, tomorrow wants teeth for anyone who invoices democracy. They turned off the gym lights. The posted tallies glowed in the corridor like a low-tech constellation. The kettle clicked to done one last time and exhaled the quiet steam that always seems to signal civilization when it matters. Outside, the sky tried stars again. Inside, a stack of counted paper slept in a box with signatures across its mouth, a kind of silence that means the opposite of seeker. T.S. Chapter 34. The enforcement that refused a spectacle. They tried to pay the fine and keep the mouth. Lawyers arrived first, as they do, with rolling cases and the kind of calm that invoices. Civitas, Balago, Smart Comfort, NeighborSight, Skykind, the airport operator's transformation arm, an insurer with Constellation for a logo, and a startup nobody remembered funding, but everyone had met at least once in their phones. They took seats in the front 2 rows and arranged faces into sincerity. The courtroom was the assembly room above the library. No wigs, good windows, chairs that creaked on purpose. The judge from Standards and Garden License had the expression of a person who has learned to like tea gone cold. This is city versus mouse, Ms. Benton announced, putting a folder on the table like a weight. On its spine, enforcement. The tabs inside did not sparkle. They were the color of stationery that means it. Elena stood with her hands on the back of a chair, steadied, not propped, and said the thing they had promised yesterday. Teeth. Priya wheeled in the kettle cart, because rights test better when plugs are involved. The linter was humming. The E-gate faceplate stared blankly. The shredded drive jar labeled mouth set on the corner, like a museum with a sense of humor. They began with the one everyone expected. Ballot go. Your product attempted to nudge at the door, tallying the hour, and profiling the booth. Ms. Benton said, "You will pay a civil penalty. But more than that, we accept," their counsel said smoothly, reaching for a prepared apology. "You will fund head count tables, child care for poll workers, and the paper we count on." Ms. Benton finished over him. "For 5 cycles. In plain paper. No plaque." The judge nodded. "Penalty is rooms, not swipes. £0 to voters, real money to chairs." Blackouts' counsel tried the old exit ramp, a settlement without admitting liability. "Admit it," the judge said, "and your patch notes without adjectives." The airport came next. The document handling fee, the trusted carpet, the 3-second not now. Devin sat 3 benches back in a clean shirt, like a man who believes in stamps the way some people believe in hymns. "Your desks will never charge paper again," the judge said. "You will publish not now latency next to wait times. You will fund 2 human desks and the ink for acknowledged stamps. And if you fail the rooms, 1 gate test for 3 consecutive audits. Your gates stay at base until the kettle says otherwise." The insurer shuffled its constellation. "You will write back to every person you penalize for energy stability or aerial risk with a letter that begins 'We were wrong,'" Ms. Benton said. "Then you will fund insulation and draft stoppers at Southgate and Renvale without photographing anyone's roof. Your logo may attend the invoices, not the kettles. Neighbor site, already wilted. Ask for an installment plan. We'll open source our scrapers," the COO offered, discovering a conscience at the worst moment. "You will open source your apology," Elena said. "You will print the garden license on your homepage. You will pay for read slow stamps in every library in the county for 5 years. And you will finance the kids' court summer print run, rulers, pens, and biscuits." Skykind tried nobility. "We will pivot to delivering chalk," their counsel said. "You will stop flying," the judge said. "You will fund open pads and noise socks and the librarian who reads the logs. If you wish to deliver chalk, you may apply to be a person." They kept going. Smart Comfort crowns and flex debt. Savita sirens with guardian badges. The hospital dashboard that tried to sell minutes to compliance. Honor Proctor and its gaze arithmetic. The job fairs talent graph that assigned stars a hunger. Each one got a sum, a duty, and a sentence pinned to the ledger tomorrow. No more mouths. "Enforcement will be boring," Ms. Benton said, "because evolution is a ledger, not a spectacle." They wrote the order on paper you could bruise with a pen. Consent enforcement order citywide. Badge equals tests. Any vendor claiming rooms compliant must pass rooms, 1 at the kettle quarterly. Failing twice flips your product to base in city limits. Failing thrice retires it until you fix it in public. Receipts for harm. Any penalty includes a receipt to the room, what you paid, what chair you bought, which kettle boiled because of it. Posted on your door and ours. £0 on the line, where consent lives, and no adjective apologies. Patch notes and admissions must state what changed and why, without world-class, seamless, or innovative. Violations incur an adjective tax. You fund a librarian hour for each offending word. Room funds, not rebates. Money flows to insulation, desks, childcare, shelter kettles, radiator keys, interpreters, chalk, rulers. Not coupons, not premium tiers, public auditors. Teen auditors sit 2 days a month at the kettle with rulers and laptops. Vendors bring boxes and humility. Confetti is mandatory when the linter catches a sin. Sunset as clock. If your product stores data without a date, it is unlawful here until it learns to count down out loud and ONDAs on oops. Bugs that bit the public are not secrets. Write them down where windows can see. Reversal time equals harm time. If you dark pattern for 180 days, you fund the opposite for 180 days. If you charge document handling for 3 months, you print identity photocopy £0 for 3 months. Care lanes or care. Any priority must attach to care/crew, never compliance. Tapes, not apps, mark that. Bench clause. Every enforcement must build or paint 1 bench. Place it where waiting matters most. Bold on a small plate that says be kind and nothing else. The room liked that last line more than was professional. The Minister for Digital Modernization arrived late, without a podium. He sat, for once, in the third row. When he spoke, it was into the air like a person. "We'll mirror this order in national guidance," he said. "We owe you a proper standard and proper teeth. We'll withdraw preemption and fund conformance labs in 3 regions called the kettle, whether procurement likes it or not." "Good," the judge said. "Bring your adjectives jar." They broke for tea because victory and process are both dehydrating. Kojo rolled a trolley into a courtroom and turned it into a kitchen. 0 pounds printed at the bottom of a stub taped to the samovar. Counsel queued with custodians. Someone in a suit asked an auditor about the linter. The auditor explained deadpan that confetti was security control. When they came back, a settlement tried the room. Blackouts' counsel offered a big check and a glossy apology video featuring diverse faces gazing responsibly at cameras. "No videos," Ms. Benton said. We read slowly. The judge issued specific performance in handwriting you could hang on a fridge. Ballot Go funds open tally vans. Printers, clipboards, FM mics, biscuits. Airport funds 2 stamp hands and prints not now latency on boards. Insurer pays for drafts killed in insulation at Southgate and Renvale.Neighborsite funds read slow stamps, and Kids Court at Skykind funds open pads, noise socks, and 2 halftime catalogers, no plaques. That Smart Comfort funds radiator keys, hardship jars, and winter schedules on paper. Civitas funds shelter kettles, quiet blocks, bridge rhythms, chalk, and no geofence trainings. And Elena added, because teeth need polish, every defendant will submit to 1 unannounced day at the kettle each quarter, where they must pass the test rig with a room full of people drinking tea nearby. Public humiliation? One counsel asked, trying humor. Public engineering. Priya said, humiliation is when your product talks with its mouth full. The order included what to do when vendors behave. An amnesty clause that lets a company come clean before teeth arrive. Self-report. Publish patch notes. Make a room better than you made it worse. The judge read. We will reduce the fine and increase the chairs. They set metrics that were not graphs. Benches built, childcare hours funded, stamp hand hired, radiator keys distributed, read slow stamps replenished, open pads logged flights with beacons that told the truth. Sarah promised to read them quarterly on the radio, alphabetically and without adjectives. The interpreter practiced alphabetical and then decided to spell it. Some of you will appeal, the judge said. You may in daylight. Meanwhile, the order stands. If your products hide not now tomorrow, our meters will remember, and we will bring you back with fewer chairs. A hand went up in the back. Ordinary capitals lead. We'll fund the boring bits, they said. Open conformance labs, stamp ink, kettle elements, noise socks, winter draft snakes, reader rails for tally sheets. No logos. Thank you, Nina said, as if granting citizenship. They ended the way they like to end, with a ledger page and a window, and a receipt you could carry home. Public ledger, enforcement day. 9/11, city versus mouse called. Witness, clerk. 9/29, ballot go, admits liability. Funds open tally vans, 5 elections. Witness, Ms. Benton. 9/54, airport, document fee abolished. Stamp desks funded, not now latency posted. Witness, Devon. 10/22, Harbor Mutual, aerial/energy penalties reversed. Insulation and drafts funded. Witness, Foundation. 10/47, Neighborsite, garden license posted. Read slow stamps funded. Kids Court print run. Witness, Nina. 11/13, Skykind, at flights banned. Open pads and noise socks funded. Catalogers hired. Witness, Sarah. 11/39, Smart Comfort. Crowns retired. Hardship jars and radiator keys funded. Winter schedules printed. Witness, Priya. 12/06, Civitas. Geofence killed. Shelter kettles and bridge chalk funded. Witness, Officer Dunn. 12/41, consent enforcement order issued. Rooms, 1 quarterly. Unannounced lab days. Witness, Judge. 13/18, ordinary capital funds labs and boring bits, no plaques. Witness, Kojo. 13/57, adjective tax adopted. First offenses paid in librarian hours. Witness, Ms. Osei. Someone added in pencil, "Teeth are for chewing, not grinning." 2 small epilogues happened before the room went back to being a room. First, a kid from 5C wandered in with his mother, stared at the jar of mouths, and pointed. "What's that?" "Old mistakes," Priya said. He nodded like a historian and asked if he could draw a bench on the label. He did. Second, a courier delivered a box to the kettle labeled confetti. Inside, reams of biodegradable paper stars and a note from a vendor whose product had failed twice and passed third time. "Thank you for telling us exactly what to do. Drinks on us, not literally." By evening, the order was posted on /rooms in a PDF with pages you could print and tape to doors. The minister's office uploaded a guidance draft that, miraculously, cited rooms, one and not a single marketing slide. The first company booked their unannounced day with a kind of eagerness that smelled like relief. Elena walked past the kettle and saw a queue of boxes and humans and 2 teenagers with rulers. She walked past a bench with be kind engraved small and unadorned. She walked past Kojo's window where a receipt read consent fee, £0, and below it handwritten, adjective tax paid. 3 librarian hours. Enough? Lucan asked at the bottom of the library steps, as if checking the hinge on a heavy door. "For teeth," Elena said. "Tomorrow want an ending that isn't a speech." Sarah closed the evening broadcast with 30 seconds from the kettle. The Linder's confetti, a kettle clicking to done, a shutter faceplate learning to be a door on command, a child stamping red slow on a sheet with passionate incompetence. The interpreter rested their hands, palms up, like the city waiting for whatever comes next without offering its throat. The order began to work the way laws do when lucky, not by force but by ritual, repeated until muscle memory becomes culture. Vendors learned to bring boxes and biscuits. The minister learned to count not now into a microphone without saying friction. The judge started a personal jar for adjectives and emptied it every Friday into librarian hours. And in a flat with a radiator that behaved, a grandmother taped the printed Enforcement Day page next to her "We forgot your receipt." 2 kinds of mercy, one loud, one quiet. She set a kettle on and, out of habit and doctrine, did not pay for the cup that followed. Chapter 35. The Storm That Refused a Name. They tried to sell the wind a sponsorship. The weather app rehearsed drama. Storm Helios, presented by Skykind. Push alerts blinked agree for premium pathing. Branded shelters. Community engagement rewards. Defer refusal at 23:59 to ensure continuity. A hashtag assembled itself before the clouds had decided what to be. Bex on Ren 106.1 exhaled into the mic. "No names," she said. "It's a big wet Tuesday. We'll do rooms." Barometers sloped. The canal adopted opinions. The river remembered old maps. Somewhere a drone tried to hum over thunder and discovered acoustics have politics. Elena stood at the library steps with a folder that had learned to weigh as much as a bench. She wrote house style. Storms and shelters on the back of a laminated bus timetable, because policy should ride buses. No sponsors on weather. Warnings in plain speech. No brands on storms or shelters. Alert honesty. Acknowledge only. No agree. No midnight. No engagement points I fail open everything. Doors, shutters, pumps, lifts. Sandbag stores by key plus steward. No apps to fetch sand. Paper and radio. Maps on windows. Routes chalked. FM at 15 past the hour. SMS 55 text works. Shelter is a room. No registration. Kids welcome. Pets with leads. Cots queue at NO priority evac. Care first, then distance. No compliance lanes. Drones behave. Horizon tilt. Purpose beacon. No ads. Police per warrant. Rescue only. Cameras off near windows. Cash and food. Pop-up kitchen £0. Card offline. Ledgers on clipboards. Power and heat. Anti-islanding on. Batteries feed essentials. Boil notices on paper. Hardship jars open. Sunset data. After action logs 30 days. No sale, no ads, no insurer use. Post a glyph. On sand bins, shelter doors, pump switches, kettles. Priya strode in smelling of cable and rain. Heliosum pushed agree for community safety on phones already damp from their owners' palms. She shipped a citywide patch. Alerts converted to acknowledge. High wind/flood watch with map and a word count trained by librarians. The snowflake emoji soggy cousin died of exposure. Core turned traffic into grace. Four-way courtesy boards went out at junctions. Stewards replaced cones. Bridge rhythms chalk from last time. 00, 04 walk/15, 19 walk. Because water and cars are cousins that require choreography. The smart comfort engineer arrived contrite and useful. Anti-islanding patches live, he said. Essentials only. Fridges, pumps, kettles, radios. Len took radiator keys down stairwells like rosaries. Servetus rolled a cart labeled community density and looked ashamed of its past. We're here for drains, their lead said, and we left our adjectives at home. Priya nodded and handed them a mop and a beacon template. Sarah taped a NO name sign above her lens. Captions. Storm equals room. No sponsors. No tears. House style live. She filmed hands in chalk and kettles. Sky Kind's drone hovered, looking for its logo in puddles. The open beacon on phones read, AD/retention unknown. 10 taps. It landed, grounded by complaint, and a courier carried away like a sulking kite. The river rose away letters rise when you heat ink. Riverside learned its etymology. Floodboards came out. Pump 3 sulked. The trusted cap on his control panel had survived 3 purges and 1 memo. Priya snapped it off like plaque. The pump remembered physics over product. At Bracken Primary, Ms. Osei and auditor number 011 ran a sandbag line that looked like a PE lesson that had learned to matter. Kids wrote "Be kind" on sacks and learned that kindness weighs something. A parent tried to scan a QR on a branded leaflet to reserve bags. The code died of civic immunity. Kojo and Rita opened the kettle canteen on trestles. Soup bread, T0 pounds. Receipts handwritten for inventory, not surveillance. Nina stamped "read slow" on a sheet that explained boil notices and generator etiquette. No fumes near queues. No plugs near puddles. Ordinary capital rocked up with crates. We brought boring, their lead said. Tarps, gaffer, headlamps, mops, baby wipes, pet leads, pads. No logo. They stacked quietly and stayed to sweep. At 13:07, a push alert tried a mouth. Agree for priority evac. Trusted NIHBORHODS first. Ms. Benton held up the Rooms Act like an umbrella with legal ribs. Servetus killed the clause in 37 minutes and 9 seconds. The city put a kettle on for the 10 minutes that mattered. They opened shelter library like a cookbook. Cots from closets, blankets from bins. Pets welcome with leads. The quiet corner from clinic days. The door did not ask for a surname. The volunteer did not ask for an app. People asked each other about tea preferences and learned neighbors by flavor. A frail woman stopped at the threshold and apologized to the cat carrier. He's called Milton, she said, like a poem that knows where it belongs. Milton likes the quiet corner, Ms. Osei said, and he did. Renvale called him by radio. Fort impassable. Clinic okay, library warm. The medical courier drone announced itself like a decent bird. Mail/med/horizon. It dropped insulin at the open pad. Cameras off near windows, and waved by wobbling in wind, which is how software remembers humility. A boy with sensible shoes and an older sister waited for their mother, late from a shift. Sarah handed them chalk. They drew benches on the dry strip by the wall. The boy labeled 1MUM. The market shutters replayed their greatest hit. New ones this time, proud of their firmware. Agree for community safety on a tiny screen that imagined it was an authority. Priya unscrewed a panel, pulled a wire, wrote "fail open" in sharp inside the case, and closed it like a psalm. Harbor Mutual attempted to monetize puddles. Agree for rapid claim settlement. Share neighborhood stability data. Nina stamped "do not classify" on her flyer and taped at the window like a lesson for insurers. Float. Mid-afternoon, the water took an alley beside the arcade. A drain that had believed in itself more than geometry gurgled and sulked. Len and Lucan opened 2 covers, found the fault, and taught it what falling means. A teenager lowered a torch. A grandmother held their belt. The city used every age group as a tool. A siren cut the air to gray. Rescue at the culvert by the allotments. A boy and bravery in the wrong ratio. Officer Dunn got the warrant for eyes in 7 minutes. The Civitas drone flew with rescue/2H/contact in its beacon and its camera toward the water, not windows. They found him clinging to the fence, boots foolish and victorious. A steward wrapped a blanket around him like a sentence that ends as it should. At 1540, blackout math visited gently. Circuits dipped. Batteries woke into usefulness. Anti-islanding fed pumps/fridges/kettles/radios. The Guardian app tried to bad participation. Priya replaced the page with acknowledge, posted schedule, and a PDF of dull mercy. The job hall turned into a creche because mothers and Storm share clocks. Aisha rocked 2 babies, hers and a stranger's, under a sign that said breastfeeding okay here in marker. The kettle clicked. A man passing brought biscuits and discovered he was a citizen again. Evening arrived with a particular bravado of weather that thinks it has main character energy. The river tested the stairs at Civic Square. The chalk lines held. People moved as if coached by benches. Someone, always, tried to make content. A live streamer with a ring light called the flood beautiful. Sarah asked him to hold a sandbag or move on. He chose distance, which is also a contribution. They did house calls with clipboards, domes of light in wet stairwells, names with pencil, checks like spells. Oxygen okay? Insulin? Heat? Kettle? Pet? Boxes ticked. Faces remembered. They wrote after action as they acted. Public ledger. Storm day. 8:51. Alerts converted to acknowledge. Sponsors removed. No names. Witness. Beck/Priya. 9:12. House style. Storms and shelters posted. Witness. Elena. 9:37. Four-way courtesy. Bridge rhythms chalked. Stewards deployed. Witness. Core. 10:04. Anti-islanding on. Essentials fed. Hardship jars open. Witness. Smart Comfort/Kojo. 10:29. Skykind at drone grounded by complaints. 10 out of 10. Witness. Nina. 11:03. Pump 3. Cap removed. Fail open written inside. Witness. Priya. 11:41. Sand line at Bracken. Kids, label bags, be kind. Witness. Ms. Osei. 12:22. Shelter library open. Pets welcome. No registration. Witness. Clerk. 13:07. Priority evac clause killed. Patch notes posted. Witness. Ms. Benton/Civitas. 14:16. Market shutters fail open. QR died. Witness. Len. 15:02. Rescue warrant issued. Drone rescue/2H/contact. Boy recovered. Blanket deployed. Witness. Officer Dunn. 15:40. Dull mercy. Schedule posted. Badges killed. Witness. Priya. 17:11. Boyle notice on paper. Radio read at 15. Witness. Nina/Bex. 18:06. Job hall crash. Breastfeeding sign and marker. T0 pounds. Witness. Aisha/Kojo. 2023. Water receding. Pumps behaving. Benches dry. Witness. Core. Someone added in pencil. No heroics. Only furniture. By night. The river remembered it was a mirror. The app remembered it was a weather report. The shelters breathed like bellows, then eased. The kettle did a minor aria and clicked to dawn. Elena stood under the library window and read the ledger aloud to nobody in particular. Mateo arrived without performing it and held the edge of the page, so the wind couldn't. They didn't talk about night shifts or funerals or any of the metaphors the city kept trying to hand them. They watched water retreat from stairs like a good decision learning to happen. Enough? Lucan asked from the corner. He had been training all year. For weather, Elena said, tomorrow wants the words we'll leave behind. Milton the cat blinked disdain at civic infrastructure and went to sleep on a folded fleece. A boy checked his chalk bench labeled MUM and, finding the real version seated next to it, crossed out the label and wrote here. Bex closed the late bulletin with 30 seconds of rain on tarps and the quiet rasp of sand against sackcloth. Captions, weather without mouths. The interpreter rested their hands, palms warm from the paraffin heater. The city unsponsored kept BR. Eating. Chapter 36. The Charter That Refused a Lock. They tried to trademark a promise. A press release arrived with a logo that looked like a bench wearing a suit. Rooms Foundation. Owning the future consent. The bullets grinned. Exclusive glyph rights, certification fees, Trusted Cities tier, curriculum licensing. In the appendix, where appetite stretches before run, all derivative standards must reference rooms. Legal remedies for misuse of our marks. Marks, Nina said, holding the page against a window, so the light could heckle it. We're librarians. We stamp books, not people. Tomorrow one of the words we'll leave behind, Elena said. They can't be anyone's property. They called it the all-night convention because marketing had been banned. The library opened every door, pushed tables together until they looked like a map, and set kettles everywhere like punctuation. The gym at Salcott Primary lent chairs. The bus depot sent flood lamps. The court sent the judge. The minister sent a pen without a logo and a staffer with humility. Sarah set a camera on the horizon, no faces, and wrote captions that sounded like minutes. Write the charter. No owners. Ms. Benton brought law on paper and biscuits in a tin you could trust with childhood. Priya wheeled in the kettle cart. Egate faceplate, meter cover, linter, shredded mouse jar. Core chalk cute honesty even for microphones. 2 minutes to speak. 5 minutes to propose. 10 minutes to argue. Tea in between. Ordinary capitals lead carried boxes labeled boring. Paper, tape, pens, hole punches. And avoid eye contact with cameras, as if that were policy now. Ms. Osei arrived with children and rulers. Auditors took attendance like a civic sacrament. Agenda, Elena said, writing with a pen that liked plain nouns. Preamble 10 musts from rooms, 1 tests, licenses Garden and Open Beacon. Glyph how we change it who funds the boring bits. They started with a fight that deserved daylight. The Rooms Foundation Council stood in a suit to color trademarks and said stewardship 5 times. Without ownership, he warned, bad actors will counterfeit the glyph. Certification requires fees. Fees fund integrity. Fees fund mouths. Kojo said, pouring £0 into paper cups. Integrity is kettles and chairs. Stewardship without ownership, Ms. Benton said, is called trust. We'll write it down. They wrote a preamble that felt like a room. We hold rooms together with law and kindness. Consent lives on page 1. Essentials fail open. Faces are not tickets. Cues are honest. Papers are right. Data leaves on time. Badges are tests, not logos. The fee for being left alone is £0. These are not products. They are manners with teeth. They argued verbs, not adjectives. Hold versus keep. Fail versus open. A kid suggested share for benches, and everyone wrote it down as if new grammar had arrived with juice stains. 10 musts. Priya said, sliding rooms, 1 into the middle like a blueprint. Must show not now on page 1. Equal weight. Act less than or equal to 1.000 as the must-fail open essentials. Doors, heat, lifts, calls. Pumps that must not bind faces / voices / cross-domain IDs to eligibility. Must offer paper / PWA. Store optional. No dark patterns that must not rank by refusal or sell priority lanes. Must publish patch notes and logs without adjectives. Audits public that must license ledgers. Read slow / do not classify. Add / insurance / employment prohibited. Must sunset data in days named. Legal keeps sign with judge. Names that must print receipts for consent and harm. With £0 where solitude lives. Must prove compliance at kettle. Badge equals tests. The linter threw confetti after each line, as if to vote. Children cheered like citizens. Licenses next. Garden license 2.0 folded in altitude and storms. You may read, print, teach, quote less than or equal to 100 words, and build policy and art. You may not classify witnesses, build ad / insurance / employment scores, or ration kindness with rankings. You will print your corrections and put them in a window. Open Beacon became fewer fields, better manners. Operator, purpose, retention, contact, complaint _URL. If complaints greater than or equal to 10/hour land. Rescue and mail exempt from landing on complaint. Logs public anyway. Glyph, Nina said. holding up the little bench that had wandered across receipts and shutters and drone pads like a saint in felt tip. The foundation wanted it filed as a mark. The city put it somewhere safer. Public domain. The judge said, writing the phrase on a sheet with muscles. Explicitly. Anyone may draw it. Nobody may own it. If you use it to sell a product, you owe us 3 librarian. Hours. A child raised a hand. Can we put the cat from the referendum on it sometimes? Only on Tuesdays. Ms. Osei said solemnly, they added cats optional in the margin, which is how constitutions stay alive. How we change it. Elena said, slowly, Ms. Benton said, with chairs. They wrote amendments like a recipe, proposed with a paragraph and a kettle point 2 readings on 2 different days. Radio in between. Kids translate. Test before slogans out a bench built with each change. Small plate. Be kind only. No emergency clauses for products. Who funds boring? Core said, because climate is logistics. Ordinary capital raised a hand and kept it unbranded. Open labs, stamp ink, noise socks, draft snakes, reader rails, Van tires, Kill Elements, paper. The lead said, we'll put our logo nowhere and our receipts in the window. Licenses include funding disclosure, Nina added. Who bought the tea in words? They paused to drink the tea. Sarah read the draft without faces. The interpreter signed every verb twice. The minister stood in the back, like a student who wanted to get this right. We'll cite this as National Guidance 0, he said, smiling at its unimportance. We'll cancel preemption permanently. We'll fund 3 more kettles. We'll make our own adjectives jar. Charter clause on enforcement, Priya said, and the judge lifted his pen again. They wrote the teeth into the charter itself. Unannounced days at the kettle for any product touching rooms. Adjective tax pays librarians. Reversal time equals harm time. Amnesty for self-reporters who fix and fund a room. At 211, the Room's Foundation Council tried the last door. We can certify globally, he said. Without us, you'll fragment. We'll federate. Elena said, we already do bridges, ballots, babies. She grinned. Finally, go and copy us. Without the... They signed, not as founders, but as witnesses. Witness, librarian Nina, stamp, read slow. Witness, Ms. Benton, stamp, ACT section not now. Witness, Priya, stamp, Linda confetti. Witness, Core, stamp, cue honesty. Witness, Ms. Osei, stamp, be kind. Witness, Officer Dunn, stamp, and no kettles except tea. Witness, Sarah, stamp, Horizon. Witness, Kojo, stamp, £0. Witness, ordinary capital, stamp, boring funded. Witness, children of Bracken, stamp, bench plus occasional cat. They printed charter version 1.0 on paper thick enough to stop a door and thin enough to travel. The license on the footer read, Public Domain CC0. Please don't be a mouth. The public ledger page became a poster big enough to be a wall. Public ledger, charter night. 1803, all-night convention opened. Kettles everywhere. Witness, Sarah. 1829, preamble adopted. Faces are not tickets. Consent on page 1, £0. Witness, Ms. Osei. 1912, 10 must ratified, rooms 1 charter. Witness, Priya. 2040, garden license 2.0 and open beacon revised. Complaint land rule kept. Witness, Nina. 2155, glyph place in public domain. Adjective tax for misuse. Witness, Judge. 2307, amendments process written 2 readings. Bench per change. Witness, Core. 041, enforcement baked in labs, unannounced days, reversal equals harm. Witness, Ms. Benton. 126, funding of boring bits disclosed, no plaques. Witness, ordinary capital. 211, rooms bid don't refuse. Go copy us without. Witness, Elena. 304, charter version 1.0 printed. Kid stamped. Cat optional. Witness, auditors. Someone added in pencil. Leave the door on the latch. Dawn arrived like a clerk. They walked copies of places that keep cities true. The ward at St. Bridget's, taped above the oxygen. The job hall. over not now, the meter cupboard inside, next to fail open, the kiosk at the border, under acknowledge, the visitor room at Rivergate, on the glass where palms go, the polling place beside the pen cup, the open pad on the library roof laminated, holes punched, and a bench by the canal under the plate that said be kind. A courier from Wren Vale tucked one into a bag with insulin and newspapers. Bex read the preamble on air without adjectives. The interpreter signed hold in teeth and then 0 pounds with a little flourish that made the room laugh at 5 a.m, which is what constitutions are for. Mateo found Elena on the library steps with a copy folded like a letter. "You're in its past tense," he said softly. "So are you," she said, and neither of them made a speech. The minister brought his adjectives jar and emptied 3 words into librarian hours. The room's foundation closed its press office and opened its purse. The first invoice it paid bought stamped ink and biscuits, which is how Reformation looks on ledgers. Nina wrote cat optional very small at the bottom of the window copy, because children remember better if you let them laugh. Priya posted the repo/charter/v1.0, PDF, plain text YAML test, a readme that began Bring Kettle. They left the doors on the latch that morning. Not as a metaphor, but because people were coming to read. The sun did its job for free. The kettle clicked to done. The glyph on the window caught the light and refused to be a logo. Chapter 37. The ordinary that refused a trend. They tried to put a price on uneventful. Dashboards asked for engagement with quiet. A city comms plan drafted a hashtag for Tuesdays. A vendor pitched Savita's Harmony. Celebrate normalcy. Earn points. A pilot poster showed a woman stirring tea beneath seamless life, and a QR code that promised rewards for routine. Routine pays for itself, Kojo said, refilling the sugar tin. Leave it alone. The day began with errands being brave enough to be boring. Buses arrived near when they said, the bridge rhythm chalk, faded to whisper, still worked. A lamppost wore a sticker from some older skirmish that now looked like folklore. People moved through rooms that had learned to be rooms. At the library, Nina unlocked the door with a key that had never been an app and flipped the sign to open with the same ceremony she uses for law. On the window, the charter version, 1.0 curled faintly at the corners. Kids straightened the tape, like little clerks. A woman returned a book and received a late fee waiver that read 0 pounds, not because mercy is policy, but because policy remembered mercy. Priya rolled the kettle cart into the atrium for an unannounced lab day nobody announced. 2 teens in auditor lanyards set up the linter. Vendors came like cats. A Fairgate team, a housing portal integrator, a medical pager supplier who insisted he'd be fine, and then looked relieved when confetti told him where not to step. Rooms won no slogans, Priya said. The linter did small fireworks. The printer purred receipts that said pass or fix. The jar-labeled mouse watched in the corner, polite, museumed. At St. Bridget's, the triage board read Catanow/B 17/C 41. A registrar clicked a pen and wrote an O over a suggestion that had smuggled trusted tier back into a workflow. Someone had imported a template by sleep. The template sulked into compost. At Southgate, radiator keys rusted quietly in drawers because keys do that when not being heroes. A notice tacked in the stairwell said winter schedule, printed. Someone had underlined printed with familial pride. Rita watered a plant, glared at a meter that remembered to behave, and headed downstairs to buy onions. At the terminal, Devin inked the morning stamp pad to a black he liked. The Not Now button on the gate sat page 1. Weight equal, latency under a second, because numbers can be raised right. A student arriving for midwifery training said hello with eyes and walked to the human desk. Not out of principle, but because it had the shorter line. Aisha wheeled the creche cart into the job hall and stuck the sign breastfeeding. Okay here, a little straighter. The kiosk by the door displayed acknowledge and nothing else, like a toddler learning to share. A man puzzling over a form looked up at a steward and received a chair. Chairs are underrated paperwork. Sarah scheduled a segment called N.O. Story and pitched it to her editor like a dare. Just rooms, she said. Horizon. Hands. Receipts. The sound of a kettle finishing. The editor, who had been educated by the year, said yes, and told the captioner to have a nap. Officer Dunn wrote no news in the log, and meant it as a triumph. On patrol, she found a bench would be kind bold as small, and sat on it for 6 minutes of lawful idleness. No drone demanded a purpose. The sky demonstrated competence. A letter arrived from a town with a name like a bell. We copied your charter without. There was a photograph, a kettle, a chalkboard reading cue honesty, a librarian with a stamp. Bex read on air and said nothing larger than good. The interpreter signed share, and the sign looked like passing a cup of tea between friends. The minister deposited 2 adjectives into the jar at the library counter and traded them for 3 librarian hours. A fair rate, Ms. Osei said. He nodded like a person holding something correctly for the first time. Civitas's lead turned up, not to sell but to ask, do we list no geofence in the API doc's first line? First word, Ms. Benton said. They wrote no and then please, and found the order mattered less than the tea. Amra taped a poster to the window. Kids' court, Thursday. Write the rules for playgrounds. Underneath, buttons big, benches many, cats optional Tuesdays. A child drew a cat anyway and wrote today. Nobody corrected them. The law can accommodate felines. The only trouble attempted was tiny and technological. A fair app update around lunch with a community streak, badge beside not now, an emoji try and make a button blush. The linter threw confetti at the developer via a webhook. Within an hour, the badge vanished, replaced by nothing at all. Patch notes, remove streaks, not now unchanged, sorry. No adjectives. A small, correct dullness. Kojo ran until audibly, click, coin bag, so customers didn't have to look up from gossip to trust him. A teenager paid with note and left with bread, and the sudden dignity of change returned in coins that hadn't been scored for sentiment. The receipt said £0 somewhere it didn't need to, and he smiled anyway. Mateo, quiet as always about his own plot, fixed a hinge on the library door and declined 3 attempts to make an allegory. The door opened. The hinge refused metaphor. The city moved through. Elena walked a loop like a caretaker checking radiators at night, except it was noon and the radiators were people. She stopped in rooms that touched nothing. The kiosk lamp warm and not a ring light. The stamp pad fat with ink. The cue board honest. The bench plate small. The charter page held by tape and hands. The jar labeled mouse no longer yearning for additions. She brought her folder to the reading table and emptied it in front of Amra. House styles, rooms. 1. Garden license, open beacon, enforcement order, charter version 1.0. Paper made a satisfying geography. Will you? Amra began, then found a better verb. Can you stop carrying it for a bit? I can, Elena said, and put the folder down in the soundless way of a good ending. You carry it differently. That's the point. Is it enough? Amra asked, the way 19 asks even when his age 2 inches this year. For day? Elena said, tomorrow could be your turn to find where the edges grew teeth again. They wrote the day not because history demanded it, but because habit has the dignity of law. Public ledger, ordinary day. 8:02, library opens. Charter version 1.0 retaped. Late fee £0. Witness, Nina. 8:27, kettle lab. Unannounced tests. Fair app confetti. Patch notes without adjectives. Witness, Priya/auditors. 9:11, St. Bridget's. Triage on vitals. Trusted, template composted. Witness, charge nurse. 9:49, Southgate. Meters behave. Winter schedule printed. Onions purchased. Witness, Rita. 10:22, terminal. Not now less than or equal to ones. Human desk shortest line. Witness, Devon. 11:03, job hall. Chair issued instead of advice. Witness, clerk. 11:47, patrol. No news logged. Bench used legally. Witness, Officer Dunn. 12:36, letter from Belltown. We copied your charter without. Witness, Bex. 13:08, minister pays adjective tax. 2 words, 3 librarian hours. Witness, Ms. Osei. 14:21, Civitas docs. No geofence first line. Witness, Ms. Benton. 15:05, kids court poster. Benches many. Cats optional Tuesdays. Witness, Amra, 1642. Fair app streak removed. Patch note posted. No emojis harmed. Witness, auditor number 015. 1710 hinge fixed. Metaphor refused. Witness, Mateo, 1800 hours. Open pad quiet. Horizon doing its job. Witness, Sarah, off air. Someone added in pencil. Nothing happened. We kept it that way. Dusk arrived on schedule, without needing permission. The canal did its impression of a thoughtful mirror. The radio read the ledger in a tone that soothed the day into past tense. The interpreter rested their hands. Elena left the folder on the table and walked home with empty hands, and that light ache you get when a weight leaves and the body still remembers it. She passed the kettle and the bench and the board and the lamp and the stamp and the door that swung obediently without asking for a face. At Kojo's, a small sign near the till said consent fee, £0 in handwriting that had become city font. Beneath it, someone, possibly a child, possibly a bored adult with good intentions, had written okay. No minister cut a ribbon. No vendor bought a billboard. The day learned to be this. Rooms with teeth, doors on latches, a kettle that knows when to sing and when to be furniture, a ledger in a window, and a sentence you can live by without making a speech. Chapter 38. The festival that refused a sponsor. They tried to name a day after themselves. Civitas Harmony. City Day posters appeared on bus shelters with a gradient that pretended to be weather. Presented by partners. QR codes promise reward for routine and a map where sponsored benches wore halos. The bench already has a name, Kojo said, tearing down one and tapping the plate that read "Be kind." It's in a font you can trust. They were going to do a day anyway. Had been for months, quietly, under working titles like Fixes and Tea or Bring a Kettle. After Charter Night, somebody called it Rooms Day and nobody corrected them. They wanted a day where nothing sold you, everything worked, and children cut ribbons that weren't branded. Elena came to the library early with the folder she promised to stop carrying, and carried it anyway, because you don't retire from habits. You wean them. She set it on the table like a guest and started the kettle. Nina opened the ledger to a clean page and wrote Rooms Day, public ledger in librarian italics. Children lined up with stamps that said "Read slow," an OK, and a tiny cat from Tuesdays. The city divided into rooms the way dough divides into rolls. Bracken Primary held kids' court in the playground. Amra chair with whistle and a ruler. Agenda. Buttons big. Benches many. Cats optional. Puddles legal after rain. No drones. Take turns on swings. No trusted child stars. Priya brought a box of push buttons wired to nothing and taught them to vote with thumbs and a cheer. Ms. Osei wrote the winning clauses on a whiteboard and then, because law likes furniture, bolted a bench under the chestnut tree with a plate that only said "Be kind." A sponsor table tried to slide in with Harmony water bottles. The PDA replaced a label with masking tape and the word water. The kettle ran open lab hours without speeches. Vendors arrived with nervous plastic and stayed for tea. A fare gate passed not now less than or equal to ones, and a teenager rang a shop bell they'd stolen from Myth. A meter supplier failed open and asked to try again. Confetti fell. A toddler clapped as if public engineering were pantomime, and perhaps it is. At St. Bridget's, the family room became a postcard station. The charge nurse had printed access receipt blanks on cardstock. We looked because £0 already waiting at the bottom. Visitors filled them with thanks and corrections. Aisha, results in pass. Pinned her badge on and did her first shift as ward clerk like it wasn't a story, which is the best kind. Rivergate opened room 3 for an hour to show people what a visit looks like without a paywall. The steward poured tea for strangers and explained nothing. Lucan stood at the glass and placed a coin on the sill not because he had to, but because ritual behaves better than memory. A note on the door, handwritten, parole hearing next month. He didn't cry. He did breathe. The terminal posted a board that said "Not now latency, 0.742s today," next to human desks, for open, Devin stamped a kid's pretend passport with welcome in purple ink just because the child had asked so seriously. Carrier Wallet put up a trestle with snacks that did not require a profile. The trusted carpet did not unroll itself. Nobody missed it. Southgate laid a long table in the courtyard. Soups, breads, the onion Rita had bought yesterday chopped with doctrinal efficiency. The winter schedule was taped to the lift, underlined twice as if the season could read. Smart Comfort's contrite engineer changed a fuse and a reputation, one stairwell at a time. In Civic Square, someone had snuck in a stage. Court dismantled it and chalked a circle instead. Open mic, 2 minutes, and old logos. People read small things. A garden license on a postcard, a poem about a kettle, an apology patch note, no adjectives, from a housing portal dev whose dark pattern had died in public. Sarah set the camera to horizon and titled the stream Nothing for Sale. Cervitas brought their cart and, unprompted, a mop. The lead pointed to their staff and said, "Drains here, beacons there, logs in the window," like a person returning borrowed dignity. Officer Dunn staffed a table that said "Ask a Cop" and poured tea for 3 people who had expected to be told to download something. Ordinary Capital showed up with crates labeled boring, gaffer, cable ties, laminators, replacement kettle elements, printer drums. The lead signed a disclosure sheet with a pen that looked embarrassed and wrote no plaque in the margin for luck. A man from Room's foundation stood at the edge of the library steps and tried to decide whether to be a villain or a donor. He chose donor. Nina gave him a receipt that read adjective tax. 7 words, 10 librarian hours, and stapled at the boring funded with satisfaction. The only attempt at Trent arrived as a drone, trying to spell a hashtag in the sky with LED pixels. 10 open beacon complaints in a minute. It landed on an open pad, and Sarah filmed a volunteer removing the battery with the reverence you afford a moth. Near noon, the job hall hosted a handshake almost nobody noticed. Hawa, whose room scan had been turned into a napkin last month, signed a placement form for the ward office, no profiles, paper path, and walked out holding a shift schedule like it was a ticket. A steward handed her a cup. She said, "Thanks," like a plan. Under the bridge, a busker played the theme from a show about nothing. Mateo fixed a loose screw on the railing because he cannot leave boats alone. Elena stood next to him without making metaphor. Sometimes a bench is just a bench. Sometimes a screw holds. They collected small receipts in a basket. Consent fee, £0. We forgot you. Looked, yes/no. Not now, less than or equal to 1s. Winter schedule posted. Kids tied them to string between lampposts like flags of civility. Someone had to try to sell something. A marketing intern with a lanyard approached Ms. Benton with a proposal for harmonized messaging. "Could we put your glyph?" "No." Ms. Benton said, "Kind. It's everyone's." That's the point. The intern looked at the bench plate, looked at the kids' flags, and said, "Right," and then stayed to hand out unbranded cups. By mid-afternoon, the city discovered the precise decibel at which fine becomes a song. Kojo's trolley became a kitchen in 4 languages. A grandmother taught a teenager to fold a paper map, so it didn't split at the spine. The minister emptied his adjective jar into librarian hours with a flourish that made 3 librarians laugh against their will. A patch note went up at the kettle that read fair app, removed streaks, sorry, no logo, confetti optional. Then the thing that makes days matter happened in a corner. A man with a letter. He could not read walked into the library and asked if someone could say it out loud without making a face. Nina read it slow. It was from Harbor Mutual. It said we were wrong and listed 3 checks on their way. 1 for drafts killed, 1 for penalties reversed, 1 for having to carry a letter like that for so long. He put his forehead on his sleeve and did nothing heroic for a whole minute. People did not watch. That is also policy. On the library roof, the open pad logged 3 flights. Mail, meds, news. Each beacon said what it was. Each camera stayed horizon. The bird life looked confused and relieved. As Dusk thought about theater, Bex read from the ledger on air like a lullaby. The interpreter signed day, and enough. Children blew out candles on cakes shaped like kettles and benches, and 1 surprising cat. They wrote the day down without adjectives. Public ledger, Room's Day. 8:03. Posters with sponsors removed. Bench plates remain. Witness, Kojo. 8:31, Kids Court. Playground rules adopted. Bench bolted. Water debranded. Witness, Ms. Osei/Amra. 9:07, Kettle Lab. Fair gate pass, meter fix, confetti legal. Witness, Priya/auditors. 9:49, St. Bridget's. Access receipts printed. Ward Clerk Aisha on shift pass. Witness, charge nurse. 10:22, Rivergate Room 3 open hour. Parole hearing posted. Coin on sill. Witness, steward. 10:58, terminal. Not now less than or equal to ones posted. Human desks 4. Pretend passport welcome. Witness, Devon. 11:36, Southgate table. Winter schedule underlined. Soup 0 pounds. Witness, Rita/Kojo. 12:11, Civitas. Drains logs, no logos. Witness, Sarah. 12:47, drone #grounded 10 complaints. Witness, Nina. 13:23, job hall. Howell placement sign paper. T issued. Witness, clerk. 14:02, rooms pays adjective tax. Librarian hours funded. Witness, Ms. Benton. 15:19, fair app patch notes, no streaks, no logo. Witness, auditor number 016. 16:41, harbor letter read out loud. Checks on way. Room held. Witness, librarian. 18:05, open pad. Mail/med/news, horizon only. Witness, Beck's radio. Someone added in pencil. A day without sponsors is room for people. The square did not do fireworks. It did folding chairs. The benches looked tired and away furniture urns. A child tucked the last 0 pound receipt into the charter window like a bookmark. Elena put a hand on the folder she would carry less, and then, because Amra was watching, handed it to her without speech. Tomorrow? Amra asked, the way tomorrow always asks. 2 chapters, Elena said, smiling at the wrong layer of the world, and then you write the footnotes. The kettle clicked to done, without being asked to headline. The sky did its job for free. The glyph on the window caught the last light and remained, stubbornly and forever, not a logo. Chapter 39. The hearing that refused a forecast. They tried to sentence a probability. Risk horizon. Evidence like insights for parole arrived in the mail room with graphs that had learned posture. Agree for continuity. Refusal sensitivity. Deferred refusal at 23:59 to preserve integrity. A leaflet for families offered trusted visitor badges that speed reunification. Luke ironed a shirt he would ruin with worry and palmed the coin that had become his permission to hope. Room 3 at Rivergate had taught him to breathe. Parole hall, A would try to teach him a forecast. Ms. Benton reached the corridor with a box of paper and a look you keep for stares that pretend to be policy. Elena set down a kettle on a folding chair like precedent. Core took a chalkboard off the wall, because time is a right in rooms. House style. Courts and hearings went up on a clip with the quiet that precedes good noise. Not now immediate. Refusal of apps or insights cannot defer or penalize a party that NO faces. No face bind for entry. ID by person. Doors behave NO predictions as verdicts. Risk tools may whisper. They cannot speak last. Models disclose. Cross-examine as witnesses fail open audio. If mics sulk, humans take notes. No pause for integrity. Paper path. Submissions printable. No QR-only evidence. Q honesty. Timings posted. Family chairs. Creche in the corner. Access receipts. Who saw what? Why? Printable. Pound 0.00. Plain speech. Decisions and sentences. Conditions of rooms. Hours. People. Chairs. Not apps. Public patch. Any tool used post parameters. Training data. Sunset. Post a glyph. On the door. At the table. Next to the kettle. Risk Horizons counsel carried a laptop like a priest carries a book. Our continuity graph, he offered, finds decliners. Refusal correlates with risk. Refusal correlates with appetite. Elena said, will do X. Sarah set a camera on the horizon of the corridor and captioned the day forecasts are not facts. The interpreter signed listen with both hands. Inside, the board wore expressions borrowed from hospitals. Tired, intelligent, interested in the right success. The chair nodded toward the screen. "We will hear," she said, "and then decide." Lucan's brother, older by a season, younger by a sentence, sat upright by will. The model drew a line on a projector and called it risk. Ms. Benton stood. "Parameters," she said. Risk horizon listed appetites like vitamins. Postcode, previous refusals, stability score, friends, exposure to room's mode media. Priya, invited as a tool witness, asked, "Weights?" And the counsel blinked like a man who had expected a sermon, not algebra. The board let the model speak as a witness, and then asked that the questions rooms have made a habit of. What data did you forget and when? Which features track refusal rather than harm? What error bars are you hiding with adjectives? If a human did what you're doing, would be contempt. Core chalked weight. 12 minutes on the board. Creche, 4. TA, 0 pounds. A baby slept like case law. Lucan spoke without performance. "He's worked on benches," he said, holding up photographs of wood and bolts and weather. "He calls Mom on Thursdays. He makes tea worse than Kojo and better than me." The model called this unscorable. The prison officer called it true. The model tried refusal sensitivity. 3 not now clicks on a kiosk became a mouthful about non-compliance temperament. Ms. Benton lifted the room's act. "Not now is not a psychiatric condition," she said. The chair wrote that down. "Officer Dunn, there is a witness who likes exits open. Describe room 3. Steward present, glass with a glyph, kettle clicking to Dunn. No microphones," she added, and the model sulked. Savitas' lead, invited to tone with usefulness, brought patch notes to the prison kiosks. Faces off, tears gone, midnight dead. Receipts printable, sunset posted. No adjectives. The chair smiled with the relief of a person who prefers nouns. They took a break because justice runs on tannin. Kojo poured 0 pounds into paper. A child put a bench sticker on Lucan's wrist. He left it there like armor. Back in the room, the chair spoke the sentences rooms earn. "We do acts, not forecasts. We find release with conditions of the rooms. Report to a person at a desk on a day. Attend a job with benches. No apps that score you. Not now on any device. We look in daylight at pages, not profiles. We will read the reasons. We will post the sunset." Lucan exhaled like a religion. His brother closed his eyes as if light had rules again. Ms. Benton wrote, granted in a hand the paper had been waiting for. They printed access receipts. Looks, board care, officer care, tool as witness cross-examined. Not looks, insurer, vendor, social. 0 pounds on the line that keeps solitude solvent. Risk Horizon posted patch notes with the sound of a company learning manners. Remove refusal as a feature. Weights posted. Error bars printed. Sunset in 30 days. Tool may testify. Never speak last. The counsel signed them like a man swallowing something healthy. They wrote the day smaller than it felt. Public ledger. Hearing day. 9/19. House style posted. Creche open. Q honest. Witness. Core. 9/41. Risk tool treated as witness. Parameters disclosed. Refusal feature killed. Witness. Priya. 10/22. Not now is not equal to temperament. Board agreed. Witness. Ms. Benton. 11:03. Room 3 conditions affirmed. Apps bar from scoring. Witness. Officer Dunn. 11:44. Parole granted. Reasons read. Sunset posted. Witness. Chair. 12:07. Access receipts printed. 0 pounds. Witness. Clerk. 12:33. Patch notes posted. No adjectives. Witness. Sarah. Someone added in pencil. Future is a chair, not a chart. In room 3 later. Glass cool under palms. Lucan put the coin on the sill and did nothing profound. His brother smiled with new teeth. A little crooked, honestly human. The steward looked at the kettle, looked at the clock, and decided to let the water boil twice. Outside, the board's reasons fluttered on the window like a modest flag. Elena folded her folder, lighter, and realized it weighed the same. Amra stood beside her, reading every line as if tomorrow had agreed to meet her there. 2 to go, Elena said. Then footnotes, Amra said, and smiled like a bench in sun. Chapter 40. The room that refused an ending. They tried, one last time, to make it theirs. A venture fund wrote a memo shaped like a bouquet. Seamless Cities Fund I, roll-up room tech, license a glyph, standardized goodwill, exit in 5 years. A minister's aide forwarded it with thoughts and 3 adjectives. Nina printed the memo, wrote read slow across it, and pinned it to the window next to charter version 1.0. Children added a cat. The city inhaled, considered melodrama, chose tea. No rally, no last stand, just a day moving in its tested grooves. Priya ran the kettle with the door propped and no fanfare. A kiosk from a clinic passed not now less than or equal to ones, and Ernest stamped OK. A shutter fell open and left a homework. Confetti fell twice, and a toddler collected every piece like treasure. The jar-labeled mouth stayed at its current population. At St. Bridget's, Aisha found her rhythm. Phones, paper, people. While the triage board remembered vitals graphs without being reminded. An access receipt printer jammed once. She unjammed it with a pen and a mutter. The room applauded silently in its bones. In Southgate, the winter schedule was now a fact more than a poster. Radiator keys waited like saints. Rita taught a neighbor to fold a towel into a draft snake without turning it into content. At the terminal, Devin stamped welcome and meant it, then went to lunch and found the human desk still staffed because routines, unlike slogans, scale. The job hall issued a chair to a nervous man before it issued advice. Howard arrived with a timetable folded like a letter and waved Aisha across the street that had learned to carry greetings better than push notifications. Officer Dunn poured tea for a person who had come to complain and left with a plan. Core chalked wait. 5 minutes at the junction and 5 minutes obeyed. Sarah broadcast 30-second horizon and let people fill the silence with movement. The interpreter rested their hands and then signed ordinary, like smoothing a bedsheet. Lucan and his brother sat on a bench, would be kind engraved small and crafty. They did not use a camera. They divided a sandwich like an algorithm solved for hunger. The coin stayed in the pocket. Rituals retire when they have done their work. The minister walked in and emptied his adjective jar into librarian hours with a grin that suggests competency can be playful. Ordinary capitals lead unloaded a box of boring. Laminator pouches, kettle elements, stamp ink, gaffer tape. They wrote no plaque on the ledger because muscle memory is also a civic organ. Savitas posted a final patch nobody noticed because it described the absence of harm. No geofence. Horizon till default. Logs public. Sunset in days. Skykind filed a dissolution. 2 catalogers started on the backlog and discovered joy in classification sans mouth. The venture memo aged one day on the window, and then another. By the third, it looked like it had arrived from a country that no longer shared a border. Nina filed it under folklore and taped a child's drawing of a bench over footer. They wrote the last ledger page because stopping without right would feel like leaving a door unlatched in the wrong way. Public ledger, last page for now. 811, clinic kiosk pass, shutter fix, confetti adopted. Witness, Priya/auditors. 849, St. Bridget's, access receipts unjammed. Vitals outranked graphs without applause. Witness, Aisha. 927, Southgate, draft snake folded. Schedule lived. Witness, Rita. 1005, terminal. Human desk stays staffed during lunch, not now less than or equal to ones. Witness, Devon. 1041, job hall. Chair issued first, advice second. Witness, clerk. 1122, patrol. Tea with complaint. Plan leaves. Witness, officer Dunn. 1203, junction. Wait. 5 minutes obeyed. Witness, core. 1240, horizon. 30 seconds of nothing. Audience intact. Witness, Sarah. 1319, bench. Sandwich halved. Coin retired. Witness, Lucan. 1402, adjective tax paid. 3 words for librarian hours. Witness, Ms. Osei. 1437. Boring funded. Pouches, elements, ink, tape. Witness, ordinary capital. 1511. Savita's final patch. No mouse left. Witness, clerk. 1600 hours. Venture memo folklore. Cat drawing applied. Witness, Nina. 1800 hours. Charter version 1.0 retaped. Kids at OK. Door left on latch. Witness, Amra. Someone added in pencil. If you need us, boil water. Bring a chair. Press, not now. Dusk arrived and did not audition for meaning. The canal remembered it was domesticated rain. The city kept the shape it had argued itself into. Kettles and corners. Benches with plates too small for sponsors. Doors that failed open and closed kindly. A test lab called the kettle that turned slogans into work and then into culture. Elena walked past the library window, without her folder, and did not reach for it. She looked at Amra inside, whistle on a lanyard, ruler in a pocket, pen already inked, and understood that the footnotes would be written in a different hand, which is how books become shelves. Mateo tightened a bolt and refused metaphor again. Ms. Benton put one last adjective into the jar and went to teach a class that wasn't called civics but behaved like it. Priya turned the linter off of the night and taped good to the screen. Nina locked the door with a key that has never been an app. Kojo flipped the sign to close and left a receipt consent fee. £0 where it could teach in the dark. Sarah's last shot for the volume was not a horizon but a table, a kettle cooling, a pen uncapped, a ledger page with ordinary handwriting, and a small bench glyph catching lamplight and refusing, with cheerful stubbornness, to be anyone's logo. The interpreter signed enough. The room agreed. Epilogue. The rooms held, not because someone named them or insured them, but because hands learned the ritual of ordinary care. A kettle set to boil, a door that fails open. A cue told the truth about time. The ledger in the library window curled at the corners. Children retaped it, and policy survived by tape and habit. Elena left the folder on the table and kept walking, light in the way you are after you have carried something far enough for it to carry itself. Priya switched the linter off and wrote good on a sticky note, as if the machine might need reassurance. Ms. Benton taught a class that was not called civics, and was civics anyway. Cor pocketed a stick of chalk she would not need tomorrow. Nina checked the stamp pad. Sarah set her lens to the horizon. Officer Dunn sat 6 legal minutes on a bench. Kojo flipped the sign to close and left a receipt that says consent fee, £0 sterling where it could teach in the dark. Lucan put the coin away. Hawa learned a route that begins with a desk and ends with a human answer. Aisha slid a paper form under a plastic window and heard the soft click of a room behaving. Children added a cat, optional, to the glyph and were told, correctly, that this is how traditions happen. The city did not triumph. It matured. The air looked less like appetite. The meters learned to be furniture. The apps learned the word no and did not die of it. Bridges kept a rhythm. Doors remembered manners. The charter stayed public domain on purpose, and the standard remained a test, not a logo. What comes next will not be cleaner or kinder by default. It will simply arrive in a place that has learned the shape of its own mercy, with benches bolted small and unbranded, with receipts for harm and for grace, with a sign you can live by without making a speech. Bring a kettle, press not now, be kind. This was The Ash and the Roots, The City That Refused a Crown, Volume 3. If you enjoyed this journey, consider subscribing to the Inktail channel for more complete audiobooks.